Hello everyone, and welcome back to Whispers from the Atheneum presents Session 8 of Gamma P. Hopefully our finale, but who knows? I don't trust these guys. We started a little bit late, we were waiting for some people to get back from some things. Jeremy is still on his way here and had to go set up some mats because these people hate me. But now, we shall start with Darian telling us what happened last time.
Last time, the kids of Gamma P had a lovely dinner in the fanciest of restaurants in all of Ghislaine, with the greatest dishes being served to them from their memories or from the moment, and a very pleasant conversation was had. Anaya's aunt was a great host. She controlled the flow of the conversation and learned everything she could about her darling niece's friends. After the dinner, the party decided to walk home instead of taking the magic carriage, and they broke into two groups, one playing tag in the streets and the other being depressed. Most went to rest, but Anaya decided that a midnight walk was in order. The next day, Jonas rushed down to the gatehouse before everyone else. He saw his mother briefly, and then went and had a meeting with Paranel, what a name, and let him know that he was under investigation. He thanked him for this warning and assured him there was no reason to worry. He rushed all the way back up to the academy and met up with everyone else who was getting ready to head down.
Everyone else?
Did I cut out?
No, you didn't cut for me.
Oh, Missy was playing with... Don't worry, Missy's hitting my headset button.
Get fucked,
doing
nerd.
great until someone interrupted you.
Sorry, cat.
He rushed back up to the academy and met with everyone getting ready to head down. Everyone being Violet, Farah, and Agnes, as they waited for Anaya, who hadn't showed up yet. They were confronted by Gamma T, a rivalish group, who proceeded to try and bully them before being punched in the face and the nerds had to flee. Anaya still hadn't shown up, so they went to go check on her. She was sleeping. Some cat shenanigans ensued, and then they left her to rest. They headed down to the care house, through the city and into the smoke, and reached the building with no issues thanks to their teacher escorts. They met the caretaker himself at the entrance. They were shown up through the building and asked to pick jobs for the internship, where the group immediately split up across the different floors. And now...
That's where we'll start. We start with... Since Jeremy's not here, we'll start with Agnes. Why won't we? Throw a wrench in our plans, but it's okay. Agnes. You chose to work in the second level of the building, helping both the long-term patients and the short-term patients. Those who have to stay for upwards of a week or two on the long-term side, and those who are only here for at least a week on the other side. You've been tasked with helping them, getting rid of their food, cleaning their privies if needed, making sure that their needs are warranted, and anything that's non-medical for what you can do. Eventually, you go onto the shorthand side. And
a lot of the jobs there are pretty similar. It's mainly just handling bedding and stuff like that and helping people out who need small tasks done. You assist some of the nurses occasionally in carrying things to the rooms, or even just like dumping a few things down one of the dumbwaiters into the basement area to be sorted with otherwise. Ooh, a shiny dice was rolled. Sorry.
Just for your sake, because it'll make sense to you. We've got all the maps up on screen. I'll make the current map bigger when it needs to be. So this is 4-2. Just for your simple understanding, that the first two, they're numbered in whatever floor you're on. So you're on floor 2, so it'll be 20 something. The first one on the bottom here is 201. This one will be 202. And then on the left are all the odds, and all the right are all the evens, and that is replicated on both sides. I'm gonna lower this music because it's super cheerful.
Well,
why shouldn't it be cheerful?
No, it's too cheerful, too loud in my ear. I'm just lowering it.
Why shouldn't it be cheerful? Agnes is in the spotlight at the moment.
That's different than what I'm listening to, so that's for sure.
I want happy endings today.
Yeah, short-term care tends to be people who have like they're recovering from a serious sprain, or like the later ends of like a broken limb that's fixing, or even some illness that may have been bedridden. You do eventually though come across one woman who doesn't appear to be sick or injured. As waiting for some more linens that you're bringing in, you see a very heavily pregnant woman waiting down near one of the ends.
Okay. Can I ask her why she's here? If she doesn't look like sick or injured?
Yeah. Oh, I'm supposed to be giving birth soon.
So you're giving birth to it here? Is that why?
Yeah, hopefully. We've been here for a day or so. Had some stomach pains and thought there were contractions, but it's been a bit of a slow day.
Well, hopefully, we get to see it. I mean, and that it goes well.
Hope so.
I mean, you know, whatever's best for you. But if I saw it, that'd be neat. For me.
The father's in
You
a bit
don't
of
care.
no, it's good. The father's been in a tizzy, stressing himself out. So I wouldn't mind someone relaxing. What's your name?
I'm Agnes.
Fuck, Darren.
What? Are you all having the same
Isn't
issue,
it
AJ?
Samantha? Isn't it right
Is
here?
her name
so.
also like
I'm Samantha Deschain.
Sorry, what was that last name?
Samantha Deschain.
Yes.
I forgot.
Like with S.
Yeah.
Okay, because I heard Death Chain, and that was much more ominous.
That's her
Bro,
name.
what a middle name. Samantha Death Chain.
I'm a
Did I
bard.
Sounds like a Soul Eater character.
Damn it. Damn it.
Well, hopefully you can meet the little one later, Agnes.
That'd be cool. That'd be nice. I hope so.
You finish dropping off the linens. Yep.
Yeah. So do you like it here?
It's not bad. It's nice and relaxing. Typically we'd have someone, come up to the estate, but they were swamped for work, so we had to come down here.
You're an estate?
My husband's not really nobility, but I guess it's the most accurate term. His
okay.
father was a very prominent figure in the city.
What did he do?
He was a hero. He stopped the
A
war.
hero?
Well, was one of the many reasons the war was stopped. He likes to embellish.
You're very lucky to be around such cool people.
You see her face pained a little. You're not sure if it's the pregnancy or if it's something else.
Can I use that?
Go ahead.
No, I cannot.
When
Pregnant.
you're looking at her and then you're just like, Agnes, can you do me a problem? Can you do me a favor? Do me a problem. Cause crimes.
Yes, I can do you. Yes, I can do you a problem.
Thunder wave.
I'm very good at doing problems.
Deal crime.
Can you do me a favor? Can you get a doctor?
Okay. She'll like poke her head out of their mouth. Like, is it the whole busy with people, or is it like does she have to run to wherever the doctor
There's
might go?
nurses. There are a few doctors coming in and out, but it's not like a super busy, everyone's running around sort of deal.
Okay, so yeah, she just opens the door and yells to the general room of whoever's listening. Can we get a doctor in here?
You see,
One of the nurses comes over and is like, is something the matter?
I believe the child is coming.
The nurse is just like, okay, Agnes dear, could you... I don't think that's pertinent. Could you please get us some more linens, and I will get a doctor. And the nurse basically takes off and starts running down the hallway looking for a doctor.
Okay, linens, got it. I'm coming, baby!
You make your
She
way.
runs down the hall.
Yeah, you make your way up to the storeroom to go and get linens and such. And as Jeremy's back, we'll jump over to the basement crew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no time to settle in. You're right in the shit.
Oh, well, that's gonna be awkward because I'm still updating fancy grounds.
Oh no! Luckily,
Quick, jump back.
luckily we don't have any rolls to make.
Oh, but what
Gotta
about
send you.
initiative when it happens?
No, what if I want to make like random like insight checks for no reason?
Go do it.
Or survive. I can survive in here.
Do it.
We dare you.
You're scared.
I mean, I am scared. That's the problem.
The four of you make your way down to the basement. They've shown you an area, showing you a way down to the basement that is invisible out from the top. And as you walk down the stairs, you see this large room that's sectioned into a lot of smaller rooms, and you've got a guy that's pointing stuff out. As you walk down the stairs, it's like, down here is where we've got all of our generic, like, stuff that needs to go upstairs, linens, medical supplies and all that. He points to the room on the left, next to the stairs. That's, the apothecary. That's where we store all of our, plants, necessary things for poultices and potions. There's a cool room in there. It's used to cool and dry, and preserve specific plants, so don't get stuck in there, otherwise you'll die. On the right is the admin room. When doctors send patient files back up, ready to go back up to the admin, they come down here first. You need to sort which room they need to go into. As he walks up the hall. On your left is the kitchens, on the right is the laundry, and up in front of you is the giant machine that keeps everything purified here. So for now, just start sorting stuff downstairs, and if we've got other jobs for you, we'll call you.
Okay.
So that guy initially, he heads back down towards the main storeroom at the bottom. What are you, each of you, choosing to do at this moment? Like, there's kitchens, there's a laundry area, there's all these different areas. That big door with the big machine. What are y'all doing?
Is the big machine closed?
Big door's closed.
Yeah, I assume so. Did it seem like this is a big purification area, stay out kind of thing, or this is where you're going to probably have to do stuff kind of thing?
There's no
He
sign.
didn't say stay out.
There's no sign saying
Yeah.
don't stay out. It's mainly just like it seemed to be an explanation of like if we need you to go in the room with the big machine to go help with purification stuff, that's where you need to go.
Okay. I want to poke my head and see what the machine is.
Alright, go ahead.
Fair enough.
It's like, yeah.
As you open the door, you see a very large machine full of all these brass
Yeah.
pipes and bubbles and stuff. And surprisingly, what looks like to be a 20, maybe even 30 gauge file system.
Whoa!
Feel free to make, since you're the you are the one person who has skills in building things. Feel free to make a Arcana check if you like.
Do I get advantage because I know firework?
Sure.
Thank you.
One would say you are even making this check because you know fireworks, so...
Yeah,
Alright,
you
but
only
do you want me to
person.
make it base? Or...
Can I give it a disadvantage by saying, oh, that's the flu, and like,
Yep.
that's the metal thing that goes into the thing. And
Okay, now it's an average check, thank you. Thank you.
If you wish to interfere, feel free.
No, I'm just shit stirring.
No, go ahead, make
I'll
your
just roll
check.
base.
No, you can roll with advantage. I was mainly
Okay, I'll roll
kidding.
one
Yo, why do the D20s look different?
Because you
Oh, no,
updated.
everything bigger.
They
That's weird.
Fantasy Grounds decided we're gonna make dice packs now.
You want some
And
difference?
big.
I die.
Look at that.
Oh.
That was $40.
What?
No. I spent $40 to get all the packs, not just one.
Oh, okay.
No, Sam, no! No!
Alright, well,
With your 20.
you're looking at the machine, and just looking at it, you see, like, you know a little bit about firework. And this thing is a amalgamation of multiple different mechanisms all at once. Initially what catches your attention, that massive like 20 or 30 file sockets, you realize that's not like because the idea of like a twin file mechanism is insane to you.
Yeah.
Those things are like super advanced. Then you realize, okay, that's not like 20 mechanisms simultaneously. That's just like basically like a almost like a clip where it seems like they all feed into the one machine.
Yeah, it seems like a switchboard where if one drains out, another one is ready to go and activate, sort of deal.
So it's basically like a standby thing instead of auto-activating at
Yeah.
once.
So it seems like this machine basically runs, you can, just from this announcement, it seems to run almost 24/7. There's these huge areas of like files go in and different things are happening. You see air files, fire files, like different types of files all working at once, doing different things. And a lot of these, like these brass pipes, you see copper pipes, lead directly into the walls behind the machine. And then, yeah, you can't really know where they go once they pass into the wall.
Oh, this is so cool and fascinating. But I probably shouldn't keep going.
So while she's poking in there, what are you doing, Jonas?
I'll go to the kitchen.
You head over to the kitchen area?
Sure.
So you head over to the kitchen.
I feel like I've been humbled in my life to where I would have to know how to cook.
As you went, you see probably about 10 to 15 staff members all working. A good 3 or 4 of them are at the sinks to the north of the rest, are either preparing food and there seems to be at least 3 people watching these 2 large furnaces cook hot food for the people.
As soon as you step through the doorway, you don't even get a chance to be like, hey, can I help? Before this very large, like rotund man in like a white apron and hat just physically grabs you by the shoulder, hands you an apron, and starts pushing you towards the table.
He pushes you towards like what looks like to be a small stove that's next to these furnaces. Like, your job is to make sure that this milk does not be fucked up. It's supposed to be on the fire. Only watch the milk. If the milk goes bad, you tell someone immediately.
What exactly what are you doing cooking the milk? What? Like, are you trying to make cream, or?
You ask that dude just like walked off to someone else, already berating someone. That the person next to you is like, no, it's got to be warm. You can't let it get too hot. It's apparently someone's about to be like, there might be a baby, so we've got to keep warm milk at all times, just in case. I don't know why. They're not even giving the child milk. I think it might turn into cream later. Just don't make the head chef mad.
Okay. How much in school are we taught about, like birth and all that stuff?
You
Is
kidding
that
me?
we
This
have
is
a
a
sex
wizard
ed
school.
course?
This is
You
wizards.
think there's sex ed in a wizard school?
No, that's
Most of them are
exactly
nerds.
The only sex ed you get at
I
wizard
imagine
school is
there's a
how
whole
to get
department on all the promiscuous stuff you can do with spells. What are you talking
Do you have
about?
that one day
That's
where you
called-
separate?
That's called
They
the
don't
Bard
have
College
general
along
rules.
the way.
Okay.
You know what? That is fair.
I know I'm
That
not
is
down there,
fair.
but
The Ghislaine Institute of
I
Magic.
do need to ask.
The
Would
Ghislaine
it
is.
have been possible in sex ed from the public?
Yeah.
God.
I mean, your parents
Go
would
to your
let you.
local tavern, learn sex ed. That makes sense, right?
Yeah, sure.
The church taught you sex ed.
The Ghislaine Institute.
notoriously pro sex ed.
And they have to have that one day where they separate like the class like from the boys and the girls, and then they have that talk. Like that just has to happen in every
I
school.
feel like it should be an important thing if, say, someone studied charm magic.
The Ghislaine Institute of Magic, very much a very like here's the by the books explanation. The Bard College has a fantastic sex ed course. Not
Okay.
just a single
Yeah.
day. It's like a whole
That's
fucking
fair.
thing. They're like, listen,
Yeah,
we
it's
know
like-
what you're
it's
gonna
like a
do with this
30-minute
power.
session.
Yeah.
We
I'm
know what you're
putting
about
a
to do.
condom on a banana.
We know what you're going
That's
to
it.
do.
It's the whole thing.
But do it smart, you dumb fucks.
Yeah. Cast shield.
Fuck up.
Mage armor is not a substitute for a condom.
Alright. So
Kill me.
we wouldn't necessarily know that you shouldn't give an infant cow milk.
This is, you don't remember, this is not current times.
Yeah,
In
this
the old
is.
days, people fed babies whatever the fuck they fed them.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
No.
You've got
Yeah.
a leg burner, and you say this
you-
is the olden times.
If you think Jonas would have any interest in this, you can roll a basic intelligence check to see.
No, I was just curious whether or not it was taught at school. If it's not taught at school, there's no way he would know. He'd be like, okay, babies drink milk, that makes sense.
Okay.
And he fucking watches that.
I remember that one time I drank milk.
I was probably a baby then. As you watch,
I think that's right.
roll me a D100 for me.
There's actually a separate die for D100 now, just
Yeah,
so you know.
don't worry, that's super easy to do
Oh.
now.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
on the end.
Oh,
there.
that's weird.
That's great
Okay.
for
I
me.
mean,
Oh my god!
As you,
please tell me that's something good.
No!
as you're like, as you're doing stuff, as like people are trying to get in the way, someone's like, "What are you doing?" You're like, "I'm watching the milk," and everyone's like, "All right," they're back immediately away from you because that's an important job. You don't know why, but as you start staring, you notice like, "Oh, it's rising. Oh, if this doesn't get off the heat now, it's going to overflow and ruin everything." So you quickly pick it the fuck up and place it somewhere that's not on a fire anymore. And you're like, "Well, I've watched the milk now. Now what?"
These kids just continue watching the milk even when it's not on the heat.
What is the rough diversity in this kitchen?
Of races?
Yeah, of races and heights.
A variety.
Variety. You got your gnomes, you've got your genasi. You would know that genasi are probably the second most populated race in the entire continent due to the magic fuckery right next to the.
Yeah, people like to fuck elementals.
Yeah, totally. Definitely not because elemental imbalance, but hey, it's a different camp.
Shut up.
But yeah, you've got lots of genasi, a few gnomes, a couple of halflings,
There's a human or two, a tiefling.
Triton.
It's a nice mix.
It's a nice mix, yeah.
I'm just more so. Do I look over the sea of people, or I can't see a whole lot?
How tall are you?
6 foot.
You look over most of them except for the Goliath head chef.
Oh, okay. Oh, the Goliath is the head chef.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
He's not just tall; he's also fat as shit as well. Because all head chefs, he's just huge. The man is a unit.
I would never trust a chef that is thin.
Because you don't eat it.
The dude, he is walking around. They're staring at the milk, now off the fire, wondering, what do you do next?
I keep looking at the milk. I wait until the milk, the container the milk is in, gets the temperature where I can touch it without any sort of apparatus. During the meantime, I wonder what would happen if I could attune to a pot as a weapon and have it disappear, whether the milk would go with it as well. So I don't fully know it.
Eventually, the big Goliath comes next to you as you're contemplating this, picks up a spoon that he's got, picks up, sips it, it's like, good.
Get smacked in the beak, man. Oh no.
He's like, good. The milk is good. Babies cannot drink milk when they're born. They're allergic. This is for tea. And then takes the thing of milk and walks off with it.
Don't you boil the water for tea? Does he put the milk in first? That's weird.
Oh no.
That's real weird.
It's not modern times.
He lives in a different area. He starts working something else. One of the other chefs grabs you and as long as you stay in this room, the second that you there's about a 5-second window after you finish one task before somebody hands you a new task. It seems like they work pretty heavily all day.
Being busy is good.
Yep, and they keep you busy. You
Gives me
shift
time
around.
to contemplate the decision that I made earlier today.
Yeah,
You shift
they
around,
get you washing dishes. They get you
getting
they notice
fruit prep.
you're pretty good with your hands, so they get you cut up vegetables at one point. It's you just shift around a lot. While he's stuck there,
What are the three of you doing?
Yeah, what are the devilish trio doing?
I mean, it's a secret, no.
Oh, fuck. Terry, no.
Devilish trio because you guys are the most likely to cause problems. This thing's something as far as here.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'd probably just end up just sort of staring and just analyzing what this thing actually is before realizing that Jonas is already gone and I've kind of just been distracted. I just end up probably just starting to just wander around until I find a place where I'm probably meant to be.
Okay, you wander around.
Say I'd go right or something.
Right is the laundry area, and south is the main goods storage, which you think you would wander towards more.
Yes.
Flip a coin.
You can flip it even if it's behind the dice. It's wizards.
Yeah, hold on. Heads is laundry.
Okay.
On the goods.
So you wander south, and you end up in the major goods storage. You notice that down here, there are quite a lot of individuals. A good 10 or 15 people are moving back and forth, checking ledgers, picking up items. You see a variety of crates and boxes and linens. There is like cloth and paper and all these different items scattered across different crates and boxes. And in the middle area, down here where the stairs were, as you walk down here, you actually realize that built into the wall are a series of dumbwaiters.
Oh.
Okay, do you know what a dumbwaiter is?
Maybe. But give me a refresher.
To the best of your knowledge, what is a dumbwaiter, Kay?
Give me a refresher.
Doesn't
A dumbwaiter
Say
is
no.
a dumbwaiter is a
Mini
kind of like a
elevator.
lift built into the wall. It is
Okay,
like an
yep,
elevator.
okay, yep.
The idea is you put stuff in it, then you pull a levy system. Now,
Yep.
if you don't, you press a button. You pull on a levy and like a lever, and it raises the items up. You know,
Been
it's
used in
like
some kitchens.
How the fuck am I meant to know what that is normally, though? I know what it
Yes.
is, I just don't know what the name of it is.
This is why I'm asking. I'm not making fun of you. A lot of people don't know what dumbwaiters are.
Oh, okay. I know.
Rebecca laughed at me.
And because I know what a dumbwaiter is.
So did I, honestly.
I was in pajamas, Sam. No need to hide when it's dark outside.
yeah, exactly.
Priorities.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah?
I'm gonna go play those now.
Okay. You're down here and you're looking around for things to do, and like you find these ledgers in the walls that say like different items and which floors they're meant to go to, and you notice that everyone else is carrying these ledgers around and collecting items off them.
Yeah.
Do you assist in the same?
I feel like for a second it's just that awkward, like, sort of pause of like, should I be doing? I haven't been told to do anything, so I'm kind of just like, do I, like, am I meant to wait? Like, do I wait? And after like a few seconds away, she's like, just sort of move towards one of the ledgers, just see what it is, and just slowly get herself into like moving to do it.
Yeah.
Like, because like, I'm assuming no one fucking like goes to her or anything.
You see there's other students down here, and all of them are like holding these ledgers and like trying to grab stuff. A few of the one of the kids you can tell is part of the YMCA club, and he's got like his familiar that he's got with him is like an octopus, and it's like attached to their back, and then each leg is like holding different objects while it's like suction cupped to his back. So he's like grabbing things. So you see that people are getting things, and then he runs over and he starts putting it into a dumbwaiter and starts like winding the winch that goes up the floors, and he just looks over at you standing there doing nothing.
Just like awkward, just kind of like unsure, like almost like a lost child.
Maybe that
know
might actually
that-
help.
And then I'd start moving up to being stared at.
He looks at you, he's like, you know, there's orders to. Okay, bye. Just walk off.
No speaky, only do.
So you said about
Yeah.
grabbing things. While you're down here, like collecting items, you notice that a section of the floor, a section of the roof actually to the south, suddenly opens up, and a bit of bright-ish light comes down. As it's hard for it to be clear light because you see the layer of smoke that is the smoke district above it. But you watch as a sort of you know this is because you work with machines and shit. You basically
Yeah.
see like a small nautical crane
Okay.
rise out of the off the side of the building and start lowering large crates of goods down into the basement. It's like this is where they receive deliveries down here, and then they organize them, and you see a few of the kids like grabbing things and running them to different shelves, dropping them off. But you set yourself about gathering items and getting them ready. And then I want you just to roll me just a flat d20.
Okay. I feel like I also want to just point out, like, it will take me a little bit to realize that I don't have to I can like kind of make this a bit more efficient, and like upon realizing that, I like probably like have Kay try to point stuff out while like me and Crystal are like moving around grabbing things together.
Okay.
D20?
Just a d20.
Give me that one, baby.
So you're running around, you're like, oh yeah, I can have K grab items, I can do this and that. You put a load into one of the dumbwaiters, you grab the winch, you start turning it, it goes up, you drop the slot off where it's meant to go, and you're like, okay, I think I know what I'm doing. You grab the next item, and you're like, K, can you get this for me? And it's nothing.
No.
She's gone.
Somewhere.
Points to the dumbwaiter. And you realize that in your self-congratulation of being like, yeah, this is going great, I know what I'm doing, Kay flew an item into the dumbwaiter. You then closed the door and sent Kay up to one of the other floors.
I'd probably like hand the Legend of Crystal. Can you please just do this real quick? I'm gonna run.
You take off, heading upstairs, trying to figure out which floor you left. Poor Kay.
K is
Crystal
important.
looks- as you leave, Crystal looks down at the ledger you hand her, looks up at you leaving, the eyes turn orange, and it starts walking away.
Yeah, she like flips the the board onto the ground, and starts walking.
Oh.
So she walks off in a different direction. And now we'll cut over to Farah.
Hi.
Farah, you with the rest of the YMCA
I'm sure they don't like that.
have made their way into the admin section.
Mm-hmm.
They explained that the 5 rooms here on the side, that's not right at the end, which you know already is the caretaker's office. They're head doctor's rooms. You're not typically going to go into them. You're mainly going to be focusing on these 2 rooms here. The file room in the bottom, where you're sorting files, gathering them, and setting them through these glass shaft tube mailing room things. And the other is the library, getting books for the doctors that need them.
I feel like my ravens will do less damage to books somehow, so... Yeah, I will be in there. I guess Fire will walk in there with 4 ravens sitting on her.
As you do, you see this overly worked,
Thinking here?
yeah, overly worked woman who's sitting on the top chair with a pile of books taller than her. He's like, "What book do you need now?"
Do you want them alphabetically? Do you want them by person? What's the deal?
She gets up, turns around, and the file's like, "You're here to help."
Queenie caws. And then the other 3 caw as well.
No one wants to help you. That's fantastic. Yes, put these in the system. She just starts giving you a stack. Work with this stack first, and then when you're done, go and get another stack.
Cool. I will sort of... I guess at first, Fire will find a spot to do... I assume one of those tables. To sort through it all. Farah will, once she gets in the swing of it, she wants to try and sort of get into a sort of pattern where she can send off ravens to send things to the right part.
Perfect. Make me a spellcast check. Just whatever your spellcasting, just whatever your casting modifier is, just d20 plus that.
You can use charisma or wisdom.
Can we just
Ooh.
roll charisma?
Yeah, whichever you prefer.
Roll charisma.
Okay, 12. It takes you a little bit to get the hang of commanding 4 familiars at once.
Yeah, I imagine.
And after a bit, you're able to get it going where, the birds are, separating the books for you, and you're, helping gather them up, and then when you have one and you know where it goes, one of the birds picks up and flies it off. It takes you a little bit to really get going, but it's more efficient than if you were to run back and forth by yourself.
I assume they're not going to care too much if I recast this every now and then, yeah.
The person doesn't seem to notice most of the time. The woman who's there is, so busy organizing stuff that as you're, sitting there, there's a ding at the end, and one of the walls opens up slightly where you see a dumbwaiter, and there's just a stack, floor to ceiling, in this dumbwaiter of just paper and books. And she just runs over and starts pulling it out, and it's oh, there's so much to do every bloody day.
It's right. We'll get this done.
We won't.
Get it done.
We won't. Don't lie to me. It won't happen. We'll get most
We'll do
of
our
it.
best.
Don't give me hope. I don't need it.
So you take that part, I'll take this part, and we'll just... Yeah.
So can you make me a perception check?
Perception?
Yep.
Is my effect currently on? Because Queenie's with me?
You can have
No.
advantage because you have 4 birds.
I was just going to put the effect on, but sure, I'll take that. 1 sec. I forget that
I
I
don't
have to
even
do
know what the
this.
effect is, but you have
It's
4
the-
birds, so...
So, advantage, you said?
Mhm.
Yep.
Sure, perception, right?
Mhm.
God, those are pretty.
So as you're sorting through things, one of your familiars, Queenie 3, goes "Caw!" and you look over, just in time to watch the caretaker rushing past the door, moving quickly south along the hallway towards the exit, and then behind him immediately are 2 other doctors. who seem to be leaving the area in a bit of a fast pace.
Queenie 3, follow them, and just let me know if anything happens.
Queenie 3 flips out the door and flies for a bit. Flicks to the corner and then to the other corner as it watches, and you see the three of them. Are you keeping your own eyes and ears, or are you going to flick over to it?
So what I imagine Farah's doing is occasionally switching between each of the birds, just if need be. She's trying to focus for the most part, but occasionally she'll switch to another one if it. I'm trying to remember how it works. They can somewhat tell. Original Queenie can telepathically communicate.
I think all familiars can telepathically communicate.
Yeah. So it's like she will flip between if they let her know she needs to look at something.
Yeah. So you flip. You're doing this, and you quickly flick into the eyes of number 3 as it watches them go, and you see the 3 of them walking. They stop at the top of the stairs as the caretaker turns to them, and it's like, "All right, plans have changed a bit. Unfortunately, with a bit of a deadline suddenly came up. We need to go and tell the others that we need to do it today. There's no time to waste. I have to go to the castle. This work needs to be done." And he suddenly leaves. The other 2 look at each other and nod. There's a quick mutter, you don't hear it, and then they also head down the stairs.
I guess the bird will follow a little bit further, but I assume once they're out of range, they will probably just head back, so...
The bird probably follows them to, like, down the flights of stairs, but they go all the way down to the main floor, and then the 3 of them
once they're
leave.
out of the building, they wouldn't follow. So.
I didn't think
you
you followed the
can't.
smoke.
Yeah, you can't communicate with them when they're more than 100 feet away.
Yeah, the 3 of them leave. From the bird's eye view, if they leave, like 2 of them leave out the front, and the caretaker leaves out the back, and they're heading in different directions.
Well, I return to what I'm doing as I let it fly back.
Yeah. So you keep doing what you're doing.
For now.
How long is for now?
So I can do this for 2 hours before I have to take a rest to reset the familiars, but at that point I will probably go a little bit longer. So let's say 3 hours, short rest, and then back to it for another 3, cycling through the pack magic.
So another 5 or 10 minutes passes as you're just going through paperwork, and there's another ding as a section reaches the top and it opens up, and you see a little bundle of paper like bouncing around and moving.
Oh no. I go to check it before the other person can get to it.
As soon as you move it, you see Kay pop out of it, float a bit, look around a bit stunned, and he's like, "Kay." He just looks up at you, just nods.
I'll take you back down. Come on. And I'll quickly head over to the door. Just say, what is she? She's like just an assistant.
It's a faunus woman who's there, and she looks like a scribe of some kind, just very much out of her element. There's a lot of stuff to do, and she's the only person in this room doing it.
I quickly say, I'm just running lost property back quickly. 1 sec.
She looks up at the door when you leave, and it's like, betrayal.
And I'm back.
As you leave, you step out. This is when a nurse comes running past you, and it's like almost runs into you before she bangs on one of the other doctor's doors. The doctor opens up, just like, "Okay, if there's a chained woman, she's giving birth. We need you right now." And the doctor's like, "Shit!" Throws on his coat, and the 2 of them go running down the hallway past you again.
As soon as he runs there, puts on his coat, he throws away like a napkin that's got like mustard and some shit on it. He's running down.
I mean, I'll follow them. We're on the top floor, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you're the very highest.
Did I see what floor Violet went to?
No, you know Violet left, but everyone divvied their jobs up on the top floor, so everyone else went downstairs.
Right, so I'm gonna head down because I assume she's down.
So you start making your way towards the stairs.
Yeah.
But as you're getting about to the end of the hallway here, that's probably when Violet comes up the stairs.
That's probably when Violet runs into you.
Yeah.
Roll me a. I'm gonna strength to not slow down.
Which one's got the toast in your mouth?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it!
I knock you down because I don't.
Okay, strength check from Violet. Natural 20. Nope. You
No.
onto her butt.
So it just really smashes into you and then falls down backwards. It's like, and like, are you holding Kay? Like, what's happened to Kay?
Okay, let me hold her. Would.
Kay's sitting on your shoulders, holding her. It's Kay. She's chill.
Yeah.
She's pretty passive.
I can imagine Kay would take one of the spots Queenie would, and probably either on my head or shoulder. Yeah.
Probably in the head. Always there.
Probably smash into you, fall to the ground. It's like, oh, sorry, so thank you so much, please.
Okay, bye. I gotta get back before the scribe gets angry.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, I think someone's giving birth. Good luck.
What? What? Why to me? Okay. Thank you. I'm just gonna go back down.
And split and go back.
Yeah, so where you are at that moment, you're in this hallway. For a brief moment, you look into the room to the south, where most of the people are, and you notice that all the YMCA people who are also working here are in this southern corner room. You move back up towards the scribe's hall, and when you get to the door, you realize that the caretaker's gone, and 3 of the 5 doctors are gone, and the other 2 officers are both, the doors are both closed and locked. And you realize you're in this hallway alone.
The scribe's gone too?
Well, the scribe is still in there, but the door is closed there. She doesn't know that you're out front of the room. I realize
Right, yeah.
Takes you a minute to realize there is currently no one watching you.
Why?
Because they left.
You know what I'm...
Violet's just starting to run down the stairs right now.
Okay. Farah was able to get a good enough glimpse of the actually no, she's already wearing a proper official coat by magic.
Yeah.
She's gonna approach one of the doors, ones that the doctors came out of. No,
Yep.
the one the caretaker went to. I assume that's at the end.
Yeah, the one at the very, very end is the caretaker's one.
Cool. I head up there. Is it locked?
Well, so Violet is do you want to say anything to Violet before she runs off?
No, I just said,
Okay,
look, here's
cool.
your lost property. And the whole, I think someone's giving birth.
Okay,
Cool.
just seeing if Violet's going to be a part of this or not. So you
Yep,
check the door.
that's what I want to know.
The door is locked,
Yeah?
because of course it is.
I don't have a lockpick.
Ooh, by locks.
Well, it's locked, so I'll try one of these doors.
Yeah, you try the other door, you open it, there's no one in there. Seems like this door isn't locked.
I find that curious. And then it dawns on me as I'm discussing with Quinny in my head. Oh, I probably should have told Violet. I'm gonna start running back to catch Violet.
You can just send a bird.
Yeah, I'll send Violet back as I head back to the scribes, or the, yeah. I'm moving
A bird flies into your hair, Violet.
I like, even though the bird's like on my head, I just look up.
Now I'm trying to think how we get your attention, because I can't actually speak to you through it.
Would you have just commanded the bird to get her back up here or something?
Yeah.
Alright, the bird is pulling you by the hair
Ow!
and pulling you back towards the stairs upstairs.
Ow! Ow! Just brushing, trying to brush the bird off, and then just ow! Okay.
Yeah, I'll at least try to meet her at the corner here.
But, she looks at the bird, points kind of back down, but I left crit.
It pulls the
Okay.
hair.
Okay. Stop, please, stop.
When you start moving upstairs, the bird immediately leaves you alone and follows you. If you ever try to go a different direction, it starts immediately pulling your hair again.
Yeah, she gets slightly distracted by someone running past her, and then immediately pull again. It's oh, okay.
It's okay. You're led back upstairs by the bird.
I'm waiting at the corner.
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Come a bit closer. This is, and I look around. I remember it's empty. I still, I walk closer as you come closer. So, we meet
Yeah.
there or something. We're meant to be keeping an eye on the caretaker, right?
Leans in. Yeah, yes,
Well,
but
Him and 3 others sort of ditched in a rush, and one. Did I catch the heading for the castle thing?
You didn't. You heard the caretaker say he had a business to attend to at the castle first.
Yeah. The caretaker seemed in quite a rush and said he had business to attend to at the castle.
the Royal Phantom Cup. Wow.
Like his voice was very. Would it be panicky? No, not panicky. Would it be? How would you describe his voice? Was it like, this is super urgent? Is it like, this is I'm running out of time, panicky, or?
It was very much a it's a urgent we have work to do. Go. It was very serious, quite lack of emotion, but very driven, serious.
Yeah. I'm not sure where the others are currently on the floors. I
know
figured you might know.
Jonas is in the base. We were in the basement. I don't think I remember seeing the rest. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, at least someone else in the party knows.
Wait. So what do you want me to do?
well, we're meant to keep an eye on him.
We can't just go, right?
Well, no, we can't, but at the very least, it might be better if the party just keeps a lookout, you know?
Should I send Kay?
I look at Kay and I just think, is Kay reliable enough for this?
Good question.
I'm just going to assume no, because she's managed to get lost in a dumbwaiter.
She's a gremlin. So maybe.
If you see the others, just pass it on to them subtly. I'm sure it's nothing. I feel like maybe we've got someone innocent here.
So what are you doing now, then? Why am
I
here?
feel like I'm going to go back in and stop someone from having a nervous breakdown.
Oh.
Did you send up any of those files?
Yes?
Yeah, there's only two of us sorting them. Me and the scribe.
Oh. That's, I mean, is it too late for me to, could I help? I don't know what I'm doing. They just kind of left me down here, down there. I was standing, it was awkward.
Was there any rules about changing where you want to work?
No one mentioned anything about it, but also no one asked.
Okay, well, come with me then. I'll say I got extra help.
But what about Crystal down basement?
Okay, go get Crystal, then come back up.
Should I give you K?
I trust you can find your way back.
Here's K.
Okay, well, we'll be in that room, and I sort of say, I literally point to which door we're in.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be in there, sorting files rapidly. If you come in, just say you're here to help. She won't question it. She'll probably just dump a bunch on the desk and tell you to sort it.
I'll have Kay just help you, basically.
Well, that'll mean less short rests. I assume at this point I'm probably out of the extra ravens or somewhere along the line I'll be out of them, so.
Okay. Kay can help just at least grab a few things. Just minor tasks, very minor.
Kay, can you follow instructions?
Kay shakes her head and says, Kay!
Okay, we got this. Don't get lost. And if you see the others, try to pass it on.
Will do.
Right, we'll be in that room.
I gotta go find. Runs away.
Yeah. Alright, so you head back into the room fire and help out.
Now with Kay.
As soon as you head back in, the woman turns and goes, "You've returned."
Yeah, and I go back. I go straight back to the desk I was working at.
Yeah.
And I sort of catch Kay up on how to work with this.
So Jonas,
That is me.
you were downstairs in the basement.
Yes.
You were moving around, doing jobs and everything, helping out in the kitchen. You head into the storeroom in the kitchen to grab something, and as you're coming out, something catches your eye.
Which is?
You turn to look, and you see Crystal. Without Violet, just wandering directly up to the door with the machinery, opening the door and walking in.
Shit! God bless her.
Hang on.
Right before she goes in,
okay.
the head turns and looks, and you see the edge of the slightest glint of orange on the edge of those eyes.
Oh, fuck, alright. Well, I didn't need a roll.
This was not how I expected this to go.
Oh,
You
really?
left her alone.
I know, it
Immediately
was
gone off
funny.
the rails.
It was funny.
I dip out of the kitchen. And I follow Crystal.
This might be too
So
soon.
Crystal's made her way through the door, and as you get to the doorway yourself, you look over and you watch Crystal walk up to this very large mechanism. You don't know how it works, but it's very impressive looking, because as in the way that complicated machinery is.
Sorry.
And you watch as Crystal walks directly up to it, like runs her hands along part of it, and then pulls out one of the files. Let me know when you're gonna step in and do something.
Oh, I will. What?
Pull-
So she's pulled a file out of the wall.
Yep, she pulls this huge section of 30 files sitting there, 20, 30 files. She reaches in, pulls one out, and is looking at it for a bit. And then she turns it over, or reaches it up to her chest but you can't see, and then just pulls seems crack the file directly onto her own chest.
Oh.
I would like to be directly behind her at this point.
Yeah, so
Like,
you enter the room.
Stealthed up.
Okay,
Oh,
what do you do?
That's
You just
messed
sneak up behind her?
Yes, I sneak up behind her.
Make a stealth check.
Her passive perception is 16.
I
It's
doubt I
plus
would have
6.
my armor on, so
You'd have a
Probably
chef's
not.
uniform.
don't have disadvantage. She probably sees.
You step through the doorway and almost immediately just actually, no, it's a stone floor. This is a clunk as the door closes behind you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, when that happens, she freezes. And like the hand kind of closes around the broken file. You watch as she turns her head and the eyes shift back to that red right as they catch the edge. Like you see the glint of orange and they shift back to red and she looks at you. She's like, "Hello, Jonas."
Hello? Where is Violet?
Violet has gone. She was looking for Kay.
Mm-hmm. Getting some mischief, did she?
Kay went in the dumbwaiter.
Dumbwaiter's not the only dumb thing here. What do you have in your hand?
Looks at the hand, opens it up.
Glass.
Broken glass.
What was in the broken glass?
Broken glass.
No, what was in the broken glass?
I don't know. It was broken.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
Okay, feel free to make a deception check for the robot.
I think you're being gaslit by
Oh.
a fucking robot.
I am being
Yeah.
gaslit by a fucking robot.
Absolutely being
Now, I
The thing
So-
is though, I know there was, like, she grabbed a file off the wall.
yeah.
You
So
want
it's
to
just a
do
matter
it.
of whether she believes
knows
it or
what
not.
it was before it was broken.
There aren't any secret hidden stats. It's just her stats.
Yeah.
Yeah, just roll it.
Okay, cool.
You don't get
So-
secret stats.
I
get
don't
secret
know if
stats.
there is.
Yeah, well, don't. No.
Because her Christmas thing too, so I was already like, oh, they're gonna fuck it up somehow. Christ!
You look into the stoic robotic face with that shows no expression, the two red eyes staring at you unblinking, as she's just like, "I don't know. It was broken when I got here." Knowing full damn well,
Yeah, that is a fucking lie.
yeah.
Do you understand what you are right next to?
This is machine.
I pointed the. You said there's like a wall of files, yes?
There's like a huge slot to like put files in. Where there's a massive number of them.
Do you know what they are?
Dust.
What?
Also water. Maybe fire. She looks at you. That dust is red. She points to a fire file. Would you like the glass?
He opens the hand towards you.
Just offers the handful of broken glass to you.
I would have liked you to have not broken the file.
I found it like this. And she starts
You
like
did
walking
not.
towards
I
it. Just
watched you break it.
she starts walking towards you as if to like walk past you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you stop her at all?
I am on guard.
Yeah. She just goes to like walk around you and like towards the door.
I put my arm out to like block the path, like the walking path of her, to stop her.
She looks down at your arm and is like, "Excuse me, I am trying to walk."
And I am trying to understand whether or not this was of your own volition or under the orders of Violet.
Violet is upstairs.
I'm aware she's upstairs. You said that already. You know what happens when you catch a liar out? They start repeating themselves.
I have a limited number of set phrases that I can speak. I am doing my best.
I don't believe that.
That's a phrase I gave her.
She's reprogramming herself.
There's like a long silent pause. I feel as you look at her and she's looking at you.
And you looked at me, and
I looked at you.
her. Mhm. Ah,
She looks at the glass again in her hand. Is like, "Are you sure you don't want the glass?"
Do you, buddy?
Take it as evidence.
this is not.
take it and get blamed.
The place you're doing this.
I have to go. And she starts like trying to walk out the door.
You mean she tries to walk out the door?
Yeah, she's just tries to like push past your arm because you're like blocking the way.
It doesn't work.
Excuse
I'm built
me.
like a fucking brick shit house.
Alright, well, strength checks.
Just occurred to me, if I was
athletics?
sprinting up and down
This
stairs.
via athletics.
Athletics?
She
Oh,
ain't beating
okay.
that.
Against the steel.
She might.
It was a
let's
plus
ju-
7 to that, so it'd be a 22.
Oh.
Violet, are your legs gonna survive sprinting up and
He
down
might.
stairs?
So you
Why?
you're a soldier. You know how to stop someone from moving, but she like grabs your arm, and you feel this like a buzzing energy, as it seems to like reverberate up your arm and make your arm like partially numb for a moment, and she like pushes past you. And she moves to the door, opens the door, and walks out. Then she turns, looks at you, and goes, "Goodbye," and pulls the door shut.
I want to decommission that robot.
You hear a crunk.
Is that supposed to be implied that she locked the fucking
Did
door?
did she just lock you in?
Do you try the door?
Yeah.
The door doesn't open.
Okay, cool.
No.
Hmm.
Oh
So,
my god.
did you say it was a stone door?
This door here is this is a stone floor. Most of the doors are wood. This door is reinforced wood.
Reinforced wood.
So it's wood with some like there's some bits of metal and parts of it are nailed in. Like yeah.
Okay. Oh, this incites war. Is it now? Okay. I'm
Oh, I
just
love
trying
my
to think
rolls.
how I get through this door.
Bang and pray for help.
You know that thing where like D&D games just know when you need those like rolls for like specific moments.
That was
It never
perfect.
works for my characters, but it works for the other ones. Christ.
So I think we'll give Jonas a moment to think about how he's going to get out of the situation.
Yeah.
Agnes,
Mhm.
you are running to find linens.
Yes.
You run down towards the storeroom to get linens. At the same time, you see this is when you like, get there and you're grabbing the stuff and you're coming out, and that's when you see Violet coming down the stairs with messed up hair. Um,
Down.
she's coming down from the top floor with a very muzzed up hair.
Oh, you're only
Oh,
a floor below
sorry,
me.
Violet. Sorry, I think for
Yes.
some reason I was thinking Crystal.
No, Violet.
No.
Doesn't have
You're
hair.
like, Violet, there's a woman giving birth. Do you want to see?
Ha,
Wanna help? You want...
I just I grab Agnes and I pull her just a bit away. Then so this Lenin's like, Farah has told me to looks around, make sure this is actually a good spot. This is a good spot.
You don't see anyone around right now. You hear a lot of commotion down the short-term staying area, as someone is. Well, you can hear the sounds of like multiple
Okay.
nurses and doctors working
Yeah.
together.
Yeah, so like I pull her like a bit to the side, like so Farah told me to tell you that caretaker is somewhere, not here. Took a lot of people with him, because we're meant to be thing. Trying to be as quiet as well, like as if you can. Just I don't know what Farah wants us to do. If we're doing something, or if we're just trying to keep. That I need to go. Chris, I don't know where. Bye.
Did you give me any information of that?
No.
You just said Farah said something and then left.
I said like Farah said like caretaker took people with him not here. I don't know if we're meant to do
Okay.
something.
You got part of the message.
Yeah, you basically got like
Okay,
75, maybe 80% of the
You got
message,
Chinese
but like
whispered.
yeah, you
No,
got
I-
that.
Yeah, no, sorry. I just missed you actually saying caretaker's not here. I just heard you say like Farah said that we should be looking because we're supposed to be looking for him.
I look
bye.
forward to where this Chinese whisper ends up.
Yeah, good. And then just she runs off.
Okay. What? Okay.
Yeah, what do you do with that information?
We're here on on a job, but also a woman is giving birth and kind of needs my help.
There are doctors.
There do be doctors.
Need is a strong word.
Support.
Thanks, Sydney. Okay. She'll go back to the pregnant woman's room at least to drop off the like stuff, the lens that she has.
Alright, so you make your way down there, you see everyone, you hand the linens off to one of the nurses who's there, and they head on in. What do you do after that?
They don't like say anything like, like, oh, like, good, now do this.
Preoccupied.
Like, yeah,
like you watch another student come running up with like a big like tub full of like warm water, and he's like hands it off, and one of them takes, and he's like wipes his head, and he's like, oh, wow, they're busy. And he like, turns and starts running back down the hallway.
She's like,
What are you doing?
okay. No, she will leave.
There is a moment of chaos where where you can do something. You can do anything you really want right now.
Yeah, that's one thing. Okay. Well, I don't think Agnes knows where his office is. Does she?
You do.
When he mentioned it, he said like, my office is down there at the end. Yeah. So he said where it is.
He told you on the tour.
Yeah. Okay. Because there's two places she's thinking about right now. Because for like, if he was gonna hide something, and if there was gonna be a place, like, number one, obviously the office. Especially since the last time we did this, literally all the evidence was in the office. But she also wants to go to the incurable ward, because that's the place where he's like, don't go in there. So if he's like going to be hiding anything, it's also going to be in the place where he's like, don't worry about that, it's fine, just don't go in there.
Well, they're both upstairs, so you head upstairs?
Yeah, I'll go upstairs anyway, because they're both up there.
Alright, so you start heading upstairs, and Violet you headed downstairs to find your robot Violet.
Hang on, what's on the Where is... Wait, which map is it? It's this one.
Yeah, you head upstairs from the second floor to the third floor. When you get up there, you start upstairs, and you watch coming out of the admin wing is two figures dressed in heavy leathers for like full body like heavy leather like outfits. There's like very large thick leather aprons, they got gloves on, these like coverings over their head. One of them's like pulling this like almost like a helmet mask thing over them.
Oh god.
A blacksmith?
Not quite. It is very like protective gear, you can see, and they're moving together. It's muffled, but you can hear them going, alright, it's almost time to feed them. You're geared up, yep, not missing anything, alright. And they move across, and one of them pulls out a large set of keys, and they unlock the very big door that separates this area from the protected ward, the incurable ward. And these two people dressed in like full leather like protective gear enter that area, then close the door behind them.
Okay. So like, okay, so...
They came from the right side, crossed through the middle section where you are now on your map, and then went through to the left. And like, there's a door off the left side that like they closed that door behind them.
And she probably, hang on, when this happened, she probably like at the staircase.
For those who are counting at home, that's 5 people who've now left that area, excluding the caretaker.
Mm-hmm.
How many doctors are there?
There are 5 officers.
Yeah.
Yeah, how big is this door?
It's a double door, like just a large double door. It seems to be very sturdy. This one's like actually made of metal. It seems to be reinforced. You see a very thick, like big lock on it.
How tall is it?
Probably about 7 or 8 feet tall.
So well above them.
Yeah, like they push it open, and it goes like about a foot above their head, 1.5 feet above their head.
Because, okay, my plan is, I don't know if this would be able to work, or like if it would be like, if like the door would stay open long enough for this, but my plan is to essentially cast Spider Climb, and then go on the wall, and like Spider-Man along the wall above them, and like go through the door as they're going through it.
So you're gonna just sit on the roof and wait for them to come back out?
Ooh, that could work.
I mean, like, cause they went in there. You don't know how
Yeah,
long they're gonna be in there for, because
yeah,
they
exactly.
both walked in.
Yeah, exactly. Because my plan was to like do it as they're walking through as well. But I'm assuming that I don't have enough time. I'm assuming they're like open it,
No.
walk through, and then immediately close it.
Yeah, they close it behind them, and you
Um,
do hear the sound of a lock click behind them. It seems like they're very secure, making sure this area, whatever's in this side, it's not going to be like getting out by mistake.
Okay. I have no idea how long they're gonna be. I think she will do that. She'll cast Spider Climb, and then be like at basically like on the where the roof of the door, and she'll sit there for I guess an hour, because that's as long as you can.
So you sit on the roof and you start waiting.
And wait.
Violet, you're heading downstairs.
Yes.
And wait. No, it's fine. Okay, carry on.
Okay. Violet, you're heading downstairs when Crystal. You get to down to the first floor, and that's when Crystal starts coming up. And Crystal sees you come up the stairs and goes, "Oh, I was looking for you."
Sorry, I had to run off. I found Kate. She's on the third floor. Third floor. Yeah, top floor. Third floor. Farah has it. I sort of like go like a little bit closer. And start like trying to head back down. Like I just need to like find Jonas real quick. He's the only one I haven't spoke to yet.
We don't need to worry about Judas. He is busy. Judas.
Wrong person.
Jonas. We don't need to worry about Jonas. He is busy.
Judas is busy actually.
Too many fucking names.
There are literally like 3 parties worth of names.
Jonas is watching milk. Did you know a baby is being born?
I haven't been told actually. Wait, what? No, I'm not gonna pay attention to that. Actually, thank you. Agnes told me that. So, like, what? He's watching. What?
Jonas is helping in the kitchens.
Okay, that means I can just go straight to him quickly and then just.
I believe he is busy. We should not disturb him. He's getting milk.
He was
Not
watching
coming back.
You want to get milk and he'll come back, right? I want to make an insight check.
How much do you trust Crystal?
Shit, you're inside check?
More recently, it's been 50-50.
Alright, go ahead.
Don't worry, it's not a high number, and Violet rolls low.
And then roll the opposite deception check.
This
Please
is a new form of lying to yourself.
Please no!
She says it with such conviction that you
that
question?
Yeah.
Can I burn the inspiration I earned to make Crystal
No.
re-roll that?
Just because it's me, no.
It's also a rule
this-
that we
this is fun.
established.
Yeah.
So you said that, and then Crystal looks at you and is like, "It's okay. I'll let him know. He can meet us upstairs."
Okay. In that case, third floor. That was the one. I think there's a room that I just like sort of described like the sort of room that Farah was in.
I'll be right
that one?
there.
Okay. Do I need to write something down for you?
I can let him know.
It's fine. I'm gonna run back upstairs.
You're upstairs. The camera's on Crystal, who looks downstairs for a moment, looks back upstairs, just stands there for like 30 seconds, and then just starts walking upstairs.
So, did Violet skip leg day? This is a lot of flights of stairs, God.
Yeah, you've gone up and down about 7 flights of stairs now.
She's got
Now I'm
plus.
running.
She's got a +1 to strength, a +2 to dex, and a +2 to con, so she's pretty alright.
You do pass like several like a doctor and a nurse and stuff, but like when you do, there's other people running around that no one seems like they don't seem to notice at the moment.
Good. Because I'm like slightly half panicking, but also like being like, what are we doing?
You're not the only person who's half panicking. You see another one of the kids who's just like, "There's a baby!"
Yes,
And he's just,
yes,
like,
exactly.
hyperventilating into a bag.
It's
That's
alright,
what I'm panicking.
This is fully panicking, locked behind
Yeah,
the
look,
door.
it's fine. Look, Crystal will go get Jonas, and then we'll all meet up together, and we'll do something cool, like for that final bit, like as a team.
Yeah.
That's
Murdering
pretty-
your robot.
Violet goes upstairs to the top,
Yeah.
where Agnes, you see Violet come upstairs. You're on the roof, Agnes.
My dice has betrayed me.
Do you stay on the roof and let Violet go without you?
So like she's turning around and going the other way.
I'm
Yeah,
going
so
to the office area, which I didn't describe to you where it was.
Yeah, sure.
But at any point, you could choose to go with them instead of waiting. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. She'll at least call out and be like, "Hey, Violet," to like,
He's like,
you know, give her attention.
turns around, like confused as to like where it is until realizing there's actually a verticality to the sound.
Yep.
Yeah. Violet, up here.
What? Oh, what?
Some
And then
guys
so I
went-
saw,
Some guys went through this door.
and then I realized like what door she's actually above. I was like, points towards the room that she's gonna go to. Run.
Crystal comes upstairs from about 30 seconds later, looks around, looks up and sees you, waves, and then just walks off to the direction Violet went.
She'll wave back,
Jonas.
and then she waves back, and then like puts like a finger to her mouth, like shh. As in,
She
like,
goes shh,
I'm
back to
speaking.
you.
Oh,
thumbs
she's
up.
cute. She's great.
Aw.
Except for the fistful of glass she's still carrying.
Oh god.
Jonas,
Yo,
have you figured out what you were going to do?
I have two options that I see.
Mhm.
One of which is busting this door down.
Mhm.
But I also have a horn,
Yes.
Oh.
so I'm weighing my options. Because Jonas at this point is fuming.
Yeah, I think.
He wants to turn this robot off.
Oh.
So I'm gonna go with bust the. He's gonna fucking summon his great sword, and he's fucking gonna whack the door.
So is your idea to try and knock the door open or to break the door?
I just want out. I don't care what comes first.
Okay, basically, do you want to make this a strength check, try and burst the door, or an attack roll to try and break the door down?
An attack roll to break the door down.
Alright, roll attack. I have to look at the stats of a reinforced door now.
Imagine if it's wood.
Yeah, that
Mm.
they definitely hits, because I think the AC of a door is like 12.
And like
I
reinforced maybe
I
15,
should've-
16.
Can I? Oh, I jumped the gun a little bit. Can I booming blade?
Yeah, sure,
Yeah.
go for it.
Is your
Okay, the AC of wood or bone structures is 15, so you definitely hit.
as you
Even if it's reinforced, would it be a couple ACs higher?
That would just
So,
be
like,
probably a 16
like-
or a 17, which still hits.
as
I don't
To
think the
hit
door's
hard
gonna
enough to do
move.
damage.
as you bring the blade up to sling down, you just have this like rotational energy, like a Rasengan around your blade as you bring it down, and cause a loud boom to hit when you strike the door. Roll damage.
Oh,
Yep.
people are gonna hear that.
Yeah. So it takes that and also that.
How loud's the machine?
Either he breaks the door down, or he makes noise so people come see what happens and open the door for him.
Does it have a thing for how loud it is? Some spells do. This one does not.
I don't think that one does.
So you bring the sword up and you're like, basically, fuck this door.
Uh-huh.
And you bring the sword down, you hit the door. There is like a thunderous crash as you slam into the door. The door breaks, not completely initially. When you hit the door, you watch it like bend outwards and like splinter parts of it. And when you pull the sword back out, like leaving a gash in the door, you notice there is a beam across the other side of the door that's like holding it shut. But you've smashed that, so you're able to push the door open.
I pushed the door open. I'm happy with myself with my precision that I didn't obliterate the entire door.
You don't know. You rolled 5 hit points too low to smash the door entirely, but you also rolled 2 hit points high enough to break the guard, like the beam
Yeah.
holding it shut.
Fuck that
Sweet.
door.
Alright, I go looking for Crystal.
With the sword?
Alright.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm fucking sick of these games.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So where do you
This
what's
is not the
happening
time or
upstairs?
place for it, but it's fucking happening.
You don't know where Crystal is. This is the big. What do you search first?
She said Violet was upstairs. I'm gonna go look for Violet because she's probably cowering behind her.
Alright.
Not entirely wrong.
So you start heading upstairs.
Yep.
What's everyone else doing then, as Jonas comes up the stairs?
Not at,
Fine.
not at the same time,
I
but like yeah, he's going upstairs. Actually, we should cut to Anaya real quick.
Leap to the third
Yeah.
floor.
You think it's time for an
I think it's time to jump to Anaya. You're sleeping. You're having a nap. You were up all day. We can jump back now, I reckon. Yeah, jump back to the group.
It's about. At this point, it's about 2 o'clock
Yeah.
in the afternoon. You guys got down here at about 12. So yeah, what is everyone currently doing? Because Agnes, you're on the ceiling still. Farah and Violet, and Crystal are now in the down near the scribe's room.
I mean, if Jonas comes upstairs to the third floor, she'll again call out him like the same way she did Violet.
By the time that Jonas comes upstairs, your choice to go through the other door would be done by now, so you have to make that choice now.
Sorry?
So a few minutes, like after a little bit before Jonas comes upstairs, the doors open again.
Oh, okay, she would have gone through the door then.
All right. So the doors open. You see those 2 doctors. You wait a moment as they like pass through,
She'd be gone.
and then you slip along the ceiling to the inside of it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So I guess the idea is to like to do it at the same time. So like as they're crossing through the door, she like goes under.
Yeah, I assume that's the case.
So that so like they're doing it at the same time.
Cool. So you slip into the room as they step out. They don't seem to have very good vision in their gears. It seems to block almost most things. You do notice from how close you are now that there's like scratch marks on their like the arms and like chest of their like armor of the clothing they're wearing.
Okay.
When they step out, you slide in. You're in the room. In this large like corridor that heads up. 2 rooms to the south. Then there's a loud clunk and then chunk as a very heavy lock is like reset on this large door.
It now occurs to Agnes that she has not thought of a plan for getting out.
Yeah.
I was wondering about that.
I'm sure there's a wall you can
You don't have
break.
gaseous form?
Yeah, no.
Tisk.
Also don't have friends, which I feel like I should have. just-
How?
I mean, for this situation, and also just conceptually, but it's fine. I changed a different cantrip, so whatever. Okay. I guess she will still like doing like the wall crawling. On
Yep.
like the ceiling. She'll actually well these will be closed. She can she like go to like where the doorknob or like of this door is and like see if it does open?
So each of the doors is numbered. AJ, you know the numbers. So what would this first room be?
This is 301. I made a misconception before. The ones in the short term are also like 10 something. They're not both 20, just for confusion. Short
Oh,
term.
yeah, I got no.
But this one is
I
301.
guess that was the situation.
So there's like 301, next was 302. You notice the doors here are metal. You try the door handle, and it's a curved, like a strangely curved knob, which when you turn it, it's locked.
Okay. Actually, does
There is a
this
small
have a window?
slit.
Yeah.
There is no open like window, but there's a small slit that you can like lift up or like look through if you wanted to.
Okay. Yeah, that works. She'll like crack that open.
So you
Try
open
and
it
get
up, and you look in. This room is empty.
So yeah, so like she can see clearly in the room. It's just that it's empty.
Yeah. So you look through the room. It just seems like an empty room.
Yeah. Okay.
You notice there's like just very basic stuff, similar to the rooms in the bottom area, except like there's a lot less in terms of furniture, and everything seems to be like the walls seem to have this like material over them, and the bed is like a lot more plain. Like it's basically almost flush with the floor. No like frames or anything like that.
Okay. But she'll go to the next door.
You move to the next
Like,
one. Which,
she'll basically go along, try the handle. I'm assuming they're all locked, but yeah, she'll
Yep.
try the handle. If it doesn't work, open the thing to see what's inside.
yep, the same one you look through is also empty. Those 2 rooms seem to be empty. I'm assuming you turn the corner into the large hallway of many rooms.
Yeah, she'll start on the left, go down, and then come back on the right to come up.
Okay.
is basically your plan. So like
Uh,
the left ones get the right or the right one.
as you go up, about 80% of them, actually 75% of them are unoccupied in total. Mainly, it seems to be. This is like for preventative stuff, like in case someone needs to go there, if they're ready. You see a couple people. A lot of them are just bound, like not bound, but like lying, staring at the ceiling, sort of deal. Very out of there, not really recognizing anything.
Like the first one you see, you open the door, you open the slit, you look in, and there's like a human man, and he's like basically sitting on the bed, just like staring at the wall. His arms like crossed him in front of his chest, his mouth open, just a little bit of drool leaking down the side of his face.
Okay, wait. The first one, wherever that is, whatever the first door that like has a person.
Yeah,
in
where you
it,
are, probably.
Can she like point her finger through the slit, the slit, and cast the message,
Yeah.
saying basically like don't worry, I'm a friend. Are you okay?
They're like,
They're like,
and then you say that, and like, and like they turn and start like twisting and like looking around, like startled in the room, and they like start lashing out at like the nothing around them.
okay. Assuming they don't respond, she'll send another one, being like, "It's okay, calm down, it's all right, it's okay."
It just starts it off again.
She just sends various messages, being like there's I'm not in the room. It's okay. I'm here to help.
At some point after like the third or fourth message, they just like put their arms over their head and just like tuck themselves like against the bed.
And, like start
Probably used to that. Though.
start crying, sort of deal. Rocking.
She'll like say the same thing, but like in like not with that message. Like she'll just say it herself through the door.
When you say it out loud at the door, they like whip up and look towards the door, and then like they charge the door.
Okay, she pulls her face a bit back from the door, but
Yeah,
still,
they full bodily just
still-
slam into the door.
yeah, still trying to calm them. Like, it's okay, calm down, it's all right, I'm not here to hurt you.
As soon as you
Okay.
back away, you have to hold the slit, like the slit open. When you back off, they like clang shut, and you just hear like a bang, bang.
Oh, she's
Bang.
still like holding the slit open, but it's like an kind of like an arm's reach, like just like her face is like back, so it's not right up against the door.
As you hold the
Yes.
slit,
But she's still like close enough to be like and holding the slit open.
they start like charging the door, and if you're keeping the thing up, they start like reaching towards your hand to grab and pull you.
It's like the slits are there, they can't get, they basically like reach fingers through the gap, but like they're trying to like, they're reaching up and trying to grab at you, and they're like shoulder banging into the door and just going like, as they like keep slamming into the door.
Okay. She's going to cast Nathan's Mischief inside the room.
What, okay.
And we are just just hold it there and hope we get a 1. Or until we get a 1.
Alright.
This is just from my search. Nothing happens, so we're dangerously close. Okay, that's molasses.
So you cast it,
Just being
and
like, and also just like, I'm sorry. Hopefully this will calm you down eventually.
they like swing around, looking around themselves. There's like molasses appearing in the air. Make a perception check.
Okay. Perception.
That's high enough where you hear the sound of that very heavy metal door opening very quickly back the way you came.
Okay. Have I found enough concentration of Finder's Climb to still be up?
It's been less than an hour, so if by the time
Okay.
lasts an hour, it's still going.
Also, isn't this
Okay.
a concentration spell?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Mischief?
No,
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, she. So she would
Never
have had to
mind.
drop it anyway for. No, okay, yeah. So she would have had to
Game
drop it for
mechanics.
Finder's Climb. Shit. Okay. Drop Nathan's Mischief, put back on Spider Climb, and hide on the ceiling. Oh shit.
You start running up the wall to try and get to
Oh,
the ceiling.
no.
As you see one of the two doctors you saw before turn the corner, like pulling on those heavy leathers. Like they haven't got the helmet on, they've got like They've thrown this like heavy leather apron on. They're pulling on like these large like gloves and this one boot. Make a stealth check.
Disadvantage.
With disadvantage as you suddenly double in size.
Which is only normal height, to be fair.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
to be fair, that is our person's height.
Yeah, but she
Well,
isn't that size
she's
of
not
person.
used to
But
being that.
Yeah, I'm not used to my limbs being this long. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That was Carl.
Uh-oh.
You climb the wall, and as you like look down the hallway, you see the doctor turn this corner. He looks at the banging door, and then he looks up and sees you on the ceiling.
She just gives an awkward wave, like because he clearly sees her now, just like,
How did you get in here?
through the door.
Get down here! And you see as another doctor dressed in leathers, like, starts approaching, he's like, calm him down.
I'm sorry, what did he say?
To calm him down. That other doctor like runs up to the door where he's going, and you see him cast a spell as well into the room, and immediately like the banging stops.
Okay, I thought he said carve, and I was worried that was to me.
So the one doctor who's got you starts dragging you out. He like takes you by the arms and pulling
I'm
you
on the
out into the
ceiling.
main area.
He told you.
Oh, he's like, come down here.
She will. I mean, she will oblige.
Yeah, he takes you by the arm and starts trying to like lead you out of the area a little aggressively. It's like that you've done a bad thing and I'm getting you out of this area now.
There was very much a reason why the caretaker told your group that you shouldn't come into this section. These people are sick, they do not understand, and they're prone to attacking.
I mean, they're safe behind the door. I can talk to them. Then they can't hurt me.
There's no point in aggravating them.
But I wasn't trying to aggravate them.
Exactly. They don't handle people well.
Well, maybe they should get used to people more.
They've tried. This is a last resort section.
But, I mean, if you just keep trying, it should work eventually.
He like stops pulling you and turns to face you, and there's like a sadness in his eyes. There's like, sometimes life isn't like that.
She doesn't, like, say anything.
What are the thoughts on Agnes's mind right now?
Man, being caught sucks.
Yeah, like what is Agnes thinking at the moment? Like, what are your surface thoughts?
Just, I guess, yeah, confused. I guess, like, yeah, confused at, like, why those people are like that. Confused at why, like, they, like, why either helping them doesn't work or why they're not trying to help them. And just, like, keeping them locked away.
Okay.
Trying to think,
So the doctor is looking at you like he's looking like
trying to think,
exasperated.
trying to think like how she can help them.
He's like face to face, looking exasperated and like tired, but also like annoyed that like you broke the rules. And like he looks up, and you can assume the other doctor is like behind you. You hear the clang of the big heavy door locking. Then I want you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
Get fucked, kid.
Can I roll with advantage for Tides of Chaos?
Yeah, if you want.
Good.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
It's not gonna end well.
That's
Oh,
Neither
not
is
right.
that.
So you're sitting there, you're like, you know, this is a thing. Like, you know, it's really sad. You really wish you could help these people. And then you feel like kind of a scraping feeling in the back of your mind.
Oh. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club.
And as like you're like, you see the doctor's like speaking to you.
Wait, I don't suppose I can also burn the inspiration you gave us at the beginning to roll again. For
That would
a third
only
time.
give you advantage.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so, yeah, like, doing that and the Tides of Chaos, like, that doesn't
No.
give me an extra one. Just
No.
checking.
As like this like sharp like screech pain is happening, you see the doctors are talking to you. You can't understand it. And then eventually, as the pain subsides, you start hearing them again, and they're like, "Well, we don't need any more help in the admin section. I believe there were people needing help downstairs. There's a baby being born."
Yeah, I was helping with that. Before I, you know, and she, like, rubs the back of her head, like, bashfully, you know, like anime characters do.
Can you make me, So yeah, basically, you hear the scratching sound that Firehead, he says this to you, and you're thinking at the moment, you came up here to have a look around and see this, you really wanted to look down that area and see what's going on down there, but this doctor came and just told you that down there, he explained the situation, and that you really shouldn't go down there because it's dangerous, and now maybe you should go downstairs and help out. As
Okay.
you do not remember going into there.
Okay. Okay.
To your own mind,
Yeah,
for your mind, what happened is you were on the roof, they saw you and were like, listen, don't do that,
Yes.
bad girl.
Yes, the idea is that they saw me on the roof.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And then she goes downstairs to continue helping with the baby.
And try
So
not
to
to
everyone
get
else-
and don't get footprints on the ceiling. It's difficult to clean.
I'm sorry. I can clean them if there are any.
It's okay. Start going down to help out, a little chastised. The two doctors look at each other, and then we cut across to everyone else. So Jonas, when you came up here, there was no one in this area, and you headed into the. I'm assuming you went upstairs. How long did you spend checking each of the floors? Because upstairs is all 3 floors to you.
Can't imagine that I'm too far behind her.
Well, it's the fact that she went in there and then spent a few minutes in that area. You came up here about a couple minutes after she already went through there.
Yeah, it's like
So this is back in time again a bit.
it's like how slow are you being? Are you going all the way up and then searching and then going down and then searching each floor, or are you going floor by floor as you're ascending?
Did she say she was specifically on the 3rd floor?
Just said she was upstairs.
Just said she was upstairs. Guess I'll be going floor by floor.
Okay. So it takes you some time.
I'm just imagining Jonas like slowly stalking her, like searching every room with an axe, like he's fucking.
There have
Oh,
been
it's a great sword.
there have been like as you're like approaching up the stairs with your greatsword and like either dragging slowly behind you or like in the air. There are guards on each floor that make sure that a person can be there, and they're like,
I assume they're quite familiar with
Yeah.
me being there.
and
Yes,
they're
you were the
just
one
like,
person who might be able to get away with this.
and they're like, Uranus, why do you have a sword?
As I'm about to decommission a robot, have you seen it come by this way?
Yeah, went up, just point upstairs. Other people, let me check. You know these people. They're like, yeah, went upstairs. And they do it again next floor, like, yeah, upstairs. And you get pointed to the 3rd floor.
Yeah, sweet. I follow the directions.
There's no guards on the 3rd floor, because...
Oh, there is
floors.
now.
Yeah, you come through here, you make your way to the admin side of the room, and when you reach it, you know it's on the right-hand side somewhere. Where do you search first?
What do I know that's up here again?
So there's this filing area to the bottom, or there's that scribes area to the top left. There's 5 doctors, a head doctor's office, and there's the caretaker's office.
I'm gonna get the map up just in case.
Oh yeah, roll in here.
Yeah, check the caretaker's office first because I know that they're here to search him out.
You make your way all the way down there, and you check it, and the door is locked.
We're just doing our job.
Is it just a normal door or does it have a glass screen in the door?
It's just a normal wooden door. It is fancily carved and looks very nice, but it's just a normal wooden door.
If that's locked, that means they're probably not in there. I search the next one.
Right, The room to the left is unlocked. You open up, it's just a head doctor's office. There's some filing and stuff, but not a lot that interests. No robots for you to decommission.
Is he like? Jonas,
one.
I just need to ask: are you like
Yep.
trying to open these loudly?
I mean, it's a door. Can only make as much
Yeah, but,
sound as
like,
the. I'm not like
you're-
slamming it open. I'm just open.
And you're not
no,
scraping
like,
a
go.
sword behind you. You're just
I ask
moving.
in the sense that you're clearly on a mission here, so are you
Yes.
like aggressively?
I am
opening-
with intent.
I was going to ask if that would allow for a perception to overhear, like, footsteps in a aggressive sense.
You might be the caretaker for all you know.
Yeah, still,
Might be made.
I mean, I'm trying to hear out for the caretaker, am I not? So,
No, that's what I'm getting at. You would be on edge in case the caretaker were to come back.
so I'm asking the DMs if we're able to do a perception.
Yeah,
check.
absolutely.
Okay.
I would like to learn the spell locate fucking robot.
Locate object, technically.
Just gonna say, is that locate creature or locate object?
Okay, yeah.
You hear
One sec.
footsteps.
Okay. So nothing to be alarmed at.
Give me
Exactly.
2 seconds, Sean.
Yeah.
When I hear like footsteps, I guess I'll. How much time has passed? You said about 2 hours.
Yeah.
I'll tell Queenie to take a break and just sort of sit outside the door. After a while, not directly, but like, yeah, I'll sort of go over, open the door and sort of let Queenie sit out there. Keep an eye out.
Oh,
'Cause-
whack! Sorry, Queenie. You're in the way.
To be fair, Queenie is within 100 meters here, so I assume I can do this.
As you open the door, you see Queen. You see as Jonas is there going into like the next doctor's office, which as you go in, you see this doctor is with another doctor. They're both wearing like very like hide and leather bottoms, and one of them's like got half of this shirt still on, and the other one's like helping him tie it off, like take
The
it
Aussie
off.
scrubs.
Yeah, he's helping him take it off. And he's like, "Do you mind?"
No, and I close the door and I go to the next one.
I guess at
There,
this
there
point,
is not enough distraction in this place to warrant him not being mad anymore.
You know what? If I see Jonas out there when I'm doing this, I'll just sort of step out. Keep an eye out, Violet. Keep working. And
Huh?
yeah, I just step out, closing it behind me, looking up the hall, and putting Queenie on my shoulder. I'm just gonna look at Jonas for a bit. I want to see what he's doing.
See as he's systematically going through the door, opening it, see if there's anything, closing it behind him, and walking down south. As you both meet eyes as he's down to here after clearing out two other empty rooms to the ones that he's done.
Is there a reason you have your weapon out?
Do you know where Crystal is?
Insight.
He's lying.
I want to see if I can discern his reason,
He doesn't want to know Kristen.
whether he's trying to kill Crystal.
Okay, so I specifically asked for the robot by name. I have my weapon drawn, and I look pissed. Take from that as you will.
Why?
I'm probably gonna fucking decommission it.
Why? Oh, what'd she do?
Well, first I have to ask Violet a question, and depending on that answer will depend on what I do.
Well, if I'm being honest, I think they might have been back down in the basement last I checked.
That's where I was. They are not in the basement.
Are you sure?
Insight check.
Deception?
Oh.
Yeah.
What? What?
Double nat 20s, Farah wins though.
What the hell?
With the straightest faced Farah can muster, she's like, "I think they're downstairs." And
Or does this for a living?
Jonas, you
But they're not downstairs, because I was downstairs.
So this is your
Yeah.
friend,
And
Jonas.
I just came from there.
Why is everybody lying to me today?
Okay,
See,
look,
this is how you build a bad character.
We
Yes,
haven't even
it
gotten
is,
to the
Like,
good
evil
parts.
character.
Look, Jonas, I will come down a floor. I'll help you look for them, but I also just want to get back to helping file things as soon as I can. Is that Will that help you? Will that solve your mind? Put you at ease?
Bamf the weapon away. And I go down a flight of stairs.
So you start walking off.
He didn't answer me.
Yep.
Okay. I'll follow him.
Because the words you choose are. If you said any other floor, yeah, cool. But you said the basement. I was in the basement. I was locked in the fucking basement.
And
I was
to
in
my
the basement for a long time.
So
knowledge, she
Farah
was-
and Jonas are
that
starting
hurt.
to head down.
I guess so.
Crystal turns to Violet and she's like, "Everyone is distracted. Should we be looking around?" And the scribe in the room is like, "Look at the books. There are so many."
I feel bad, but maybe. I mean, this sort of turns to the scribe. He's probably having a meltdown.
She's just it's like an emotional roller coaster. First, she's like, "I have no help today. My life is horrible. I have help. My help is leaving. My help's come back. My help left again. My help brought friends. The friends have left. Everyone's leaving again."
Oh, maybe two of them are still in there.
This poor, the poor scribe.
Oh, there's two sets of stairs, technically, isn't there?
There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so to my knowledge, Crystal could come up as I went down. We wouldn't know.
You do know.
We would know though. I guess we should. I then moved towards the door and I was just like open it, like, Farah, where should we start?
They've already swapped off.
No.
So you open the door to
Farah?
look out, and you see the other two doctors, like the other two head doctors, rushing past, heading down again, quickly pulling on the leathers, as they both rush out of sight, leaving you in this empty corridor. This is when Agnes triggered the alarm that drew them over there.
That makes sense.
In that case, I just sort of seeing them rush down, being told that like a lot of the other ones have gone with the caretaker. To my assumption, that means that there's probably not anyone really left. So I'm gonna go up to
Yep, you
the
make your way up.
caretaker's office
Okay.
with the three of us, and this is gonna be a bad decision.
You approach the door. The door is locked.
As you leave, he's like, no, please.
Again, everyone's leaving me.
I'm sorry if I need Kate. I'll bring her back. I promise.
3 birds go.
They all shake their heads very disapprovingly at the three of you leave.
No, I don't like that. I don't like the group disapproval. That makes me feel bad.
I mean, I took original with me.
That's for you, Sam.
Jonas,
He,
the brothers.
Yes.
that he felt I was telling the truth.
No, you have no reason to lie. But what you said was wrong.
What are you doing, Kay?
I think first things first, to avoid what happened at the school, I am going to take out a wand. I'm going to use the wand of magic detection to cast detect magic. Just so I can see is the door magically like.
Can detect magic see through surfaces?
I'll double check on that. I don't have the spell actually equipped into my character sheet. I should probably have done that. 2 seconds.
Light up things in the area.
Yeah.
So, like,
It says magic you can see.
Yeah,
So,
it
like,
might be
it-
like a foot of wood or an inch of stone.
I mean, anyone know
or
what
a
the
sheet
door
of
is
lead.
like?
Yep. Okay.
As
1 foot of stone, an inch of metal, a sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt. So you do this, and the other side of the room starts to vibrantly glow in intense levels of magic.
What kind?
All of them.
So many different kinds.
The door itself.
Every school of magic.
The door itself has
Including
abjuration
the
on
two
it.
illegal ones.
The door itself has abjuration, but you can detect multiple layers of enchantments, divinations, abjurations. Like there is like multiple layer upon layer upon layer of spells in that room.
Very quickly, I want to like try to run down and just like try call out for Farah if Farah is still around on this floor.
As you run down, you call out for Farah as you see these two elderly doctors, one kneeling down to like match Agnes's level, scolding her, and the other one like looking at the boat, looking at the scene in front of him.
Make a perception check as well while you see this.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Violet, make a perception check.
Yeah, I'm good with those. Oh my Christ!
The moment you watch the one
the
basically
update.
pull, you watch them like pull Agnes out of the room by the arm. He kneels down, he's talking to her, you hear the things he says. The other one walks up behind her and puts his hand out like flat behind her head.
What?
And he's like, his hands up like above your head and holding it out.
Like he's
And
about to slap me?
no, like
Like,
he's
is
just
that what it looks
holding,
like?
he's just holding his hand like above your head where you couldn't
Oh,
see
sorry.
it.
Yep, sorry. I
And
see.
then you see him like incant some magic, like some somatic components in the air, and then you watch Agnes's eyes glaze over.
Can
That's the
I make
other
an
one he's talking
Arcana
to?
check to see if what kind of spell they might be casting, if it has
Yep.
any recollection?
You know what kind of spell they're casting.
Oh
Yeah, you
boy, oh
can
boy,
make
do
an
I
Arcana.
know.
Okay.
But I want to
Okay,
see if
that's
Violet
fine.
knows.
So, alright, I was seen by the party, and obviously my story is not going to corroborate with theirs. This is fine.
Given the effects, you can tell that they're rewriting part of her memory.
Does it look like they're like on the tail end of doing it, or like halfway?
They're partway through, but you know, like the two of them haven't noticed you. That's because they're doing this. Like if the other doctor isn't in the middle of casting, he would be able to clearly see you right now.
Would
But
I know over 25 if I were to interrupt it? Would something happen?
No, it wouldn't change anything for her.
I don't know.
What you know is that at the moment, these two doctors are distracted, while one of them is sitting there waiting for the spell to be finished, while the other one is currently rewriting Agnes's memories.
Fuck. With that knowledge, I'm basically,
You also know that is definitely illegal magic.
Oh, 100% legal magic. The problem is though, is I can't just casually leave because they're in front of the stairs.
What kind of doctors
so-
does he hire?
Yeah, this is very fucked.
They have a PhD in. No, that's not what you remember.
Yeah, they're in front of the stairs, right?
Yeah, they're in front of the stairs. Crystal's
I
still
can't go
standing
down.
at the other end of the room waiting by the caretaker's door.
So we're almost caught up to timeline.
Shit. In that case, I am going to run back.
Mhm.
Actually, no, I'm gonna walk back. I'm gonna be light until I get to a far enough distance where I think running won't cause any sound.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to take out any paper I have. I'm going to basically describe. I write down what I saw, give it to Kay, and I'm going to tell her to wait in the room with the scribe until either Farah, Jonas, or Farah or Jonas, I think are the two, and give them that. That is her command.
She goes, "Hey!" and flies into the room with the
You
scribe.
should give it to Crystal to deliver.
No.
Crystal looks at you and Crystal's like, "Should I go with her?"
I may need you here. We might be in big trouble. And I'm gonna take out my lovely thieves tools, which can turn to any kind of tools, and fucking shakily go to pick this lock.
Roll
Crystal's
it.
going to help you.
Wait, that's the. Okay.
Yeah, like she grabs your hands to stabilize it. They are no longer filled with glass shards, so it doesn't like
Wait, which-
do anything.
Which
Where did she
door
get rid of the
are you trying to
glass?
Whenever she wanted to, it was a fucking scribe room that no one was paying attention in.
And I'll say, where'd she get rid of it? Definitely into the scribe's paperwork
Yeah.
somewhere.
That's horrible!
unlock? Yeah. Wait, which door are you currently trying to unlock?
The caretaker's
The
office.
Big one.
The caretaker's
Okay.
door.
Right.
Yeah.
Roll a.
I'm scared.
Roll a thieves tools.
Thieves'
check.
tools flat.
With
Thieves' tools
advantage.
advantage.
I actually have a question for Jonas once we're on the second
Oh my
floor.
god.
You,
That's just
you,
one.
your hands are shaking. You feel Crystal like hand on your back, and then another hand like on your arm, and she stabilizes you, and you go to work. It's a very complex lock, and you're feeling with it, and you're like, this isn't what you do. You're not specialized in thieves' tools. Ironically, your proficiency though. You're working with them.
I pick locks at home, not here.
You're listening out, and you start hearing the sounds of footsteps down the end of the hallway when it unlocks.
Are they at the end of the hall and can see me?
You look over your shoulder, you can't see them yet.
I immediately like get in the room and pull Crystal
Yep,
into me.
Crystal comes in, she pulls the door shut behind. The door goes,
And as
Click
you,
shut.
Does it lock?
if you
does
want
not
to,
lock on the inside.
Can I lock it on this side or no?
Yeah,
Is it a key?
You just turn a little latch and you lock it.
And as
You hear the footsteps. You hear another door open. Off to the side.
as you do, as you after this
Sigh of
like
relief.
sigh of relief, as you look around the room, we'll jump to the conversation as the other two make their way down to the second floor.
Listen, Farah.
Jonas,
Yeah.
I do have one question that might be related to why you're searching, actually.
Mm,
And well, do you look back at me when I say this?
I assume you're next to me.
Yeah, so I saw a look at you with that exact same glow that Crystal's eyes have. As in,
Yeah.
when they change to the
Yeah.
The
I assume
orange?
you cast like prestidigitation or something.
thaumaturgy.
Thaumaturgy, that's it.
Is this exactly what you see?
Yes. But it's not just that now.
So there's more?
She locked me in the engine room in the basement.
She what?
She locked me in the engine room in the basement after pulling a file out of a wall, like, you know, like the file text stuff, and crushing it in her chest. It's chest. It's not a her. It's a thing. And the thing is going to be turned off. Because either it did it of its own volition, which is a whole nother thing, or Violet had given it orders for it to do it to me. And if so, I want to know why.
Violet doesn't seem like the sort that would do that.
Exactly. I thought I was getting along with her, unless I've done something else to piss her off, or
Okay.
piss the robot off, but that implies sentience. And if that's the case, it has to be put down.
At this point, would it be safe to say Farah can probably piece together that Violet could be in danger?
Roll an insight check.
Yeah. Does Violet seem like the... Oh.
No,
Yeah.
everything's fine.
Jonas, how much do you think, like, how much violence are you going to put on Violet herself, do you reckon? Like,
It depends on the response of... no, I'm not gonna hurt Violet.
okay.
Oh, okay.
You can
I
tell...
want an answer from Violet, which will either proc me attacking the robot, or I'm gonna yell at her, ask her why she did it.
For now, you can tell that there's no, like, violence feelings getting towards Violet at the moment.
It's
Do-
only to the robot.
Is there a possibility the K might be able to know where she would be?
I would say I don't trust K as far as I can throw it, but I can throw things pretty far, and it doesn't seem like the brightest bulb.
Then, at the very least, I do know where K is.
I mean,
K was
said
with me.
that K got lost in the dumbwaiter and Violet went looking for
Yes,
it. Which is why I thought she would be up here and everyone
I
was
did
pointing me up
come
here
across K.
and not in the basement where I was. He says a little forked-tonguedly.
Right, well, I'm sorry I withheld some information. Kay was with me. She did come up the dumbwaiter in a pile of files. Yeah,
Like
And-
paper files or like file files?
like paper files, you know,
Okay.
paperwork and...
You see the confusion. I just talked about files for like 5
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah. It's possible she might know.
I don't think it can talk. I also don't think it listens to us.
I mean, it responded to what I asked it, but
I could be wrong. I haven't spent a whole lot of time with it, primarily because I don't trust Crystal, or whatever its name is.
if you promise you won't hurt Violet at the very least, then
I have nothing against Violet, unless she's the reason she locked me in the basement, then I would like to know why. I think that's a
As-
fair train of thought.
it is. You are right. I just don't want to see any harm come to her. I have seen one case of that robot referring to the eyes again, gesturing.
Mm.
As you're talking, you turn around to see Agnes come down from the top floor.
Guys, do you want to see a birth?
I have
I- we
different
have more-
fish to fry.
We have more urgent matters. Yeah, good luck with that, Agnes.
sure?
Yeah, yeah.
Alright. And she'll run back down and continue doing what was asked of her.
Yeah, you just run past them into the area where the baby's being born, seeing if they need any help.
Does Agnes run with her arms outstretched and her palms like away from her, like an aeroplane?
Like a
I'm
4-year-old?
asking for a friend.
Listen, questions like that are why I keep envisioning Agnes as a 6-year-old.
Yeah.
Like, I know she's not, but I can't
Yeah.
help but think it's just the little 6-year-old in overalls with like a
You
flower.
don't have to only be 6
Yeah.
to do it.
It just reminds
You could
me
be
of...
42 and still
Okay,
do it.
probably not right now or like in general, but I imagine like when she first left the like baby room to go get the linen, and she was like, "The baby's coming!" She was like running with her arms up in the air, like flailing.
Oh, obviously.
I just imagine the the baby leg skit from Rick and Morty, and he's like, "This is what I say when I run."
The officer of baby legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and opposite
The
regular
looks
legs.
noticeable. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm turning you up with regular legs.
Well, let's go, Jonas, but I want you to goddamn promise you will not harm her without a reason.
Although actually,
Without a reason.
No, actually, if I just ran down there, I should still be like 5 foot
Yeah.
or like 6 foot actually, because I think it doubles your size.
Yeah,
Yeah,
how
Probably
yeah.
would have noticed
Yeah,
that.
are you
but
large?
yeah,
Yeah, she's an old.
She's tall.
She's
she,
bigger.
she ran past you and said all that stuff while being 6 foot tall.
So instead of it's like, can I help, guys? It's like, stop.
The thing is, like, knowing her type of magic, you're like, this is like concerning that she's big, but you've probably seen her at least a couple times in the month that she's accidentally made herself a normal sized person. So it's not like it's not your first time experiencing this. So you're like, oh, okay,
Yeah. Also,
something magic
there
went
was-
wrong.
There was the very first time where I made just my fists big.
So with that agreement from Jonas, Farah is going to turn, because I assume we're at the bottom of the stairs,
Yeah.
and sprint back up to the file room.
As you run back up, you see.
Okay, run back around to here, go in.
You see, as the three birds are continuing to do their best with the books, they don't pick up the heavy ones. You see Kay, like, immediately just fly into you with a piece of paper, like, covering your eyes.
Yeah, I do some of my packed weapon in one hand as I grab it.
You give it a read.
Where's it? What does it say again?
Yeah,
So it will basically have non-completed sentence, but it just says witnessed illegal mind altering. Agnes going to office.
But Agnes is going downstairs, not the office.
No, yeah, I know.
there's no commas, no punctuation.
No, there's no
If you
comment
had
punctuation,
time
but
for
it's
punctuation and commas, you could have written full sentences.
that's the
Okay.
point. It's basically like a line, like it's basically like after manipulation, it's the next line. Like it just goes down. Like so you can interpret
like-
comments.
It's like
they're
sentence,
all
stop.
It's like they're
Yes.
all separate texts.
So
Yes.
with the hand that grabbed the note, I pass the note to Jonas quickly, put Kay on my head,
Mhm.
say hold on, and run up towards, I assume, one of the officers above us.
Yep.
I think I can probably assume which office it was.
Yes. I think we all can.
How was the other lady, like, as we sort of bolt out?
No!
She's like,
I promise we'll help.
Everything I love gets taken away!
Yep, and I
"Aw,
bolt up
you love
here.
Laura?"
I will bolt up here while Jonas has a chance to read the note.
I follow you more than I read the note.
Yeah.
You seem like you know where you're going.
I look back at Jonas. Do you know how to unlock a door?
Yeah. So I imagine the audience sees a flashback of him down in the basement smashing the door open, and
No,
then
wait.
ripples back. Yeah.
You know what? I will try thaumaturgy on the door. I assume it's locked again.
Yes.
You hear,
Actually, would that make it look like it's trying to unlock though?
it'll boof the
Trying to
door,
open.
but
Okay.
we'll jump back in time a little bit, back to when Kay's first entered the room. As you do, Kay, you notice a variety of bookshelves laying back in the
yeah.
wall.
I thought
Kay
you
being
were about
Crystal.
to-
Kay,
Yep.
Kay being Kay and Crystal and Violet.
This is before the name change.
Before the name change.
Hey, the gremlin. Wait, no, that doesn't specify anything.
You see a couple filing drawers to the next of you on the south wall. There seems to be a sitting area where Yona sat before, through like these leather couches and a low table for like drinks to talk and discuss. A desk in front of you filled with papers and all these things like laying about, and on the far left, hanging above is a blackboard. There's two blackboards, one in that section that's going in a bookshelf at the front, and one above this, and a potions making table with a variety of ingredients and apparatus there.
Immediately upon seeing the blackboard, I want to just have a quick skim to see if it has anything to do with the area that is inaccessible. Or anything did not relate to the hospital itself.
So the blackboard has several sections written on it. There's one area that's just like a planner for like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, etc. Another section is just like got a few notes like stuck to the wall somewhere.
The one on the like above the potions table seems to have like a list of ingredients either crossed out, circled, or ticked, and then like a different like processing times written out there. Nothing super like explaining the other side of the room.
You see, like, yeah, like his daily planner. It's like, well, it's actually be first day through 10th. Is it 10th day?
7th day.
7th day. So it's first through 7. And you see like different events on each day. And then like, yeah, it's like they're meeting with different people. Make just a quick perception check when you're skimming over it.
I will instruct Crystal to kind of note anything that is like try to see if she finds anything that isn't of related to like the hospital itself or to the area, which we might assume to be something of like a holding place.
Alright, go ahead.
Perception, you say?
Yep, just a quick one.
Yep.
This is while you skim over the information.
Fuck.
No, nothing catches your eye.
Roll with advantage because of care.
Actually, yeah,
Crystal?
Crystal, sorry.
Please.
I have better robots.
Okay.
Alright.
Better.
No.
You look over it, and you're like nothing important. And Crystal points up at the planner, and it's just like, it's like, we know that. And you look up where she's pointing, and it says 4th day, which is tomorrow, 4th day, and it says lunch with Maria Ariante.
Oh. I will immediately note that down, like in any paper I can find or that I have or I may have to steal.
As you like start writing, you hear the poof as the door being like with magical force shuttered behind you.
Immediately like duck like behind like the desk. Like, is this a desk I can hide behind?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll pull Crystal and like, just like try to hide like under the desk, like worried that like someone's coming to stop me, like terrified, honestly.
You should be.
The door just shakes, but it's locked.
Is Jonas trying anything on this door first?
You're in front of me.
I think after the thaumaturgy doesn't work, so it originates from a point of your choice within range. It doesn't have to be one I can see, right? Could I, like, try to make a raven sound on the other side of the door?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah. I use thaumaturgy to create a raven core on the other side of, well, on the inside of the room.
Yeah, you're hiding behind the desk, Violet, and all of a sudden there's just like, caw from on top of the desk.
It's not actually anything there, but...
It's just like immediate like tense and panic, like holding like her hands or like on her head, like as soon as she hits like some kind of like loud sound, like just.
Oh, it's not very loud. It's like speaking level. Just caw.
Oh no, like before the
Yeah,
call itself, like, and then like as soon as she hears the call, it's just like that, and then immediately like just sort of gets up, like doesn't even say anything to like Crystal, like it just opens the door if she can from the side, if she's able to like undo that.
Yeah, you unflip
under
the
latch,
thing.
pulls it open, immediately pulls whoever in.
Do you close the door immediately after?
If I don't see Jonas, then yes.
Make a perception check.
Hard to miss him.
Yeah, but it'd be funny if she rolls a 1 and just closes the door in your face.
Well, we've rolled like 5 20s this session already.
I know, right?
As I said, I'm trying to make sure I'm staying between her and you at the moment.
Okay, I'll grab Farah, pull her in, and then I'll reach out to like grab Jonas to pull him in. If you will let me. Like this is a sudden, quick thing. Like
I will let you pull him in, but I'm still gonna make sure after that I'm watching carefully.
As you get pulled in, you take a quick look. You see Crystal is coming out from under the desk she was hiding in.
do you let me like pull you in? What's happening?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
pull me in.
Jonas
Okay,
gets pulled
good.
in, and the door
And then
closes.
immediately, like,
This is where
latch.
the information is. Why would
And
I
immediately-
not want to be in here?
And then immediately latch like onto the door.
Yeah, relocked.
Okay.
You all see the room, similar description. It's a big room.
So I need to roll initiative to intervene with him attempting to attack the robot if possible.
We'll wait until he attacks the robot.
We're into initiative happen.
So as you pull the two of them in, what's happening?
Okay. First, Kate, did you see the? Agnes was there was the two doctors that ran past. They had illegal magic. They were doing something to her.
We've seen about
Mind
the
altering.
modify memory. That's all
Yes.
we got out of your note.
Yes.
What?
And illegal, first of all. Second of all, I was scared. Third of all, I'm now here because I didn't know what to do.
Okay, at this point I will use the
And then points to the blackboard.
I will use thaumaturgy looking directly at Violet. This, and then I point at Crystal.
You see Jonas' sword be summoned with the tip of it embedded in the floorboards a little. Violet, I have a question to ask you, and depending on your answer depends the next course of action.
I am
You
an
said
open
I-
book.
You said I had the rings for the platinum ring, like 2 of them, right?
Yeah.
Like, so I am going to like, as he says that, like I'm going to move, like back to behind, like the way Crystal is, like, and just like sort of like almost like put like a kind of hand like to the side, like where it's like I'm trying to like just sort of be worried if something might happen to her, because like this is very fucking like, oh my god. I don't think I even need to make an
I
insight
mean,
check
I
to
shown
this.
you the eyes to try and give
Yeah.
you somewhat warning without alerting Jonas. I'm warning you.
And then I want to try to slip her the other platinum ring just in case.
Roll a sleight of hand.
Uh,
And roll perception, Jonas.
yeah.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know what's this today. Like, Crystal is.
I still roll high, but I don't have great modifiers on
No.
everything else.
As you slip on the ring, Jonas, you're very much distracted. Crystal taking okay.
Yeah, the head turns, she's like, I am an open book. Actually,
You're
I'm
about
a
to be an
construct.
open carcass.
I do not have.
I don't have internal organs.
We're about to
What
find
do
out.
you? Please don't. Please.
Then I want the truth.
I think I should use
Is
Eyes of the Grave at this point.
Crystal sentient? Because
No.
if she's not sentient, that means you commanded her to lock me in the basement,
Immediately, my head just like turns to Crystal.
and also commanded her to steal a file and crush it upon her chest.
And
Now,
then
why would
head
you do
turns to
such a
Jonas.
thing after you just saying no? Hmm? The truth now.
You see, like, just sort of her face, just kind of like, almost with that like sort of intense, like a bit of pain, like just like she doesn't feel like she can. I just, please don't. Just, I turns back to Crystal. What did you do?
Look at Farah. Wouldn't be asking it if it wasn't sentient.
I promise. I made him promise not to harm you, Violet. But we need to know what's going on.
If there is actual like non-speaking from Crystal, she, like Violet will raise her voice again. What did you do?
Violet, like Crystal looks when you raise your voice. She like stares at you. The red eyes like staring you down, and the mouth like opens, but nothing comes out, and then it opens again, nothing comes out, and then the eyes shift orange.
At
And
that
it's just
point,
like,
I use Eyes of the Grave.
yeah, what do Eyes of the Grave detect?
Undead, specifically. I assume that doesn't.
No, doesn't. Eyes shift orange, and she's like, I was seeking a bit of energy. I was
Jonas
curious.
grips the hilt of his sword.
You have enough to be fine. For now.
I have not been upgraded in many years.
It has been a while.
You don't need to.
You work with files a lot. Your mother worked with files a lot. I wondered how they worked.
I could have shown you.
Would you?
Look, it just turns to look at Jonas like, would you?
You haven't
Me
stepped in
and
that
Arthur
lab
would.
since she died.
Immediately, like, eyes go wide. And kind of, like, almost takes a step back.
Well, the power dynamics now shifted, and I throw my greatsword into the crystal's chest.
Alright, so
I want to cast Warding Bond as a reaction if I can, because I was holding that.
literally no one is surprised. So there's gonna be an initiative roll here.
Yeah, fuck, that's gonna be initiative.
Oh, I wish Agnes was here. But it also makes perfect sense that she's not here to witness this.
It's Crystal, Christ.
Oh, Crystal, yeah, because Crystal's
That's
going separate
Violet,
to you.
Christ.
Jesus Christ, this is a very quick
Alright.
reaction.
Farah, what are you doing? As you see as Jonas like lets go of the greatsword.
Okay, this
About
is
to
a
fling it.
this is an important question.
Mm-hmm.
Can Harness Divine Power restore a pack magic slot?
Oh,
I don't see why it couldn't.
Yeah.
Actually, does it? I think.
What does it specifically say?
Yeah, does it say?
As a bonus action, you touch a holy symbol utter a prayer, regain one expended spell slot, which I don't know.
Can
It has to be a certain
no
thing or
higher
lower.
than half your proficiency bonus. Your proficiency bonus is currently 3. You round
Which I think is rounded
up.
down.
It
Isn't it?
says you round
Up.
up. So
Up.
you can because you have 2nd level pack magic. I don't see
Okay.
why you wouldn't be
Oh.
able to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
seems fine to
so-
me.
Bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to harness divine, use my channel divinity to harness divine power to restore a pack magic slot.
Mhm.
And I need to make sure this was an actual action. Yes, it is. I'm sorry, Eunice. And
Being gaslit by the entire party.
no,
Yeah.
Do you really
I-
think you don't deserve this after what you did last session?
I mean, he does and he
they
doesn't.
didn't know.
Can we let the thing happen?
okay,
Sorry.
Eunice. I suggest we sort this outside.
Make a wisdom saving throw, I believe.
I would
Go
like
ahead.
to use my inspiration.
Go ahead,
Oh,
roll it
that.
again.
Absolutely.
Yep, you got a beat of 15.
You just roll the save back on me.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that for you.
Oh.
You failed. So, Jonas, you reach back about to fling the sword across, and then she says this. And that's a great idea. You can't do this in here. This is This is Aranel's office. You could damage things in here. You should really just wait. You should take this outside.
I'm simply just buying time. I'm not trying to stop him. I'm not trying to.
Sounds like stopping me to me.
No, it's not stopping you. It's taking this outside before we break something important.
Oh,
Yeah.
What is
It's
outside?
literally not now. I'm not saying not ever, just not now.
Like outside
Yeah,
the
but I feel
office,
like
outside
as
the
of
building.
now,
That is my
Crystal's gonna act on
action.
her own.
That is my action, bonus action, and I will move between them,
Fuck you, Sam.
Okay.
looking at Crystal.
Violet.
So, Crystal, this happening? Violet, yeah, you go at the same time.
I feel like,
You just see me cast legal magic. Let me remind you.
yeah, this is.
It's also, yeah, it's also that.
Oh God.
And after
I-
everything that's happened,
Yeah, with what you just saw.
Whose side am I on here? Fucking hell.
no, but it seems like Crystal is the one in charge of this conversation now, which means she's
I
not
think-
subservient.
I think I'm still going to use what I would have done for like a reactionary thing. I'm going to immediately cast Warding Bond onto Crystal,
Yep.
which basically gives her an extra AC and resistance to damage, and I'll take any damage that she takes.
The 2 rings glow a similarly reddish purplish color.
almost in unison, like a sort of a flame of two.
I didn't specify how far outside, did I?
No.
No,
No.
You didn't even
You said,
specify what outside
Let's
is.
take this outside.
Like it's outside, out the building, out the
I'm-
room, out the
I'm-
city.
Yeah.
I think
I'm
that
about
one
to be
comes down to
outside the room.
interpretation.
Yeah. That's my action as a second level spell.
What?
Uh,
I'll just ask this. Farah, what was your intent by outside?
My intent was just anywhere outside this office,
Okay.
but yeah. I just don't want to break anything in here.
It's fine.
That's all I specified.
Yep, so your bonus action, warding bond, action
action one bond.
warding bond.
I'm going to basically use my bonus action to command Crystal to stay behind me.
Crystal had no intention of moving, so Crystal stays where they are.
Yeah. And that will be my turn. That will be Crystal's turn.
You
So
see,
it's back to Jonas.
yeah, you see as like the sword was about to leave. You see as Crystal took a very like, I can stop this stance, and you're like, what? But then when Jonas is not flinging the sword, she returns back to a very thing and like listens to your orders. Jonas.
I take this outside. I move here. I unlock the door.
Yep.
I step outside. I close the door. I would like to, as a bonus action, summon my hand axe. I want to slam my sword hard up against the door and use the back of my hand axe to bang the great sword into the ground, locking them inside.
Make a strength check. You know, athletics. Just for how well you jam this door shut.
I'm sorry, what is your plan here?
So
He's on his side.
I assume the
You-
door opens towards me,
Listen.
because doors shouldn't open inward.
Yeah, as a door opens outward. Yeah, so you embed the sword into the ground, and use the axe to bash it down. It's not completely in, but it's a little bit in. So it'll be a barrier now, but you could spend another action next round pushing it in further and making it an actual like serious blockage.
Would that be an action, Darian? Would that be an attack action that he has two of?
Yeah.
No, I would. Given he is not attacking the floor,
Let's shove it.
creating
Let me-
you're creating a barrier.
Okay. What about this though? Action surge.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
That works.
Yeah, action search. Just make another athletics check then. The DC is lower because you've already completed part of it.
Oh no.
Yeah. So you stab the sword into the ground. You bang it with the axe once. It goes in a little bit. Then you just raise it over your head and slam it down like a hammer on the end. And the sword like partially cracks through the floorboards as it wedges under the door handle. And it's-
gonna set off any alarms.
No.
So that happens there. You do that, lock them in, and then there's a sound of a door being thrown open just to the right of you, Jonas.
Mm-hmm.
As one of the head doctors pokes out and is like, well, "What is going on?"
We need to contact the caretaker. We have intruders.
He looks very confused for a moment. As we're going to go back to the top of initiative.
You
Farah
you
and Violet.
chose your choice.
No,
chose
I'm
my
not
choice.
angry at what you're doing here.
Farah and Violet.
You hear the
Well, I know, I was already looking at the both of them.
Mm-hmm.
I will glance back, let out a sigh as I assume I see something. Or
You
it
hear
doesn't
this.
quite
You
work.
hear.
Yeah,
It's not
I hear.
quiet.
What? No.
You realize what this is, right?
What's happening? What? Are you?
We're locked in here.
Did you? You both? Why?
Because I wanted to sort this out in a way that wouldn't destroy any potential evidence that we were asked to get. Your robot, and this is, to put it nicely, has risked a lot. We are all probably screwed.
Oh, why did you do? Why did you do that?
Would you prefer he attacks Crystal?
No, but what?
And with that, I look to Crystal. Do you have an answer? And that's, I assume, over the course of those. Yeah. With that, can I aim quickly and shoot an Eldritch Blast to try and break the hinges?
Yeah, go ahead.
You can shoot the door.
Cool, I do one attack.
That hits a door.
It's force damage if that helps.
You shoot and hit the door shakes, and it splinters a little bit.
We are level 5, but I don't think my thing got upgraded because...
No, yeah, it does.
No, yeah, it does.
Cantrip,
Okay, so
cantrip
it is
character
second
level.
beam.
So you have to roll again. You get a second shot. That definitely hits.
I don't know if force damage does more to these
Oh.
things, Jesus.
It
I'm
probably
gonna go
Seven
with
shield.
a no.
Well, with two, you fire 2 bolts off, and it's like normally a wooden door is not that strong, but that was a wooden door that has now basically been barred, so it hits it, and what should have like knocked the door open if it was like a regular door.
That's why I
just
was aiming
kind
for
of.
the hinges specifically.
And then you notice that there's as like a little bit of dust clears after firing twice, arcane sigils across the door
Jesus.
light up and then disappear.
That's probably what I detected in the door earlier. Okay.
With that, I guess I will just have my pack weapon ready for next turn.
Alright. Violet.
Crystal's looking at you, Violet.
Is there any look of like a window or anything like that? Just out of curiosity.
There is a window in here, but like most of these rooms, that like the window is not very big. You could potentially squeeze out of it, but there is no way that Violet, so no way that
Okay.
Crystal would be able to fit through it.
And I'm not going to leave her here.
Crystal looks at you, and she's just like, "You and your mother made a pact. That still stands, Violet."
Now is not the time. Really.
My commands limit what I can do. If you were to edit them, I could do more.
Can you get us out of here?
That would require...
Not those commands. It would require more internal adjustment. And she reaches up and clicks the chest plate and opens up the exposing the interior mechanism. Where you see the core that is running, and you see the arcane sigils along the inside of the armor that both binds the essence, but also creates the motivation systems that allow the construct to move. And she's like pointing to someone. It's like, you would just need to loosen them slightly, as she points to the bindings.
I turn to Farah first. Like, is there any sort of look on Farah as this is all being said?
She's just waiting for an actual answer.
I turn back to Crystal, and this will get us out of here safely.
My
Right?
prime directive is to make sure you are safe.
Is that an action?
You can spend your action making an Arcana check to adjust the bindings.
Ah. Fuck. The problem is that Violet doesn't have any prior information of what the fuck just went on here.
A lot of illegal magic.
Yeah,
Talk
there's.
about it. Use my
I mean, I was hoping to talk about. I was not expecting a suggestion.
you still can.
I don't think so anymore. I feel like we're trapped. I'm going to. I want to make an Arcana check, not for this particular thing, but if I were to loosen the bindings, what's going to happen? Like, how much am I going to lose control here? I know that
So that
she has
depends on
something
how
there.
well. If you fuck up badly, you'll lose complete control. If you do well, you could just loosen them slightly. It's a case, so this is a check to see that you're doing this quickly, so it's a check. That's why. Basically, you know that this would give the essence that is powering Crystal more leeway on how Crystal acts, and less of the commands that are hard coded into the construct's body.
Yeah. I guess at that point, I'll kind of tell her to sit on the desk as I focus. I'm going to look back up to her. Please, just... Please don't leave me. And I'm going to use my action to do the Arcana check.
Alright, go ahead.
Man, this is how we royally fucked up.
Fuck me. I'm not looking.
Oh.
With a 17.
You reach in, you make some adjustments to
Damn
the
it.
arcane code. You don't break it. As you loosen the bindings that lock the essence away as just a pure power source. Almost as soon as you finish, you watch as some, like, this black kind of calcification starts to appear on the edges of the power core,
Ugh.
which then gets thicker and then turns into this like kind of purplish pinkish spine that protrudes out into the, like, up against the going from the core into the side of Crystal's body. It doesn't break through it, it's like basically attaching the interior orb to the exterior elements.
Oh.
Crystal closes the center chest piece, the eyes still glowing orange. Thank you. My prime directive is still to see you safe. If you would like to flee, you may do so now. Or if you would like to continue our mission, I believe we have some time.
I turn to Farah. Do we leave now?
I'm just checking something quickly.
I can create a distraction.
If the condition is met... I'm trying to figure out, you know...
Can I?
Mm.
I know Agnes isn't there, but can I offer some insight?
Yeah.
You've already seen that they are, if you don't, follow the rules and if you go where
Yeah.
they say not to, they'll modify memory. Who knows what they'll do for you entering the office?
Exactly. That's
So
why I'm
is
like
it-
turning to Farah now.
Yeah, because as far as you know, like the whatever the fuck that ward is in the name of safety. Like that's at least that's what he's claiming. When this is like that's where all my shit is. Don't go in there. I have a feeling it would be more severe than what I was doing.
Yeah, I was just double checking. He knew straight away he was suggested, yeah.
He would have, yeah.
I just wanted to double check the wording on that. Cool. Do you have a way out? So, are you saying you had a way out, or...
She
Crystal
thinks
points to
she
the
has a
window.
way out.
How? Oh, there's actually a window?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
you guys could probably
tiny.
slip out of the window yourself. It's not big. It would take some effort to wriggle through it, and you were 3 floors up. But there's no way that Crystal will fit through that window. But she's saying, like, we have time right now. If you want to look around the room and try to get any information, now is the time. When it's time to go, Crystal can make a distraction for you all.
And he actually checks something.
You realize you're risking Crystal, right?
I will be fine.
No, I'm not. Trust me.
Fine.
We need to
Jonas.
go now.
More than a round is clearly past, Jonas.
Yeah,
Are you just
go
waiting
for it.
outside there?
Well, I assume they're not quiet. I can still hear them talking from the other
It's
side.
muffled through a
I'm
door.
trying to talk quieter, but...
Okay.
It's muffled through a door. You can try and make a perception check to overhear some of the not as muffled talk, because Crystal doesn't really have a volume setting. Actually, no, never mind. It would be almost completely silent from out of here, because there is enchantments to keep
Oh,
up and keep
yep.
it quiet.
Yep.
Just to
fair.
be clear,
That makes sense. That makes sense.
how wide is the window?
So the window is only like, I'd say probably a foot wide. So you have to go through like sideways, and then it only like, it's a narrow, it's not a foot wide, it's about a foot tall, but it's like 2 feet wide. So you'd have to like,
Oh, I was gonna ask,
crawl
if
through it.
Crystal was like laying flat, straight, would she fit through it?
no.
If someone could, say, lift and push her through.
You can only fit if you fit in jeans. I don't think Crystal fits in jeans.
It's
No,
it's a
I'm
case
just
of like
Barrack.
human living creature
Really thick.
flexibility would be the main thing that would get you through there. Rigid metal doesn't bend enough.
Right.
I can fix that.
Look, I assume I'm well aware of the danger here
Yeah.
at this point. based on everything that's went down, I'm just gonna try and get out the window and feather fall my way down.
Okay, you're gonna start trying to make your way out the window.
I assume I can.
So
yes.
first will be an athletics check to break the window.
Oh wait, is it locked?
It is not. There is no lock
It's
on
not.
it.
It's not an
just-
opening
it's
window.
glass.
There's no. Why would you open this window? All you can
in
see
that
is
case,
smoke.
yeah, I'll attack it. Wait, no, yes, no. Yeah, I'll try to open it with. What'd you say?
Athletics to try and smash the window.
I mean, I could just attack it with a pack weapon. Would that
Yeah, you
work?
can do that too.
You can
You can make
do
attack
that.
action. It's only glass. You hit the window.
For fuck's
Oh my
Man,
god.
you gotta learn to roll a
You
higher
poor
number
fuck.
than one.
You
poor
you
fucker.
you smash the window with the hilt of your weapon, and the glass cracks, but it doesn't break.
That's fine. It's a start.
I'm just gonna turn to Chris and just say, do it.
All right then. As she approaches the door, you see.
She's gonna wait though for you guys to
Yeah.
get out the window before she does whatever she's gonna do.
But you see, like,
If you can, please find Kay.
You watch as these the black calcification that was going on inside of her, you see it start to grow up on the exterior plating, as down its back these long protruding spines start to appear, running down the spine of Crystal.
and similar to how Kay is on Farah's head. If I
Oh,
remember
is she?
correctly.
I completely forgot about that. Sorry.
And as similar to how Jonas does when he does his booming blade, you see these spikes start to have circulating air around each of them.
Uh-oh. I think I just made her an NPC.
I'm
Yes.
about to make her.
I'm gonna close my
I hope you realize, Violet, if we get out, we're probably going on the run for a bit.
I feel like we have to go to the school first and then run.
It's not just the school.
You
Oh, no,
understand
why do
Jonas
it
is the
at school?
only person that knows that you've done something.
All right.
That's not what I'm getting at.
Before
So what?
you run,
Me too.
I say you're at the desk. Did you want to have a quick look at the desk before you go for the window?
I did want to say, as she's preparing that, I wanted to search that because I searched around. I want to search the desk itself, see if I can grab anything incriminating.
Okay,
anything.
make a quick investigation check.
Jonas, just as a thing so we can speed this along a little, what are you doing? Are you waiting for are you waiting for orders from the caretaker? What exactly are you trying to what are you doing for your character?
You're not confined by my suggestion too heavily on this, so...
The suggestion's over, I believe.
Well,
Yeah,
I
it's
think
over.
the
It's not
mission-
bad.
It's over. He took it outside. He went
I
outside.
mean, I said
the
we
room.
should take this outside, not just him, but yes.
Yeah, but I don't think the we. As
Yeah,
a,
no, it does translate. You probably would know it at that point. Yeah, you are right.
Um.
Okay, that's how you spell it.
Well, initially, as soon as he sort of embedded the door,
Mhm.
he expected there to be some knocks against it, trying to belt it down. There's been the two almost non-existent ones from Farah. So,
Yeah. Door shook. That's
but
about it.
he expected a lot more, and with the one of the what was he?
A head
One of the
doctor.
dudes that come out of the office.
Yeah.
Head
Yeah, he's
doctor.
come out and he's asked you, while they've been talking, he's been getting a rundown of what's going on from you.
Yo's just gonna be a little bit confused as to why nothing's happened yet, and
A second doctor has also at this point come out, as both the two doctors who are in there have now joined you out here.
as a bonus action, I unsummon my great sword, so it is now no longer blocking the door,
Yep.
and I open the door.
As you
wanna
open
see
the
what's going
door, Farah, make your attack on breaking the window.
To get out again, yep.
You hit, roll some
It's
damage.
last.
Hitting
Wait.
isn't the problem.
The window breaks.
The window breaks. You
You had
jump
5
out.
hit points.
I would immediately jump out.
You
of
jump
it.
out. Violet, do you follow?
So I'll say with a 10 investigation on the desk, you see a stack of papers on the desk. You see a letter and a rolled scroll thing. You
I'm gonna
just
steal
sweep
everything.
them Up, yeah, okay,
Yeah,
you
as
sweep
much as
everything
one?
up.
Alright.
Okay.
I'm gonna take everything, and if I can grab anything from the drawers very quickly, if it costs me a bit of an extra turn, I'd do it.
You can choose to spend a turn still looking for more stuff if you want.
Yes.
Right, as the door opens, you see Jonas, you see Crystal in this new state change, spikes along her arms and back, her hair flared up, this like air-like energy radiating off all of them. And as you open the door to do something, you go, oh shit. As then she just... and a vortex of like air generates in between the two of you.
So,
Need to make
would
a
you say
strength. Yep.
Crystal is in front of me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Would you classify this as her casting a spell?
There is a gap between the two of you.
Okay.
She is using your ready action while you open the door, so you need to make a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. How
This
critical
went
is that?
nowhere where I thought this would go.
Alright,
Let's roll back.
that's a fail. She
Stop.
basically, like one of the arms, she raises it forward and like punches down a bit. This vortex goes off. A massive blast of air goes off. I'm gonna roll strength saves for both the doctors.
Why does it have to be air? Air
I
isn't
told you she had secret stats. I told you.
She now has secret stats. That's a 17 and a
caused
14.
I did.
Alright,
But you
one
caused
doctor
this.
manages to like brace himself, the other one gets that. As you are pushed 10 feet back and knocked prone. The other doctor who was next to you is pushed 10 feet back and knocked prone. You don't take any damage. The second doctor manages to catch himself. He was like slightly behind you both as she blasts the door open, and then Crystal just bursts through the door and starts sprinting down the hallway. As you watch these like spines that are growing out of her, some start growing out of her shoulder and forming these like masses above her shoulders.
Before she leaves, it's like, to keep in time with my directive, I suggest you leave now.
Oh.
20, 25, 30.
Probably should have noted, I think. Yeah, 5. So yeah, you would have Featherfall on you as well if you jump out.
Oh, I was gonna ask, like, does Featherfall affect other people, or is
Yeah,
it
I
just
can do
you?
it.
What about
Basically,
her?
as long as one of
It's
us is
just me, you're
falling,
rude.
as long as one of us is falling, I can cast him up to 5 falling
That's an
creatures.
idea.
Fuck.
So are you gonna yeet yourself
Not
out the
falling.
window?
I'm gonna have to cast it on her when she's coming down too.
I still want to use my turn to
Yeah.
steal the shit. That's
Okay,
my
good.
idea.
Then I'll have a chance to actually cast it on you. as you
Yeah.
jump.
Crystal rushes out to here then. That's so she moves down the hallway. That's her turn, so then it would flick to... Actually, no, that was the reaction
yeah.
from Jonas, so this is still Jonas' turn. So Jonas, you bonus action is done, but you still have your action and movement, but you are
Was she
prone.
able to move as part of that held action thing?
No, because she doesn't have move.
Alright, so I've been knocked the fuck back.
Mhm.
I smirk a little bit and say, what do you know? I was right. And Jonas gets up with half his movement.
Mhm.
Bonus action summons his greatsword back.
You already used your bonus action to remove it.
Oh, right, yeah, you're right. Same turn.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Really
Well, I
that
take
bouncing.
my hand axe that I
Mhm.
still have on my person. And I go 5, 10. You know, it didn't have to end this way.
I disagree.
You are very
I
mean.
wasn't talking to you.
Jonas,
And
please, we need to go.
This could have been avoided, but you didn't want to talk. You wanted to act. And I
Please.
will cast.
Gun.
Bang.
The highest level spell.
Can I make a 9th level spell called Gun?
That's a 10th level spell again.
Oh, fuck. I'll sacrifice 9th level wizards.
I will booming blade my hand axe.
Mhm.
My hand axe bot.
Oh, fuck.
You miss.
And then second attack. So because I missed on the booming blade, it is concentration.
You keep it.
Yeah, yeah. It's until you
It
hit
just
it.
means
Lasts
it's-
until...
Yeah.
But that's casting a spell, so I don't get extra attack, right?
It's
No,
a bonus action spell.
Is that how that
yes.
works?
Yes, it is a spell. It's an action spell.
Oh, yeah, action spell, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
I get the Blade Song has something different for that, but yes,
Alright,
it's an
that's-
action spell.
Oh, that's a bit confusing. Can I, in that case, not booming blade and just bot?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd say you already
Or
did.
if I already,
So,
already did it.
you rolled-
That's
you rolled the attack.
Sorry, I know close to
I
me,
would
so-
have my second. Would they let me in with weapons?
Well, you can just
Place?
summon them. No, like
Well,
none of the students were expected to bring weapons to this place.
Expected or allowed?
This is meant to be a place of healing. The only people who can have weapons here are those who can just summon them. Like, Crystal Violet wouldn't have her weapons.
Yeah, I don't
No
have
one
my
would,
hammer
yeah.
on me.
That's cool.
It's also why you don't have your armor.
Fire
Yeah.
would, but that's because packed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can just vamp it into out of your hands.
Why would
Alright,
you need it?
that'll be my turn.
Alright.
I am here. I am a problem.
Farah starts
Okay,
falling.
Deal with me.
Yep. So yeah, I fall. That was my use of
Are
feather.
you gonna wait
Well,
for
my
me to
daily
go
use
with
of
you,
feather
or are
fall.
you gonna?
Well,
I
since
just
you act on
jumped.
the same turn, like,
Yeah.
if you want to get out the window as well, Violet, it's an action to go out the window. Like, well, it's... I'd say you could use your action to search and bonus action to dash out the window with your
I'll do
movement.
that then.
Okay.
Roll
Make
In that
another
case,
investigation check. You go at the same time, so you can do it at the same initiative count.
Yeah, in that case, yes, it would be cast on you.
No! Oh, okay, thank God, that looked cocked on my side.
As you search through the thing, you find a, this time another like scroll. Like this one's smaller, like a parchment size. The other one was a map size, but this one's parchment sized.
Just take anything. Just if I see
Yep.
it, I grab it.
Yep.
And then you eat yourself out the window.
And I start to move back. I just stop myself for a sec, turn back towards Crystal. Please, please make it out.
Affirmative.
And make sure you, wherever, just try to find me, okay? And I'm gonna start running to the window and try to make myself out with Farah.
As you jump out the window, you feel the feather fall on you. As we'll cut to a break. It's been 2 fucking hours.
I probably should have asked. After the break, is like Mim's character going to come to the care house?
Has it been 3 hours?
My dude, it's been almost 3 hours. We didn't... Mims... God, she has things that are going to happen to her, and now you guys are going to be in this situation.
Mim, remember Anaya was up all last night, before this day, so
Yeah.
effectively she needed a long rest, which means she was not gonna come at this time. So,
Yeah.
But we're going to have a break.
we're gonna have a break.
At the 3 hour mark.
This might be a long session if we want it to be the finale.
I don't mind that.
I'm happy with that.
Bother me?
Sounds fine.
This is great.
I work in the afternoon.
What a fucking
course.
shit show! I love all of you guys. I fucking do.
I love these little
Jeremy,
things.
please
Oh, so
understand,
fun.
I'm not necessarily against you. I have my reasons.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm confused.
I understand. Jonas doesn't understand.
Jonas-
No, I'm
Jonas
just
is
saying.
currently hurt.
Jonas knows who his
has
friends are.
every right to be fucking
I
pissed that I cast that.
I wanted to just go to, like, look at Jonas and tell him he's okay, but, like, I have no clue what the fuck he's doing.
I
It's
am
confusing.
positive Jonas knows how legal that spell is.
Jonas
That's also the
doesn't
problem,
care
he did
as
that.
much about you casting a spell on him in order to attempt to de-escalate it. What hurts more is the fact that even after all that happened, and I gave you the opportunity to, like, talk, what happened? You
No
decided to
talking.
cast a spell and rewire this fucking robot to cause more shit. Now she looks like a fucking bone devil, and it's gonna fuck
Maybe-
shit up in the care house where his
Not a bone devil.
mother lives.
Very
I mean,
fact.
you threw this. We're gonna throw the sword before they cast the spell.
Yeah, it's a metal sword against a metal robot. It was brought to emphasize
Sort of-
my point.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Like, I agree where you're coming from. The problem, like, with Violet's point of view is like, you were about to attack her, which is, she's very important to to Violet.
Yeah,
Very important to Violet. Probably the most important thing to Violet. And then, like, after going outside, you locked us in the room, and I was terrified,
And then ratted on them.
basically.
yeah.
even
because
though we
Jonas
didn't hear
is
that.
hurt.
I know you are, but I like, the worst part is I think that the hurt is two-way, unintentionally. And that sucks.
Just on my side, how much of a commotion in the rest of the hospital has this made so far?
Wait, we're going to get to that, because the answer is a lot.
Okay. Because
Hold on.
I was that entire time I was like all that shit was going, and I was just imagining it just cutting to Agnes, like just helping deliver the baby in the other room, like nothing is going on, just
It's
like
okay.
completely
Breathe
normal.
and push.
Yeah, can see that. Meanwhile, there's explosions going off in the background faintly. Oh my
This
god.
is crazy.
This is great.
I was worried that they weren't gonna get out, cause like as soon as you were like locked them in and was like tell the caretaker this, cause I'm like, oh fuck, they're gonna get caught, and then
because
their
I
minds are
would
gonna
have
get
used
erased. And then their minds are gonna get erased, which means no one has evidence of Agnes's mind being erased.
That's why I needed to leave.
Fuck!
Yeah.
Yeah, so what Jonas would have done was thrown Crystal under the bus and blamed it all on it.
Oh.
It's like, yes, these two are my friends and they were unfortunately collateral, but it was the only way I knew I could lock this robot in that's causing all of this damage.
Okay,
And that's how it would have
okay.
gone down. I would have
Okay,
still
that's
stood up for
better.
my friends.
Okay.
But
cool.
now,
I thought you were
after
gonna throw
not
all
have
three of them
been
under the bus.
chosen and all this shit happening, nah, sorry. You had your opportunity to diplomacy.
This
you
is
pushed me out of
great.
the room.
This is great.
Fuck, this is so good. This is so good. I'm loving every second of this. And I feel
question.
so bad that I've been
Jonas,
doing all
what's
of
your
this.
strength modifier?
+4.
Alright.
Okay, just checking.
I have an 18 strength.
Oh,
My
Yeah, I'm
strength
just
is
gonna-
good, my con is alright,
I'm
my
gonna delete
intelligence is
Crystal
mediocre.
stats. Yeah, I guess.
It's not relevant anymore.
I say mediocre, but
Yeah.
it's a 14.
That's
Compared to
pretty
a pleb, it's not
Yeah.
mediocre.
It's
I'm gonna-
10 to 11 is mediocre.
Yeah. 10 to
Maybe
11's
12.
average.
My IRL intelligence is probably like a 7.
Oh god. Oh,
This is amazing. Everyone take a break, get a drink,
I
go
need
to
to
the
go
toilet.
get a drink.
Right?
Yeah.
No, I'm ready to fucking
I'm-
go.
Yeah,
What do you
Oh
mean?
my
I'm
God.
sorry how long it's
Every-
taken you,
everyone-
You
man.
just blue balls me for combat, and I love combat.
I'm back.
Leave the house, go outside, and just scream into the void for a minute.
I can't wait.
Oh, excuse me while I scream.
I can't wait for Battle Scarred Jonas to show up in Echoes.
What feats did you take? The ones that helped me kill robots. What are they? I don't know. I made them.
I made my own feet.
Mage Slayer? Nah. Construct Slayer.
Devil
Back a
Slayer.
Are you gonna learn Shatter?
This
For all
series
intents and
of
purposes, because Kay is right. Crystal is now no longer a Steel Defender under her control, at least for now. To everyone who didn't know, fun for the stream. I believe we already talked about this.
I mean, upstream, yeah.
The way that the power source for Crystal, as everyone knows, is there is actually an infernal being bound to the power mechanism that helps power this construct, that has now had its binds loosened and has been feeding off the energy of two magical individuals for many years.
Question: Did
Yeah,
she
I-
fail her check?
How
She
did you
succeeded.
that last part?
Who,
17.
Violet succeeded her check to not completely unbind her, so she is still
I would have
bound
thought
by
it
her
would have
core
been an
directives.
18 or a 20.
She knows these systems well. She made them with her mum. She knows it's
What?
Your
Oh, by
So
the
it
way,
is-
I totally believe that Crystal murdered your mum.
That would be horrible. No.
yeah.
No, yeah. From what they've just said, I reckon she siphoned too much energy out of your mum, and that's how your mum died.
Also, the warning bond won't be there because we would have
Yeah.
left 60 feet of it.
It might come up later, but Kay's mum didn't die because of Crystal.
In Jonas's head canon.
No, that's fine. That could be
yeah.
Jonas's antagonism right now. That's fine. I don't care. For like pure canon,
Fucked, but also interesting.
pure canon, Crystal has nothing. Crystal has maybe something to do with the death, but is not the direct cause.
Oh,
Like, there by proxy.
Yeah.
I'm.
But that's just that must be. I need to reread it and double check everything. But like, it might have been.
It was
like,
mainly
a
just
circumstance.
a thing that it really was a circumstance thing to my memory. I mean, there was no proper detail, but yeah.
How's
Yeah,
Out of game.
I like that.
out of game. You are the Crystal is still bound by the core directives, and the first core directive is to protect you and the two of you.
hell?
Yes.
Hell, when I said you never entered that
I'm
lab,
a little worried.
When I said you never entered that lab after she died, I was banking on the fact that she died. I didn't forget. I wasn't like me as AJ. I wasn't sure. I was like, is she alive? I don't. Is she just sick? Whatever. Let's go with dead mom.
No, she's dead.
Dead mom's a safe bet.
She died.
So I'm back. What did I miss?
We're on break.
Uh,
Well, the weird question is Anaya here? Because that's what we need to vote for.
Yeah, I mean, like, she probably got back into school around 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And she probably would have woken up, like, around 12 p.m.
Well, they all left at 12. That's when you were like...
Oh, yeah, maybe then she would have slept in, like, an extra hour, so maybe woke
Yeah.
up, like, 1 p.m.
It's okay. You've slept enough time. Enough time has passed that Anaya is now waking up naturally.
What a lovely sleep.
Yeah,
Time to go
really
hang out with
like
friends
here.
because we go along so well.
It's gonna be great jumping back and forth. First starting with Anaya, then jumping up and down for what's happening up at the top of the school and down to where the rest of you are.
So, Anaya.
Yeah, Anaya would, realizing how late she is, sort of curse to herself, very quickly get herself ready and kind of rush to the care house with Mr. Flop.
As you start getting dressed and you start like getting ready to leave, you hear as you start like going down the stairs, you see Vostargen talking with a couple of these individuals.
You see, basically, you go down the stairs to the entrance of the dorms. You step out into like the outside area, and you see at the main gate area coming in about 10 or 12 people, various race and stuff, all looking at the entrance of school, and Vostargen's there, and he's just like, "You can't." It's like, "I'm sorry, but you cannot come in here. You're not teachers. It's a place of learning."
1 second.
Yeah, what are you doing here? There's no need for...
And you suddenly cut off the sound, and he kind of sways a little bit where he's standing.
Thank you. Your help for this drill will be mighty fine.
And Voss turns around and says, "Come with me," and is leading this dozen or so individuals into the school.
Oh my god. No.
So given Anaya is now a little busy, let's jump back down for a moment.
I don't understand anything of what just happened.
You will in a sec.
You will very soon. I'll say
Also, I was only half paying attention and I didn't realize I like going full into it.
there was
I'm
about
angry
a
for 2
dozen.
reasons.
Okay, I'll give you a quick rundown.
Wait.
About a dozen people were at the entrance of the school as Anaya came down to like quickly rush to meet you guys down here. And Vost is standing there basically going, "You can't come in here, you're not teachers or anything." And then halfway through his sentence, he just trailed off, just kind of swayed a bit, and there's like, "Thank you for your help. Yes, it will be great for this drill you were performing," and then just turned and led them all into the school.
Wait, so she was trying to leave the school. He's at the entrance of the school and said you
It's
can't.
not directed
leave the
towards
school?
Anaya.
No, it's other people
So
trying
you
to
know
get into
those
the school.
individuals
No.
that left the care house? That's where they are now.
Like Anaya's hearing this. She's
Yeah,
not.
but, like,
She's
yes,
not
so-
up to the area of
yes,
like
so-
crossing their paths. But like, if she's still
But
here,
yeah,
like
this is at the.
at the
This is
academy.
at the
Where
academy,
is this?
At the
At
academy.
the academy.
Yeah, okay. Is
like
it at
2
the
districts
entrance?
away.
Or like, yeah, sorry. Is it at the entrance or just like somewhere in the
At
school
the
on the way
entrance.
to the entrance? At the entrance. Okay.
So then, when like
I'm-
to carry on the scene as like Anaya's like continuing to walk, is it's like, Miss Arianta, we're having a drill. It would be most beneficial for you to stay at the school.
Okay, I have enough context now. I don't really know what's going on, but the scene
That's
has
okay.
now been described.
You're not there, so you don't need to know what's going on.
It's just
Exactly.
Anaya.
Yeah. It's like okay, the scene has been set. I don't understand the intricacies, but that's not important.
Since Mim seems to be slightly distracted at the moment,
Yeah, we'll jump back to.
we'll jump back down as Crystal is facing you, Jonas, and it is now her turn.
Jonas. You're back?
Welcome back.
Oh, never mind. I rolled anyway.
What was that roll?
Did you hear any of that?
No, I didn't. Sorry,
Okay.
I had to take my headphones off because Mum came in.
Oh, good. So,
Okay.
you were heading down, you're getting dressed, and as you're approaching the entrance, you saw Vostargen, the Dragonborn evocation teacher, was talking to some people,
Yeah.
and he was like, "You can't come in here, you're not teachers." You see as he's saying that, he, like, sort of stops halfway through the conversation, goes blank for a second, and then responds with, Oh, yes, carry on. We will do this drill that you asked. It's of prime importance. And as you, walk past him, he's urged you to go back into the school for this drill.
I would urge to leave because I'm supposed to be somewhere, and I'm late.
I believe this is of more importance now. This is directly from the headmaster.
But, sir, please, everybody is waiting for me there, and I'm quite late. I need this.
He just sort of... It's like... Missing one day wouldn't be an issue.
And you see these other, dozen individuals, they're moving into, school, and Voss is, talking to you. They've immediately started splitting up and heading in different directions.
Well, surely if I'm already kind of out the school, it doesn't really totally matter for me to be inside right now.
I'm sorry, Miss Argante. I would have to insist. Please make your way to the cafeteria.
Alright.
He starts, yep.
If he goes back to doing something else, can I try to, sneak out?
Yeah, you can try.
Yeah, you can try to. Make a stealth check. Try and sneak out.
I do have Misty Step. Is Misty Step able to be used in the school?
Yes, it is not one of the blocked conjure that level's not blocked. Large teleportation
If
is
I can
blocked.
sort of see a spot outside where it should be a bit kind of hidden, I'd like to Misty Step to that.
Yep, so you basically break line of sight with, you move in a bit as if you're following his orders. You break line of sight with him, then you look for a place to Misty Step off to, and I want you to make a perception check.
Okay.
Poor Lionel. 12. One moment. You are looking out. You basically duck back into one of the side rooms. You look out a window to try and spot a good area to kind of bamf to, so you can make a break for the gate. And as you're doing it, you see another individual moving up to 3 or 4 of these figures who all mostly cloaked. They're not completely covering themselves entirely, but it's hard to really distinguish who they are. As you see one of your other teachers, the halfling Juniper Belrose, is moving up. It's excuse me, are you meant to? And then she just stumbles a bit and stops, and she's yes, okay, yes, thank you for your help. I'll find some more students too, thank you. As you watch one of them just kind of wave their hand in the air and incant a few things, and then that's what happens to her.
So these people are using magical materials?
You can definitely, from that look, from the angle before, you couldn't tell because Voss was in the way. From here, you see they've definitely casted a spell on Juniper, Miss Belrose.
Do I know where the headmaster would be?
Yeah, he's normally up in his office at the top of the tower.
I would like to try to rush to where the headmaster is.
Okay. So you turn and you start heading up the interior of the tower towards the top. It will take some time. It's a big tower.
Yeah.
Right. From that, we'll cut back down to Jonas and Crystal. Jonas, what is your armor class?
11.
11. That's unfortunate.
It might be more, maybe.
What's your dex plus 10?
It's just dex plus 10.
But I also have shield. So I'm an iron.
Oh, because you have the plus 5. Okay. Well...
It'd be a 16, if you were to use it.
Yes.
Okay,
I'd like to see
what
how much damage I take with first attack.
What's the attack roll? Is one... That's not my thing. What is your spell attack modifier, Violet?
My spell attack mod is 4 plus 3.
It says plus 7 here.
Plus 7? Okay. So that would be a 16. So a 16 hits you.
Yeah.
And even if you were to shield, that would still hit. Okay.
Does
Having
it seem
to-
like any elemental damage?
So she raises her fist up, and you watch again this force-empowered hand. You've seen it before as it glows this bluish energy, but you see the twisting of this white energy. It's like a wind is twisting around the fist as well. As you remember from before, she poured an air file into her core.
Oh,
Oh, it was an air file, was it?
Yes. It was hard to see from the angle.
Yes.
I was just assuming it was fire.
Yeah,
oh,
ditto.
this is so awesome.
Yeah, because like it would be thematic with the like imp. Or,
It's
yeah,
such
or
a
whatever
shame that
thing is
you
in it.
won't get to keep it.
I want to imbue more files into her so badly.
And what is your proficiency bonus, Violet? Plus 2?
6 force
Plus
Three?
3.
So that is 6 points of force damage, and you have to make a strength saving throw, Jonas.
6 and a strength saving throw. That is a fat 16.
16 is a fail.
Oh.
As she punches towards you, the same burst of air, this time directed solely at you, forces you back out of the doorway. You are pushed back 10 feet, and she steps forward. This, though, is not an AoE one, so you're also not knocked prone. And she is going to step out 10, 15, 20, and circles around you. And then she is going to go, I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I cannot let you kill me. And then start running down the hallway.
I'll take an attack of opportunity.
Yep, you can roll one. And as you
say
see
I
her,
was prone or wasn't prone?
you are not prone.
Not prone.
And you see from her shoulders these two like clumps of these like blackish spines are growing larger.
Oh,
One
I
is.
almost-
You can also see that there's like one right above her tailbone peering out as well.
19 is definitely a hit.
Hit. 9 damage reduced.
Quick question:
to
is your great sword a magic weapon?
No.
No.
9 reduced
Okay.
to
Then you swing and you strike at her, and you're like, it's just a robot. You'll cut into it, and you meet some surprising resistance as your blow seems to be partially turned as it hits her, as the spines appear to be partially reflecting the attack away.
What
So yeah,
have I
she,
done?
she has not taken as much damage as you expected. And that is her turn, because that's action movement. She has no bonus actions as of yet.
It's Jonas' turn.
My turn. Cool. Of course, the one instance where I thought we'd be fighting mages and shit, I'm actually fighting this thing, and it would have behooved me to pick Sentinel instead of Mage Slayer, but, you know, whatever. 5, 10, 15, 20. I will
You're like 4
continue
mages coming
to
soon,
play
so you're
this
fine.
dance.
This is
And
beautiful.
will bop. Yep, I'm just gonna keep bopping.
Go ahead.
Bop, bop, and don't stop.
That is a miss.
That is a miss.
That's
She
an
ducks out of the
attack.
way and managed to dodge the first strike. 17 definitely hits
Give
though.
it the second. Deal 11 damage, reduced to 5.
How much damage have I taken? 6. How much can I heal?
1d10 plus 5.
Nah, wait, more. Yeah. Oh, it's more damaged. That's action. Don't do bonus action for anything. Yeah, that's my turn.
Alright.
Alright.
Agnes, what are you doing? You little rascal.
Hi.
Everything was going great. You were helping with a baby. It's taking a little bit of time though, because that stuff does not happen in 10 seconds like in the movies. And they said to go get some
What?
more supplies. So
That's
you
bad.
ran back, and then you started hearing this commotion upstairs.
Yeah, just curious. How long has it been? Like since
We'll say a
since, like, I
couple,
ran
Lost
downstairs.
them in the
a
corridor.
couple minutes, maybe about 5 since you were down there.
That's a lot in a few
Okay,
minutes.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yes. So ran downstairs, like checked in. They've said go get more stuff, like run away again, and then heard all this happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would definitely check that out.
Well, you
Yeah, she
guys,
started upstairs.
you
It doesn't sound like normal hospital sounds.
Yeah.
That she imagines. She's, doesn't really know what hospital sounds sound like, other than the sounds she's heard for like the past hour.
Which is screaming.
well,
Mhm.
well, you guys,
Just get it
She
out
has
of
heard
me.
she has heard very little screaming,
You-
according to her.
you guys did a lot of things. Like, it's a lot of things done in 5 minutes. It actually really wasn't. Like, you opened the door, Jonas confronted you guys, and then you initiated this.
a lot.
Mhm.
That's
I still want
Yeah.
to know if the YMCA has heard any of this.
they have. They pricked their heads out.
Yeah, when you step around the corner and you see like this hallway here, you see like 2 of the students from the YMCA like standing there like, what? Like mouthing like, what the fuck is happening?
I'm so sorry, Samantha, that we've done this.
Do you not mean Anaya?
Agnes.
Anaya.
I did not mean I meant Agnes. I'm bad at names.
Anaya's here suddenly.
Suddenly Anaya appears and she's also
Again,
a
there's like
boy.
4 parties worth of names to remember.
Fuck, Anaya, you have a long run to get to the tower. Top of the tower.
Alright, yeah, she'll like continue running down here and like trying to look at whatever they're looking at.
Yep. So equivalent of action dash,
See
I
what the
assume.
hell's going on. Yeah, yeah.
Just for convenience sake, we'll say you can
Yes.
move to about here.
As you turn around, you see, as you like turn the corner, you can see Jonas is in a very like aggressive stance, fighting some spine thing that you really can't see in between him.
And there's 2 of these doctors in partially, like, they're no longer in those heavy leathers you saw before. One of them is pushed through the door into the office and seems to be rushing in there. The other one is like picking himself up off the ground and is like looking towards Jonas and looks towards the office and is like kind of split on where he wants to do.
Wait, yeah, can I tell that they're the same doctors? Or like, is it like hard to tell because of all the leather they were wearing?
Yeah, they're the
Or
They
is it
weren't wearing
just,
masks
like,
before.
they weren't wearing masks before. They're the friendly little doctors that made sure that you
Yeah, when
like
they
you
talk
weren't
to you.
lost. And
Yeah,
like
okay, yeah, so
they
these
scolded
little
you because you did a little
doctors-
bad thing, but like it's
Yeah,
all fixed
so, yeah,
now.
so they're the ones that talked to me,
Yeah.
or and
Yeah,
are they also
that's
are they also the same ones that I followed in, or are they
Yep.
2 separate ones?
Either
Okay,
way.
so yeah, so ones I followed in that talked to me afterwards and that are here. That's all the same people.
Yep,
Cool,
but you
cool.
just don't know the first part of it.
Yeah, it's also really not relevant, so why am I asking? Yeah, well, I should like call out to Jonas to be like, Jonas, what's going on?
And I call out back.
Totally.
It's gone rogue.
I am I am operating under direct orders.
Yeah, Crystal, I disagree. I am
Wait.
not breaking any rules.
Wait, she says
Geneva
that?
Convention would
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
she
you
said.
hear that?
Yeah, you hear that.
Crystal, is that? What happened to you? Is that you?
I am okay.
But I can definitely see like spines and shit coming out of her.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
looked like if a Warforged had sex with a bone devil.
Also, these like the eyes are like orange, not red. And
Probably. Yeah, which is
All
yeah,
right,
okay.
baby.
So I can see the orange eyes.
Yep.
Okay. What?
So that's where you move. You're confused in the moment.
Yeah.
Uh,
well, yeah. I mean, I use my action and movement. And
Yeah.
Like that's all my stuff anyway. So she's just like seeing this and just be like, wow,
As the
what is wrong with like, what is wrong with Crystal?
as we skip from Agnes, the 2 of you by this point have gracefully fallen the 60 feet and landed on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I assume a lot of smoke out here.
Oh yeah, it's
Oh,
the smoke
sorry.
district. When you turn and look up, you can't actually even see the window up there.
Yep. I just look to. I look at Violet. Cover your mouth. We've got to move.
Mealy does so and just doesn't say anything and just kind of looks back a little bit, but just continues moving forward with like a bag full of shit. Like,
I think for a moment there is a Kamashian temple in
Not in the smoke.
not in the smoke, but in
There's one out in the merchant ring, and there's also there's a bigger one in the Spark and Skulls districts.
there would be one between here and the school though. That's why.
Yeah.
Because I'd rather go there first. I look at Violet. Let's head to a bit of a safer spot and just. We need to talk.
we don't have time. We need to go to Aki now. We have to. We don't have time. I will explain what I can afterwards. Do you really think we really have time with the caretaker?
Fine.
After what
but
we did.
we go safely.
Any wrong move, we could have memory altered.
You understand what I mean by safely.
I'll follow your lead.
All right. Farah's probably spent enough time sneaking down here to lead safely back. I would take a guess. And that's, yeah, I guess we'll start heading back towards the academy in the safest route we know, or Farah knows. Is that reasonable?
Okay.
Just so you have a general idea.
Yeah, you start running through the streets. You don't see anyone in the window, though, Jonas, from your perspective. You can see that Doctor runs to the window and, like, looks out and, like, punches the wall. Is like, fuck! And then turns and starts moving back. The other one's just like, what do we do about the robot? And he's like, dispose of it to, like, Jonas.
And they
Oh, absolutely.
start running.
You don't even need to cast suggestion on me. I'm already doing that.
And so,
Already charmed.
Agnes, are you going to get involved in this situation?
Yes.
Roll initiative. Fire and Violet, you are out of initiative.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Let's find out whose side you're on.
I don't know at this point.
Alright, well, Crystal goes now.
Man, what is with all our initiatives like 17 plus?
Our roll's taken pretty
Because
good.
you're doing pretty good.
Fucking Crystal's got so many nat 20s, which has led up to this point.
Yeah, I know, I'm terrified.
It's terrifying, yeah. So you, Jonas, as you're striking, you notice the spine on her shoulders are still growing longer and longer, and the one down her back, you see now a tail of these, like, twisted spines have now formed behind her that's, like, snaking around.
As you start, like, doing this, you see a punch coming out from the side. Are you doing anything?
Me?
Yep. It's going to punch you. It's currently, like, winding up to try to punch you, and you see its tail is, like, switching around to, like, stab at you from the opposite side.
Oh, she's a tail. That's cool.
No, I don't cast shield.
Alright.
Okay.
So,
Then you get hit twice.
both hit.
First hit,
You take 7 force damage. Roll a,
and then the strength
roll a
save.
strength save.
Jesus Christ, you're so
You push 10 feet back.
So what's that? 6 and 7, so 14, take 1 is 13. Yep.
And then you take another 5 force damage.
Tails got reach. Damn.
Oh, the tail struck before. It's AC 1 to you.
So I'm at taking 18 points. So
Yep. And then she rushes
Past
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
And as you catch a glimpse as she's running back as you're on the ground, you see these 2 large spikes. The other ones are pointing like up and over, like shoulder pad, but these ones are like pointing inwards towards her story, coming out of the back.
So, yep.
Alright, Agnes,
Still, she's doing. She's not finished changing just yet.
Agnes and Jonas, you're up.
question.
Yeah.
What does the tail look like?
It looks like these same spines, but they're like interlocking and connected. So it's like with the way it is, it almost looks like these scales and spines, like they're like, almost scaled now. But you can tell it's probably just made of the same calcified spines.
Okay.
There's a robotic look to it, but it's not like made out of metal. It's design wise, it looks like it's part of.
Yeah. It looks
A
like it's
robot.
mimicking.
Yeah.
It's like
something
Mecha
constructed.
Godzilla.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, make an Arcana check. Because now it's changed enough that this might jolt something you've read about. No, this looks weird as shit. It does not look normal planarish, but it's also you're not sure what it looks like really.
And where are the eyes when you need them?
Busy right now.
Right, yeah, Agnes, Jonas, feel free to have your turns.
Alright.
They
Yeah,
are probably
okay.
dealing with intruders right now.
Dealing with another devil.
Where did my character sheet go? 1 second, it's
It happens.
It's gone.
Okay, so plan is to... Unless I didn't delete it. Plan is to cast Flame Strike to increase my movement. So we'll do
Gotta
so
go
that
fast.
first. Oh god, what is that?
Oh.
That's
Okay.
a 20.
Interesting.
Is 20 okay?
That
Or is
is-
it...
No,
I
20 is
really,
also
I really
attainable.
want to roll on the table.
Yeah, it's 1 or 20.
Okay. Oh, okay, nice. I like that.
Go ahead, roll on the
Come on,
table.
something
Also, just the
good.
fact that I haven't had a roll like this on the table, like I think since the first session, and now it's happened twice.
So you are the target as well as the caster. So you're pushed back in the opposite direction you want to go in by 10 feet as you've like flung backwards.
One
You
10
fly
feet
back
in
10 feet.
opposite directions. So did
Sorry.
she split in half?
No,
But
no,
as As you like,
It's like the,
as you land on the ground, you have these flames swirling around your legs.
I imagine like she kicks them on, so like it's like there's like
Hell yeah.
just like
Hell
rollerblades or like
Heelys.
like,
Yeah,
jet
she got
fuel
Heelys.
coming
I
out.
need flamies
Like that-
to
yeah,
escape my
that's like,
feelies.
yeah, like it looks like that. I just imagine it's like she put them in reverse accidentally.
Mm.
Alright, so okay, I can go 45 feet now, so 5.
You can
10,
explain the fireball by
15,
accidentally just casting fireball instead of the
20,
Heelys.
25, 30, 35,
One way portal to the
40,
fire flame would be nice.
45, and then she'll use her action to keep moving as well. So 5, 10, 45.
Cool.
As far as she can go, she's okay. So what's this? Are they? Is Crystal still like fighting him, or is she trying to run away?
She's trying to run away. Like she's
She's attacking him when she's being attacked, but she's attempting to get away from him.
You notice that her attacks have got these like air power, and she's using it to push. And when she's using it to push, she's using that to actually like get away.
Okay.
But she also looks messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's
That ain't
cool.
the
Yeah.
same.
I take it back.
That's
She doesn't
nice.
look. She doesn't look at. She looks fucking sick. All right, let's be
Yeah,
honest.
look, imagine Mecha Godzilla. That's what it's kind of looking like in my head.
So is she going to end up in the permanently unwell wing?
Okay.
No,
I have something to say about it, yeah.
what?
No, like Crystal. I mean, sorry.
I don't think. Okay.
She probably could.
I'll leave it for now. Actually, hang on, what's my distance
No,
right
Agnes,
now?
could you do me a favor?
Agnes, yeah.
Could you roll on the table?
She already did, didn't she?
Sure.
Huh?
No, but she has a
God.
type of chaos check.
She has a
Ah,
type of
yeah.
chaos
Okay,
check.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
By the way, when they said that, you get it unticked. Congratulations. What?
Grass starts growing all over this wooden floor.
Isn't that difficult terrain technically?
No, it's just grass.
It's just 3 feet grass.
And
Yeah,
the
just
grass
touch
starts,
some grass.
the grass starts growing around you, and then it's immediately ignited by your 5 feet.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
it's just
Badass.
it's just covering me. It's 3 feet tall, which completely surrounds me in fire.
That's
You're
right
gonna
next
smoke
to
out the whole building.
That's right next to the file room.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's a stone wall. It'll be fine.
No.
It's only
I have-
20 feet. It's
I have
30
so
feet
much
or
shit
25
open
feet
right
to the
now.
door.
On the
Okay.
bright side, you get your Tides of Chaos back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I
That's-
got that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I leave it because I have it. So sorry, I didn't mean to keep it. Okay. Yeah, that's my turn.
Tick is used.
Yeah, because that's action. Yeah, that's action, bonus action, and movement. That's all. That's it. Everything I can do.
That's what you do then. So that's your turn.
Yep. Sorry, oh, fuck, I have so much shit over.
Alright,
I
no,
don't
it's
think I
okay.
need the basement anymore.
Jonas.
I'm pretty sure I can close most of these maps now.
Okay. Well. 5. 10. One of my attacks I wish to make a shove attack and knock her prone,
Go ahead.
Okay.
which is
That's a strength check against her AC, I believe.
Strength check. I thought it was contested.
I think that's
Look it
only
up, Sean.
grappled. I think it is like technically an attack roll.
It
I'm
is an
not sure.
attack roll.
Yeah.
It's weird that the shove action has got the grapple and the knock prone effect, so it's like
They're both. The grappling is an attack action because I had a monk who was like, "Can I make flurry of blows as well?" I'm like, technically yes.
So special melee attack, knock prone, blah blah blah. Instead of making an attack roll, you make a strength athletics check contested by the target strength athletics or dex acrobatics. So yeah, it's athletics versus acrobatics.
athletics.
Probably should have actually. Am I taking damage from this fire? At
So
the
you-
moment?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
So you run up
Prone.
and you shoulder check her in the back, and Crystal goes tumbling to the ground.
Uh-huh. I now bop with my greatsword.
Yep, and you have
Yes,
advantage.
it-
I have
This is
advantage.
where the fire is.
You hit.
Anyway. And a bop.
All right. She only takes you. You swing down. You stab into it. You notice like the spines on the back. You break a few of them away. And she like rolls over once you stab at her and like looks up at you. It's like, I do not want to fight you, Jonas. It does not have to be this way.
That makes one of us, and I will bonus action second wind.
Yep.
Oh, max healing. Let's
Nice.
go. Yeah, it's over.
Now it is her turn.
Uh-huh.
She is going to half movement roll to her feet.
Yep.
And you watch as the spines on her back have grown even longer, and they flare outwards, and you actually notice they are two large wings made of spines.
Hell yeah.
Looking at her, you don't even need to roll anymore. You've read about planar beasts and stuff. It might be a low-level creature, but she looks like a damned image of a spine devil.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
She's going to make her first force-powered rend.
I devil with a fucking.
I can't see the rolls of KJ when AFK. That's a natural one. She misses.
Thank you for rolling.
So she throws the
rolling.
punch, and you manage to duck to the side. The tail lashes out. Wow.
Thank you. I'm
Go
glad
for
I'm fighting
free.
you.
Yeah, she throws a punch, tail lashes out, and then the wings fly, and she goes, "It's okay. You're not the only one who can repair themselves." And she regains 2d8 plus proficiency bonus, which would be 3, so it's 11 hit points she gets back. When I just back
look at a sheet.
And then she's going to fly the remaining half movement she has, which is 20 feet. 10, 15, 20. And as she does, when you go to lash out with your opportunity attack, the spines flick up into your face and stop you from being able to strike at her.
Because I wasn't going to make... Well, I was going to try a thing,
wait.
but it wasn't going to be an attack, technically. Does that make any difference? It would have, I suppose, been a grapple.
Spine devils have the ability flyby. Their movement does not provoke opportunity attacks when it flies out of your reach. And she is now... her wings are now formed enough that she can use it.
Does Agnes know about Spine Devil's Bane? Was that taught at school?
Yeah, they
low level-
Is
Yeah.
Agnes able to put this together? Because she is much less worldly than Jonas is.
There
I
are
don't know, I think
classes
you're technically older than I am.
There are classes on
I
like
can't-
all different like stuff. There's like but there is a section of each class on like early planar things where you would have learned about lemurs and imps and quasits and basic level like low level devils and demons that could be encountered by like stupid people summoning them into the plane. And a spine devil is a low enough level that you would have read about them.
She can recognize this as a robotic Spine Devil.
Yes.
Or like a Spine
Seems
Devil
like-
made out of metal.
It's like there is, you see Crystal and her body is still there, but she's like growing spines and stuff and is now like taken the shape of a spine devil in terms of the wings and the tail and like the spines down its back and shoulders and stuff. It's as if Crystal like was fused with the spine devil.
Big ol' fusion, huh?
And that is Crystal's turn. As AJ, by the way, put 5 damage onto Crystal instead of 10,
Oh, is
and then
that-
give her back 11 hit points.
Wait, where did my...
Okay.
Yeah, let me square it up.
Steel defenders, tanky.
They are.
It does help
They have-
that the very first ability of a Spine Devil is resistance to non-magical and non-silver damage.
Yeah, well, I figured that was going to start happening immediately, but I don't have
Yeah.
any way to get past it.
Right.
No.
So it's
Well, I do. I have magic missile.
It's your turn.
You also have
Sans.
Booming Blade.
Yeah, but that doesn't really help. What? She takes a full 1d8 thunder damage.
But yeah,
and I
Jonas and
can't attack
Agnes,
again.
your turns are up. Go for it.
Okay. I'll try first, I guess.
How high is
5,
she?
10, 15, 20. Sorry?
How?
Do I have a high initiative?
I'm not gonna say how high is Crystal. Or did? Or
Oh,
she's
Crystal
just-
is
Like,
just she was only half movement off the ground, so she's currently flying about 5 feet above the ground.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20.
Hmm.
Alright. So I'm going to tell you something, and you're going to tell me if it's feasible.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but I don't know what... Because this is such a unique situation to be in. Do we have our gear, like our inventory?
No. You had the
Some
stuff you
think
can
those items might be
summon.
called in.
You were asked to not bring weapons,
Mm-hmm.
so you have what you can bring. Like you have what you can summon.
Okay.
Like you could say, oh, I could have had like a few items on you that you would carry around with you, but like nothing really out of the ordinary.
Yeah. Okay. Because just in my general backpack, I have manacles. Like manacles. I was gonna put them on her wings.
You wouldn't have been able to bring those now.
Yeah.
Well, that's just kink shaming.
Think about the content,
hospital?
Jeremy. Think about the content.
Huh?
Think about the content.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking about the content.
He's been thinking about the
Alright.
content for the past month.
So as I run down, because I move more than 10 feet, I can jump pretty high.
Mm-hmm.
So I wish to jump up and grapple by grabbing onto her wings and just riding this puppy.
Alright,
Like-
so you gonna grapple her?
Trying to not pile drive, but trying to like drive it into the ground. Like, be enough of a nuisance. She can't use her wings. She's got to drop.
Alright, that's a contested strength checks then.
Is it like the athletics thing or just strength?
Athletics. Jesus Christ, AJ, let me roll next time.
Fuck off! You've been rolling ones and twos, my guy. Shut the fuck up.
That's...
I disagree. Yeah, you grapple her, her speed becomes 0.
Oh,
I don't control her anymore. It feels weird. I don't like this.
yeah, how's it feel just watching your...
For something
It's
got a
like
spine
you're
devil,
fighting for
you'd
you.
assume that people take damage for grapplings, but they don't have that ability
Yeah.
on them.
They don't.
don't they?
It's weird.
What
No.
does? Because something does.
Something does, but these
Bob
guys
devils?
don't. It's weird.
It's
That's
probably
weird.
a barb devil.
Yeah, it's Bob Dale has that.
Because
yeah.
there's a tiefling feat you can get that's like the whole barbed thing.
Mm.
Well, if you
Alright, so
hit,
that's
you get
your...
damage.
So first attack is you grapple her.
So because I'm doing this in a fashion which I'm using both my hands,
Mhm.
I'm not gonna use a weapon. I'm just gonna fucking punch her.
Go ahead.
Okay, roll it.
Miss.
Yeah,
You
that makes
punch
sense.
metal, it hurts.
Yep, that's cool.
Okay, Agnes.
Yeah, I had that, okay. Sorry, I
Well,
didn't
now you
realize I
can.
had a feat. But no, I could have done a reroll.
Silver gobs.
No,
No,
she's
no,
a halfling.
No, like way
Oh,
earlier.
right.
Way
Oh.
earlier about the memory. About the memory thing.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I do have a thing that could have made me roll an extra, but it's fine. Okay. Okay, you miss. Okay. He will cast
Oh,
Chaos
that's an
Bolt.
advantage.
At 3rd level on Crystal.
Go ahead.
That's a fun spell.
Hang on, it's an
Way
attack.
more complicated than what it needs to be. Oh,
And that is so too late.
Yep,
if I
yep,
cast?
time.
You can tie
Yeah,
it.
it's it. Yeah, I'll tides it.
Go ahead.
Come on, baby.
That
Yes.
hits.
Yeah.
So that's either
Yeah.
What
hang
type
on.
of damage
now,
is that?
Now, hang on, I need to find.
701.
you said you cast it at 3rd level. Don't you upcast that?
Oh wait, do I? Oh fuck, I didn't do that.
Just
Yeah,
roll the
whatever,
extra.
whatever the damage the 7 is.
Yeah, I just need to.
She has to pick between
7 is
7 and 1.
psychic.
Oh, I
Okay.
thought
7
you
is
just...
psychic, 1 is acid.
Okay.
Oh,
It's an extra
acid, let's
2d6
go.
as well.
Okay, it's an
So
extra
just-
2d6. Cause yeah, that's
Yes.
what I was trying to figure out where the extra was.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, psychic or acid damage?
Acid. She's made of metal.
Acid, okay. That has no bonus effects.
The barb
It
devil
should.
takes no damage from acid. Oh, really?
Not gonna lie, she actually has a handful of immunities now, and none of them are acid or psychic.
Oh,
But also, that does mean I'll need to pick more carefully.
As you
I
fire
recommend
it,
not poison.
as you
Yeah,
fire it,
don't
she's
fire,
just like,
don't cold.
And then.
1 second. As you fire and hit her, she's like,
Okay.
Agnes, why? I'm only trying to protect.
Yeah, but you're hurting Jonas.
He's attacking me.
Gaslighting.
Why do you look like that?
That's enough.
I am causing a distraction.
my
That's all.
girl.
Yeah. Alright, so you
Do I get to have a 2 cents or not?
Yeah, you can
weigh in,
pitch in.
absolutely.
Okay, I make eye contact with not Violet, with Agnes.
Oh.
It's gonna be very difficult to make
yeah, I know.
contact with Violet.
And I say, these are some interesting responses that are being programmed. Trying to get my point across. That's not just...
So is that your turn, Agnes? Are you gonna move?
Actually,
You're
you should-
surrounded by grass that's slowly lighting on
Oh,
fire.
Yeah, I was like, oh right, that's right. I was supposed to move out of the fire. She will do that. She'll be like over here.
Okay.
And she.
You ignite some more grass.
Well, the grass should just.
There's
be
60 feet of
so I don't
grass.
know.
60
also-
feet. I thought it was 20.
Did it not say 20? I thought it said
It's
60.
20 feet.
No, it's 20.
Nah, 60 feet's funner. Let's do that.
No, it's 20.
Shut up.
No, yeah, I think it says.
Yeah, and I
It's
said
20
it's
feet,
funner.
I think it's a 20-foot radius, so it's actually 40-foot diameter.
Didn't you say the floor's wood?
The floor is wood.
Floor is wood.
It's still a bad
I
thing.
mean, yeah, it's still gonna catch on fire. The rest of it, but.
Okay.
That's not an important factor right now.
Yeah. Okay, she will. You can do spells and cantrips in one turn, right?
No.
Yep.
Yes, as long as the action bonus action works.
Or you quick
Yeah.
spell.
Okay. Yeah.
quicken
She'll
spell, yeah.
quicken spell. Is it 1 or 2? It is 2.
It is.
Yeah. And then she will firebolt Crystal.
Okay.
Alright.
Don't roll damage.
Okay.
You fire the fire. Even when it hits, like even that, like it hits Crystal, she's like being held there. It just dissipates on the spines. No effect.
She tried. That's her only
Yep.
damaging
Fair
cantrip
enough.
that she can do from here.
All right, Crystal's gonna attempt to break free from Jonas.
Go on, Darren. Roll better than me.
Free.
There you go. That's a good
That's a
one.
17. So Jonas,
That's a-
you beat a
that's a-
17
it's a good
with
better
athletics
than
check.
As long as I roll more than a 10.
Motherfucker.
Yeah.
Alright, it's first attack, second
Sorry,
attack.
but it's literally what I do.
No,
Okay,
it's fine.
second attack is the same thing.
Oh, she has multi-attack now.
That's 16. You can beat a 16.
Roll less than 9, please. No, it's okay.
Nope.
Has
She's
a 9 on it.
struggling, trying to kick you off, but she can't move. She's gonna bonus action heal herself again.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Oh, damn!
Plus 3 to that, so that's 19 healing.
You see, all the damage
Nice.
that she's taken at this point has recovered.
the energy around just pulses and the armor just kind of mends itself.
Christ.
Yep.
He
That's
locked
her
Violet.
turn.
He locked Violet
have
and
any
Farah in the
counter
room. They had to escape out the window.
What room?
The caretaker's room. Like, she sort of points with her arm behind her.
It's kind of a broken door at the end of the hall.
Yeah. That's her turn, so Jonas and Agnes.
Does Jonas have a rebuttal for the door thing?
Look at her. Does she really seem like something that should be trusted?
That's specious.
You are racist.
You hate tieflings? Wow.
Yeah,
Shit,
I've been
I haven't-
openly racist against what you are since the start, and you proved my point.
You are
Thanks.
wrong. I am not a warforged.
And I've been lied to.
Sure. Okay.
You can go
It's
first.
fine.
I'll go second.
Hang on. Just checking. I think that's concentration. That's fine. I don't want to get that. I've made the distance that I needed. I will, for free, cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on Crystal.
Okay, you cast Tasha's Laughter. That I believe is a charm effect.
Yes.
Nothing happens.
I guess it counts as charming her because it's an enchantment spell. It makes her laugh, but like it doesn't give her
It
the
is a
charm
charm.
effect. I don't know if exactly how it words it. Like if it's
Read it.
if
Shut
she's
up,
the-
read it.
Tasha's Hideous
mean-
Laughter. So it just says that they fall into a fit of laughter.
Gosh, that's
Some
good
spells
stuff.
Where
say
is your
the tongue's
Tasha?
a charm.
Where is Tasha's on your sheet, though?
It's up the very top. It's the they touch
Okay.
ones.
Actually, no, it does not say.
No, it
It doesn't
doesn't.
count as
How
a
do it
charming
come-
effect for any effect that needs charming addition.
Yeah, it's not the charmed condition.
Hmm.
It's just an enchantment spell.
Yeah, no, you're right. So she has to make a saving throw.
Uh,
Oh, it's...
Roll it again. Don't worry. It's fine. She crits.
Ha, ha, ha.
I'm scared of her with these rolls.
Okay.
But I created it, so I'm proud.
Quicken spell again. Use up all of those. Chaos Bolt first level.
That would be 2 first level spells in 1 turn. You can't do that.
Oh wait, yeah, no, sorry. That okay. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. All right, that'll be my turn.
Okay. Jonas? She's trying to break free of your hold.
Yeah, no. Doesn't happen.
That's fucked up. That's not very nice.
Well,
At least consent first, like...
it's gonna be an endless cycle. I'm just gonna keep holding on. Hopefully, they've gone to get the guards, something. The fucking 2 dudes.
The eyes.
People in general. There's a lot of shit.
They're good with
going
planar
on.
beams.
I'm just gonna keep holding on. I don't know if there's any kind of action I can take in order to give myself advantage on grapple techs. I'm just gonna fall.
Not
on my
really.
turn.
You don't have the grapple feat, so you can't force her into a restraint.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, your action is just grappling. Just to make this quicker, Agnes, are you going to be trying to do anything to help assisting Jonas, aside from, I'm assuming you're just going to continuously attack Crystal or something else?
Yeah, well, I can't do anything to assist him unless she hits him and like I do a silvery barbs. I don't think I can give him. I can do that. I mean, I might be.
Alright.
Where is the thing that tells me the like how many sorcery points equal spell slots?
Should
I
be
can't-
in your font of magic.
Font of Magic. It's 2
Font
for
of
first
Magic,
level,
thank you.
3 for second level, 5 for fifth level. Or third level,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, so I don't have enough to get second, so I can't use Nathan's.
As you
So yeah, so the only way I can really assist Jonas apart from all support is if she hits him and I use silvery barbs.
You can technically do it the other way
Otherwise-
around as well. You can consume a spell slot to get sorcery points.
I will
As a
say,
bonus action.
That is
to
true.
expedite the situation, I'm going to make 2 more attempts to break for Crystal to break free.
Mhm.
So Jonas, beat a 9.
I rolled a 1, I would still beat it. Oh, 9, maybe not, but...
and then
Whoa.
beat a 25.
I can do this, I can do this, I can do this.
It's time, Jonas.
Fuck!
Okay.
Damn it, Jonas.
as you break.
Agnes, as you're there, you hear the sounds of footsteps rushing, coming towards you guys from the south. She finally manages, she rolls to the side, she turns, like pivots, gets her feet under you, and kicks you off, Jonas. She then springs to her feet, wings out, and dashes through the air 40 feet, making distance. She starts flying down the hallway. If you want to. Is
Yeah,
there, as she's
Just 'cause
taking
if
off...
I do, I gotta do. Just because, yeah, because if I do, I need to do the rolls on the surge in case something happens.
Yeah. So she is moving faster than you can keep up with, Jonas, when she is flying. So Agnes, are you going to attempt to do anything to stop her?
She's flying.
Yep. She's in the air and she's like flying because she has a 40-foot movement speed in the air.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
Turns out she has 40 movement speed on the ground, but I didn't read that, so now I've learned.
Now you know.
Okay, well, okay. Like, okay, I can't beat. Okay, I'm gonna burn my last first level spell slot to get, I assume, one sorcery point back. I
Nope,
assume
it's
that's
same
one.
conversion both ways, so
Oh,
it's 2 for first level.
Oh, sick. Okay. So I'll burn those 2, and then I'll use them to get back a second level slot, which is 3.
Is that bonus action? Bonus action?
Yeah,
I
it would be
actually-
2 bonus actions.
Actually, I forgot how that's how that works.
That's
Yep.
okay. The deal, because I'm gonna say, just for expedience sake, do you have any spells you can cast right now to stop Crystal?
Okay, yeah. So no, for right now, I won't do any of the things I just said I would do. Instead, I'll use the last spell slot that I had to try another Tasha's.
Alright, she'll make a wisdom save.
This is me just doing for the surge. Oh
That's
my
a
god!
surge.
Roll on the table.
3 times today.
Roll on
Yeah.
the table.
Honestly,
I'm not mad, but I'm just wondering, like, I'm just.
it feels
surprised
good
it's
though,
so
doesn't
many.
it? Like,
Yeah.
just to roll on that D100, like, it's
I
good.
love
It's good.
rolling the D100.
so good.
Roll it.
I missed it. Oh.
Okay.
So Uranus really is the only one that's like affected by that.
Yeah. She's not holding anything, so Jonas, you can make a wisdom save.
Yeah.
DC 15.
I'm not holding anything at the
Right, and
moment
then-
either.
You up?
I
Oh
was
yeah,
grappling
you
onto
dropped
her.
them. Yeah,
And then this is her save.
She succeeds.
she beats. So she takes off down the hallway because at the speed Jonas,
As-
you can't catch up.
As she takes off and as she passes Agnes, she's just like, if you do not hurry, the doctors will hurt Farah and Violet.
And then as you see her turn the corner, you see multiple of the guards from downstairs coming up. And they're all going to make swings at her as she tries to duck past them all. Which is about 8 people. So I'm just going to roll a handful of d20s into the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Are
6,
they
7,
opportunity
8.
attacks?
I would say these are ready. I would say these are ready attacks.
Did I have a turn where I could at least attempt to just like follow behind?
You can follow. It's just the case of you guys. Soon she'll
Yeah,
break
like, I
out
mean,
of
I'm
line
not-
of sight of you, and then she's going to be gone because she can move 80 feet a turn now.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
A couple hit.
AJ, how many of those beat the 15 with a generic modifier?
Of what, plus what? 2?
Whatever you think the guards would have.
3.
3 hit.
3 hit.
3 hit. Which takes...
Each of those would have probably a +3 to damage.
So 4
and
to 2,
they would-
3 to 1, and
No, I would say these would not be halved because these guys would not have non-magical equipment.
these guys will have magical spears
These-
to
these
deal
are
with the
dudes that-
smokes.
I would say, given the people who they are, where they're coming, I wouldn't half the damage.
I would. I don't think that makes any sense. But
I'm just
alright.
saying this is the last situation. I think if they can't stop Crystal now, I don't. Think
Well, they
this will
can't
catch
stop
her.
her
I'm trying-
anyway. What do you mean?
I'm trying to expedite the situation.
Then just say they don't take the damage. It's half. It's fine. He escapes.
She could just get away with flyback.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. These are ready to attacks. These aren't opportunity attacks. Doesn't matter.
She's out.
She doesn't go down. She flies down. Jonas, you give chase. Agnes, you give chase. But unfortunately, with her wings and moving at her speeds, she can get down out of the building, out the door, and then into the air.
Well, just while they're chasing, Agnes is yelling at Jonas, being like, "What is going on?"
It had hit the fan. Bad.
What happened?
I assume this is all out of,
Yeah,
Um,
left in order.
like, they're gone, so it no point chasing after something you
Yeah.
can't catch up with.
What did she say about the doctor, the caretaker going after Farah and Violet? Where are they?
So, Crystal locked me in the basement. Just to start off all of this.
Why?
You're asking the wrong person. While down there, I caught her stealing a file, and I guess imbuing it itself with it. But what you gotta understand is, did Violet tell her to do that? Because she's supposed to be subservient and not a what's the word? Sentient creature. And if that's the case, that's a different conversation we would have had to have. So I'm pissed off that I've been lied to, I've been locked in the basement, and this construct, which is very illegal to have sentient ones of them, I went looking for it. I found Farah first, and I don't believe Farah was particularly honest with me from the start. And then when we double backed up here and you passed us, we got a note from Kay saying that she had broken into the caretaker's office and that you had, and I look around to see if there's anyone around.
There's a handful. There's like those guards who came up after, but most of them have rushed off after her. Like, one or two of them are looking up at you guys, like, "Are you okay?" And you're like, "Yes," and like, "All right," because you recognize all these people, Jonas, so they're not gonna like freak out at you, and they leave.
Yeah. I take Agnes to the side and I say, you've had illegal magics cast on you, which we have to go sort out.
What?
Probably
What?
now. just before, I will explain as we go, and I start taking her out of this place, heading back towards the school.
All right, so you guys leave towards the school.
Yep, and
Just
I
to
finish
confirm,
telling the story.
Farah and Violet, you're also heading towards the school.
Yes.
Through the safest route, fire knows, yes.
And I'm
Anaya.
following Farah's lead.
Anaya,
Hello.
you have ascended the tower, knowing shit is going down. As you've been climbing, you have heard a few sounds that have caught you off guard. You briefly heard a scuffle of a few spells being discharged, but looking over, you see a few scorch marks and then a handful of individuals all standing just stock still and then wandering off peacefully as if nothing happened, while 2 or 3 of these individuals wander away. You also see more people on the way there. More of these cloaked-ish figures heading towards the school grounds as you pass a window and look in. You keep ascending the tower.
I would be rushing.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're moving as quick as you can.
Oh yeah.
Eventually, you reach the top of the tower. It's a lot of running, but it's not the first time you've had to do it because, you know, punishment sometimes is literally run up and down the stairs. And you get to Aki Nikolai's office. There's a door in front of you. Do you open the door politely or do you burst through?
I open the door politely first in case there's any cloaked figures in there.
Alright, you run up, you open the door, like basically knock and open the door, and inside you see Aki and you see Marty, who both turn and look at you like surprised.
He immediately shuts the door behind her.
Miss Ariante, what are you doing?
Sir, there is something going down at the school. There's a bunch of cloaked figures approaching. They're using spells on the teachers, and the teachers are just letting them in. There's more of them. They're going through the school. There's more arriving at the moment, and there's spells being done off, and then people leave like nothing happened.
And she just he looks over at you, looks over at Marty.
Marty just nods and is like, I'll get moving, and it immediately turns and walks past you and starts leaving the room.
You have to make a choice here, Miss Ariante. What do you want to do?
I don't know. I don't understand what's going on. I was supposed to be at the care house helping, but I
Ignore
slept
that.
into a late night.
Do you want to be here?
I don't know. Could I be of help here?
That is up to you. I'm asking you. Would you want to assist what's happening, or would you like a way out?
If I can assist what's happening here, I would like to assist here. I trusted my friends to be doing the right thing.
Before you make this decision, you can answer the same as again. You are a student. These matters are mine to deal with. If you wanted to leave, no one would blame you. Not me, not your other teachers, and certainly not your friends.
I want to stay and help if I can.
Leave the school, find your friends, and see if they have found anything out. If so, bring it back to me here.
Alright.
Oh,
How should I get out? Because they're everywhere in the school.
like this. And he places his hand on your head. And teleports you outside the city, outside the gates of the Scholar District.
I'm sorry,
That's
it
what-
says willing creature?
I'm actually not willing.
I will say, just for a little behind the scenes thing, I like to type to lines, me and AJ type lines to each other when we're both talking, and like suggestions on what to say. And literally, basically, it was like every second line he was saying them as I was typing them before I hit enter, and it's just one of those get out of my fucking head moments.
Yeah.
Just backspace, backspace.
Nah, hit enter anyway. So yeah, are you willing to be teleported, Anaya?
Well, I don't know. I think I will be.
Alright. Then you disappear from that room and you suddenly appear a few blocks down from the city, from the gates of the academy.
My aunt is still around, isn't she?
She's in the city somewhere. You could get to her if you wish to.
Yeah, would I know where she is staying?
There's a hotel that she probably is staying at that she often goes to.
Quickly scribble on some parchment a note, pretty much saying, like a rough sort of idea of what's going on.
Mhm.
And I want to give it to Mr. Fluffles and get Mr. Fluffles to take it to a lifeline with the others.
Alright, he goes "Roar," and takes off into the street carrying the note stuck to his back.
Yep.
He disappears around the alley. He knows how to get to her.
And
Yeah.
where are you going?
I'm going to start heading towards the care house, trying to keep an eye out in case I see any of them.
Alright. So, because Farah and Violet were going for the safest way possible, I want you two to roll stealth. And we'll have
Yep.
active perception from Anaya.
I imagine they'd be able to
Yes.
see me if they're...
Praise be. Fuck me.
Jesus Christ.
That's fine. Like, so far,
Yeah.
so far Anaya can point at Farah.
It's probably.
Oh,
easiest
I'm
to
having
do that.
issues again with the chat. I rolled a 7 plus 2, which was a 9.
Doesn't matter, so you get seen.
With
So yeah, Naya, you managed to see them both.
With Farah's helping you stealth pretty well, but it's a little bit of a hindrance to the team as far as double
Well,
checking
we're not hiding
everything.
from Nile.
You're hiding from people. Not
Yeah.
You don't know Anaya's looking for you, so
I know.
you're actively hiding from
She
Anaya.
is people.
Anaya, you spot them anyway.
Yeah. Spotting them, and I will immediately run over to them. Oh my god, thank god. Where's Agnes?
I know.
Are you saying this out loud while you're approaching, just first?
Yes.
Okay, as you approach, Farah will cover your mouth and sort of pull you to the side.
You're no longer in the you're at the the gate between the smoke and the.
Yeah, but still want to just
Oh, no.
be out of sight of gods.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just specifying the area. You can continue.
Yeah.
When Farah does that, and I straight up slaps her hand away, not looking particularly impressed. No, you're not gonna shut me up right now. There are things going on.
No, please.
Anaya,
We're
we need
this
to
bad.
be out of sight first.
Please. We need
Where
we
are
need to
the
be.
others?
That's
one
what
second.
we want to explain, but we need to just
No,
move.
first you need to know there are people invading the school and using magic on the teachers to make them forget
caretaker?
and let them in.
There too.
Fuck.
They're using illegal magic even in the hospital.
I went to the headmaster. I told him what's going on. He told me to come find you guys, everyone, and see if you had anything that could help.
I look back at
Where
Violet
are
while she's
Agnes
still
and Lilith?
carrying.
And you need to your grandmother. You need to make sure she's okay because
My grandmother?
not grandmother. What was it? Your auntie?
Auntie.
Sorry, it's been a while. My brain is fried today.
Okay.
And
Anaya,
your auntie.
we're short for time.
You need to message her. Something.
I've
Get something
already
to her.
sent Mr. Fluffles with a note to her explaining what's going on.
We need to let her know not to get any contact with the caretaker at all.
We are very short on time. There has been a situation between Jonas and Crystal, which
You hurt
escalated.
her. I mean, sorry,
Modify memory.
wait. Did she hurt him?
We don't know.
The caretaker has
What do you mean you
this
don't
stuff.
know?
Agnes had modify memory cast on her.
Yes.
Don't know if you know how illegal that is or not, but
Yeah, no, and I would know. She kind of has a good idea of
You
illegal
know
magic,
what's
but
bad for this country.
Yeah.
Definitely well versed with what is legal and what's
Uh-huh.
legal.
so we jumped out a window and fled, grabbing
took
whatever
anything I
evidence we
could.
could on the caretaker.
I took
But
anything I
what-
could in the desks and ran.
We don't know if
mean
Agnes
that-
and Jonas are safe. If the school is unsafe, then where do you propose we meet?
Jonas trapped us in the room.
Why?
I don't know.
This is something I think we all need to talk it out in a safe place.
Can we with him?
No offense, but I have trusting in what Eunice is like. What did you do?
Nothing.
From what I understand,
No, that's not right. Turns to Farah. You used magic yourself to make him get out of the room, and then he locked it behind him.
Farah, why would you do that?
if people would listen,
What did you do?
Crystal had locked Jonas in the basement of the care house, to my understanding.
Why
I
would she
only
do
asked-
that, Violet?
I-
Aren't you supposed to be able to tell her what to do? She's a construct.
And
Whatever she is, Violet has some explaining to do once we are out of sight of everyone.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Yep.
You good? Yep.
Sorry, what's coming? Oh, good. Right, sorry, I'm good now.
Whatever has happened with Crystal to go out of control of Violet, Violet can be the only one to explain it, but we can't do that in the opening.
She's still under my control.
Do
She
you
is...
have...
Is Eunice okay?
He would be, most likely.
I don't know.
Most likely?
He's a capable fighter, you know that damn well.
Oh, I know he is.
And to my understanding, I look at Violet, Crystal wouldn't kill, right?
I told her just to get out. It was commanded to not really do anything of that sort of sorts.
You, as far as I'm aware, and I can run around freely. You can find them.
But did
Where
you
are we
tell
meeting?
her to lock Eunice in a basement?
I did no such thing!
Then how do you know she's gonna listen to you? If she's doing things on her own?
Because she does listen to me. I didn't tell her anything.
I'm gonna do a perception because I feel like we're starting to get a bit louder as we're talking.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Oh,
You're too
Tiny guys
distracted.
throw me off so much.
it's funny.
Look, I'm trying to cut this short. We can sort this once we're all together. Even if people have to beat each other up for it.
I need to
Where
bring
is
this back
safe?
to Aki.
Do you know a safe place, Anaya?
I don't know. He just told me to bring him anything that could help.
Okay. We can either go to where your auntie is, if you know where that is.
I do. She
Or
should be in a hotel.
I can trust the Temple of Kamashium. But I would
Hermit,
much rather...
did he tell me a specific place to meet with him?
No.
No, okay, yeah, no, I thought so, yeah.
You could assume his office again.
But it also seems really dangerous to get into his office.
Either way, we need to... even so, like, I don't know what I have on me. Anything that is in this bag could be useful right now.
Speaking of the bag, you've been running for a bit.
Yeah.
Have you looked at any of the things you grabbed?
If I had a chance, I would have. But I don't think I would have.
You're going slow
Okay.
to avoid detection.
Yeah, we were
Yeah.
running.
That's the problem. I at least have seen what they are doing there somewhat. I know that Agnes has been mind altered. I've seen it. I saw it. They're doing something. I don't know what. I don't know what Agnes may have seen to have that happen, but it's happened.
So they're part of what's going on at the school right now.
If my
Most
guess
likely.
is right, where the caretaker went, then yes. I overheard the caretaker was going to the castle with a few others. That's all I know.
Do you think we could rush into the school and get back up to Aki?
We...
How many paths do I know around the school?
The school is like a honeycomb of different paths.
How many does Farah know?
Given the fact you used to actively break the rules repeatedly, probably a lot of them.
This is your time to shine.
You can Fred and George Weasley around a castle.
I can get a sense. But getting out might be the dangerous part.
He teleported me out last night. Perhaps he could do something similar again.
And what if he's taken? What if he's the one that's in danger?
He can't be. You should know how strong Aki is. Like, there's no way.
Look, we don't have time to be dilly-dallying at this point. Yes or no? I can take us back to the school, or we can go meet up someplace as a group first. We don't really have time to and ah.
If we're gonna be trying to get our way back in there, would it be better if we have everybody? So, worst case scenario, we kind of shield one person to get up there.
Right.
I don't know.
I think we know we're near the border between the smoke and the next, right?
Oh, this would be, you guys were heading up and they were heading down. You guys would be in the Scholar District by now.
Yep.
Because you had a bit of a head start
Okay.
over going up versus going down. But yeah, you guys would be in the Scholar District, still a bit of a, probably 10 or 15 minute walk back for the academy. And to keep an eye on Jonas, you guys are about 5 minutes behind them. So
Agnes.
yeah, I said Eunice and Agnes. So yeah, you guys are on the same direction, but you were heading a more direct path. So yeah.
If you're gonna take a minute, you might as well, like, if you're not going immediately in, you might as well take a minute to actually see if you have anything worth risking it.
So I look at Anaya, then at
Maybe
Violet.
we get to one of the closer entrances of the school and we wait
That's
to find them.
what I was about to say. Do you have a well? You know your way around the school somewhat. You know the general layout, yes?
Yes.
And you know the general layout just outside of it, around this part of this district.
Yes, I do often go for walks around.
Okay. Farah will begin explaining what one of the less savory entrances is and say to meet there. There's likely not going to be any guards around that entrance. And we can meet there without really being spotted. And that'll be our entrance in. If we want to back out, we can still can at that point.
I believe within the school as well, it seemed they were convincing the teachers that some sort of drill was happening that was important, and everybody was being sent to the cafeteria.
Do we have time to wait?
That's what I'm saying. Anaya, can you... I don't know how far behind they might be if they left. Can you go find the other two and lead them to this entrance that I've explained?
Why don't you do that? I can go with Violet. Considering I know what's going on, it might be perhaps more helpful for me to go with Violet.
I look at Violet. I'm letting her
I'm
take
gonna-
this call.
I'm gonna very quickly, just because I remembered I actually have this spell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to cast see invisibility to see if there's any like sort of sensors following us.
You can't see invisibility. You don't see anything invisible around you.
Good. I'm gonna keep that up for an hour.
Violet,
Yes.
are you happy to go with Anaya if I go get the others?
Yes.
Okay. You two, please get to this spot safely.
We will.
I mean it.
I will.
Alright. So you split off. Farah, you go looking for Jonas and Agnes.
I'm heading back towards the entrance between the smoke and...
Yeah.
Before
It's
I head
fine.
that way,
Dad, Violet.
And
you
then
can do whatever.
Violet and Anaya are heading to the back up towards the academy.
Yeah, to the entrance that
So-
Okay.
Fire told us to go to.
My outfit is going to be changed to much more casual wear, and I'm going to occasionally keep up thaumaturgy to make sure my eyes are different.
All right. Quick thing. We go. So Violet and I, you guys, it doesn't take you very long to find the entrance. It's like a kind of like a sluice gate. It's like it's like a loose grate you guys can open. You can crawl up into like what is meant to be like a water outflow pipe that's like tall enough to stand in. And you can assume it leads to like some internal bathing area. It's like no wonder fire got out somehow. Who the fuck would look here? Violet, do you go through any of the things you grabbed?
If I considering we are waiting, I will. Yes, I'll go for specifically like the
And
stuff
I
that.
would help as well.
As
trying to find
you
it.
Okay.
have a look at the things, you make a couple of discoveries. In the small scroll, you find a list of a herbal remedy. If any of you've got alchemist tools, medicine, or nature proficiencies, or herbalist kit proficiencies, feel free to make one of them.
Nope.
To see if you can recognize what these would make. With a 16, you can tell it is some kind of tincture that would make someone. It's very slow working, like poultice that would make you very, very tired, and like would take a long while to wear off.
In the envelope that you found, there is a letter.
Do you speak Celestial?
Fuck.
Ooh, we need far back.
Hold on to that for later.
You're all casters. Does not one of you have comprehend languages?
Motherfucker,
Oh, wait,
I
no,
have.
I think I do. Yes, I do. I have comprehend languages.
So you're gonna cast comprehend languages?
I'm an
I will.
artificer, my
Thank
dude.
you, Jerry. I totally forgot I had it.
As you cast comprehend
What I'm here for.
languages, you can read it. I'll read it out and I'll post it in chat so you guys can see it.
Thank you.
I want to read it because it's
Okay.
it's my fun note.
Fine, go ahead.
It's a fun note from my darling sitting next to me. You read the note as it says, "Dear brother, it has been many long months since we last spoke. I hope you're doing well and enjoying your studies. I'm sending this letter to you. I'm sending this letter to let you know that I'm feeling well enough on my journey and have learned a great deal outside the castle walls. I hope you return one day and tell you of the wonders I have seen. The great forest of Venusia is just as mysterious as written in those old fairy tales I used to read to you. If not weirder, any missteps taken off the road could teleport you to far woods, making traversing it quite difficult. We met some unique druids and used magic to travel to not only distance, but through time itself. We visited the capital city of the dwarves, Highview. It's very strange, with being far underground for such a long time, that you forget what the sky looks like. The dwarves are rather untrusting of visitors, so we're not allowed too far into the city. But we saw what we saw was majestic and built into stone. I won't blather for too long. I am sure that you have many important things to attend to. I must ask you a favor. Please keep yourself safe. Listen to Father and watch everything and everyone. I miss you greatly, your sister. And Tez next to me, I think, is mad.
Yeah.
Why does the caretaker have her brother's message?
Why indeed?
So for context, Selena sent this letter to Ghislaine to get to her brother, and she just learned that he never received it.
Is it
This is a nice
signed?
letter?
Is it signed?
No, this is Selena's letter.
It just
I
says
don't
your
know.
sister.
You said a nine.
Uh,
I was
there-
very confused.
There was there a sigil? I think there's a stamp of like a unicorn.
What?
Oh,
A Pegasus.
there's a Pegasus
Okay.
stamp, which Anaya, given you are a noble, you recognize as the sigil of House Ghislaine.
It's different to like the king's one because all like children have slightly different variations, but the Pegasus is the symbol of the kingdom.
That's dirty.
Going
That
to
is
shoot.
dirty, you two.
Did not get to who it was supposed to.
No.
What? Wait.
Roll me a history, Violet, just because I wanted to see if you could remember this quick thing.
15. You have to trust me.
I do have to trust you, you know.
I can try a relog.
You try to relog, but I mean, okay. As you were pointed out, hey, look, the business meeting with Mario Arante. You quick like you gazed upon the area, and you see like a couple of times appeared Nathaniel Ghislaine lessons on the board for the caretaker.
Okay. Oh no.
So that letter was the first thing you pull out. Oh, second thing you pull out. The third thing was that larger scroll that you guys found, which, upon unwinding, Violet, you immediately recognize this because you've seen a scroll very similar to this. You see a scroll that is a map of the sub-basement levels of the academy. Except
Yep.
unlike the previous ones, which marked off those side rooms, this one specifically marks off another room, which is not attached to any of the others. Like, it's out of the way, further in, and has no distinguishing features, but it is specifically marked off.
I feel like upon seeing that third one, it's like I am now doubting that we actually have time to wait. We might have to rush in.
We should go.
I mean,
I have
with the
to step if we need to just get out of the situation quick.
but that's for you.
I know. Let's say, worst case scenario, if that happens, given the things, I will miss the step and I will bolt to the headmaster.
But the letter, if it's got anything to do with the royal family itself, it might have something to do with, on the blackboard there was, next to there was a thing with your auntie, there was also lessons with Nathaniel, the one to be the next in line. There's probably something going on there.
This clearly goes deep, and I think we need to get this to the headmaster.
Now,
Like I said, if things go bad when we're trying to get there, if we get grabbed, if we get found, give me the stuff, I will Misty Step, and I will bolt to Aki.
okay,
So you guys go in through the sluice gate?
yeah.
So you guys crawl up into the pipe and start making your way inside, not waiting for the others. It leads you up, if only it doesn't take you very long to reach an area, and you pop open a grate and climb out into one of the bathing area. It's like a laundry area. But you're inside, so where are you heading? You heading directly trying to get to Aki, or you have this map that shows you several of the entrances into the underground section?
Do any of the underground sections actually get us closer to Aki's office?
You could use them to get into the tower, but the underground Arc's office is the highest point of the tower.
We're doing that.
Yep.
As you start to navigate through a place, you find a location to go through these under basement area. You start making your way to an entrance that leads to the tower. By this point, the 5 minutes have passed for you guys to arrive with one another at the gates between the smoke and the Spark District.
So Jonas, Farah, and Agnes.
So, Farah, when she's going to wait there, she isn't going to be directly at the gate. She's going to sit a little bit away and send Queenie over to, land on Jonas's shoulder. As I said, she's just sort of sitting around looking like a civilian. With a raven? Yeah.
Casual.
I mean, I could be feeding the birds.
I feel like it's not too hard to notice who you are, given that you're friends.
I
I'll walk up
want
to
them
Farah.
to spot me after that. But
Are you happy with the decisions that you made?
are you happy knowing that I might be in more danger than the rest of us?
One has nothing to do with the other.
My decisions will... Look, I didn't make the right ones. I'm sometimes aware of that. We have to go. I don't know whose side you're on, Jonas, but I feel like there's a lot more going on than either of us are aware.
I'm just getting tired of being lied to by the people I consider friends. I
Then you
think
don't
that's too
have
much
to follow
force.
me. I
I'm-
simply agreed to meet up here so I could take you to where I got the others waiting.
I'm sure there was a reason behind whatever happened, and like we can all talk about it later once we all get together. We need to find the others and fix this. Whatever's happening here.
I'm not asking either of you to trust me right now. I'm simply just asking
I
you to
trust
come
you.
along and believe that Anaya and Violet should both be there, unless they... Shit. It just dawned on Farah that they might not have waited.
Really? The one with the rogue AI and the mischief maker?
With that, Farah's just going to
High
start
five each other.
running.
Yeah. Jonas takes off after.
And I and Violet give each other high five.
Agnes was behind,
As
very
you-
confused.
I match pace with Agnes because Agnes can't run as fast as us.
I
Alright.
slow down here and there for you to keep up, but
Yeah, but then I would move 15 feet a turn.
No, you put her in like one of those little bags that people put their chihuahuas in.
As you
Really? Not one of those baby vest things?
Oh, papoose? Yeah, no, absolutely.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's called a papoose.
as you
I've
got
actually
one.
known I always just call it the thing that dads wear.
I've worn it, so yes.
as both groups start proceeding towards their goals at the same time.
I'll say one quick thing. So far, are you taking them to the same sluice gate area to get into?
mm-hmm.
Okay, when you get there, you do see a little bowl of white moving along the ground, scrambling up the wall into the sluice gate as you also reach it. As you see Mr. Fluffles.
Oh. Wait, a bowl of white?
It's a bowl of white fur.
He's
I-
always
Mr. Fluffles is just...
I thought it was black. You don't know.
I'm going to quickly over and sort of see.
I was just imagining whatever color he was in the picture you sent.
Yeah, that was. I'm pretty sure it was white in the picture.
Yeah, no. I say Fluffles as I sort of run over.
turns and looks at you, and a whole letter, like perfect letter, just comes out of its mouth.
I
Like a
pick it up.
single piece of unfolded paper.
I don't question it, I just pick it up. What language is it in?
This is in common.
I pick the cat up.
The cat just purrs.
Okay,
You
what
look
am I
at the
reading?
letter, and it just says, Anaya, do not return to the school. I cannot explain to you right now. Please stay away from the academy. Maria.
Well, this is,
Sorry, Andy.
I don't read this out to them. Yep, this is a rescue mission. Let's go. Fluffles, hold on to Jonas.
So,
What is happening?
What are you guys? As you enter this, you say there's no one's there. Where are you guys going to go from here?
Just a point of information: Jonas, Agnes, and Farah don't know the underground areas of open, and
Not
you guys.
as well, but I know how to get into the school.
Yeah, you're in the school now. You open up into that laundry area. But you guys know that you discussed going to talk to Aki, but you guys don't know about the underground area, the map they found. The
So
others are
once-
in the underground area.
Yeah, we come. I sort of explain it as we're going through. Okay, so we were going to take the info to Arky, whatever we had. We need to get to the tower from here. Without,
Explain to them that what's going on in the
I,
school.
from what I understand, we need to avoid being seen. Something's going on here that's far worse than whatever was going on at the care house.
Just for the record, I'm using my last 2 sorcery points.
You have been allowed to insight me at any point here, just so you know.
I don't
for
need
a
to.
decimal.
I already don't trust you.
That's fine.
I trust you.
That's all. So probably not fine.
So you guys gonna try and make your way up to the top of the tower?
I do make it
Yes.
very clear that we need to stay
I-
out of sight.
Well, the thing
Agnes
is,
has
though,
no
we're
idea
in
what
school.
the fuck is going on, so she's just following along.
Do I try to
Just
go
like,
get my
okay,
armor?
this is what we're doing now.
It's entirely up to you.
It's up to you.
Agnes, I
Then
promise I'll
it makes
explain.
me worse at stealth.
You can do whatever risk you want, Jonas, but I'm going to try and find them.
It's not worth it. Alright, I don't get it.
All right, then I would like the
I like
feel like we
stealth
should
checks
stay
from
together.
everyone.
Yep. The 2 in the underground area can roll them with
I-
advantage.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, that's not terrible.
It's group stealth for both groups.
18 plus 2.
I need to check.
That's
the
3 successes versus 1 failure.
Do you have your tides?
She has an
No, but I
inspiration
have-
still.
No, that.
Jesus
no,
Christ,
but
really?
I also. Oh fuck! I just burnt the things. Shit.
I-
Yeah. I'll use my inspiration.
The last
him?
inspiration of the game.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just coming.
You want to roll stealth with
Uh,
advantage, man?
I don't have good stealth, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's
you have
okay. It's
advantage,
2
though?
different groups.
Okay, that's much
Alright,
better.
3
that was sweet.
successes.
Oh, yes!
Everyone
Amazing.
succeeds.
Thank
Did-
goodness.
did- Oh, what did you roll?
18
Hang on,
plus
hang
2.
Did your reload do anything?
No, I didn't realize I was typing.
Alright, so what do you want to do?
Sorry.
Underground or above tower section? I think underground works best, AJ.
Yeah, underground goes first.
So guys, you can go, AJ.
As you're traveling through these things, it's very dark tunnels. There seems to be sconces there that someone can light up if they really wanted to, but it seems to be kept dark for a reason. As you start walking, I'd like for the both of you to roll perception checks.
Oh, goody.
Oh, it was almost nat 20, I was wrong.
Where is it? Where is perception? I always never can see perception. 19 negative 1 plus 18.
18.
With an 18, you can hear the footsteps of some other people, probably a group of like 3 or 4. And as you like hear that, as you're being quiet, as you continually stealth, you see a figure in front of you.
Oh, fuck.
What are you two
Crystal
doing
can
down
find
here? As you turn, you see the hulking stature of your teacher, Marty.
Oh, thank god. Marty, we have some stuff.
Did you say statue?
Statue.
Statuettes.
You
Stature.
God damn it,
As
kid.
I was so confused for a second.
Learn
It
the
could've been.
English language.
The wounds are still fresh.
No.
Okay?
Exactly, I got mixed up because the words are there.
Listen, you probably have a lot of things right now, but we need to move.
Can
Where's
we get
Aki?
any of this?
We have things for Aki.
As he like looks around the area. All right.
We need. I have things that he needs to see.
There's an entrance about maybe 40, 50 feet away that way. He seems to be contemplating something.
Oh, so I think Farah and the others may also be coming in, but through a different way.
Fuck. You see, like, he's making a very, like, he's make a decision. He's like, shit, alright. Just either follow me and be quiet, or go about 40-50 feet ahead. You have to poke around the wall. It's a button mechanism that'll open the doorway you need. I can't stay here any longer.
What'd you say, Anaya?
I said, shall we go on ahead, Violet?
Yes, we need to. Do I still have the invisibility up?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Just checking. I'm constantly, like, every now and then just, like, looking around just to make sure that we're not being scryed upon.
You see Arky and Marty's, like, looking around and, like, checking things, and he, like, closes his eyes for a moment, opens it, and is like, fuck, we've got to move. And he, like, grabs both of you by the shoulders, starts, like, moving around a corridor, and he pulls you around a turn, and you hear those footsteps getting louder for a moment, and you hear a few individuals basically turn a corner into, like, looking into the corridor you were just in. And he's like, even the guards down here can't be trusted right now. Come, I'll show you where it is. And he, like, pushes you ahead and, like, starts leading you towards this passage that he mentioned.
And he looks at this like, from now on, the only people that you should trust are the Gamma P, myself, and Arky. Consider everyone else not an ally.
Okay. Fuck.
Whatever happens, be quiet. And as you walk through this room, you enter in here and you see a table, a slab of stone, and on it is a Earth Genasi woman who looks like she's sleeping. He shuffles the two of you into the corner. It's like, stay quiet, no matter what happens. Please.
He feels around the wall and finds this mechanism, which he presses, which opens up a section of the wall where he pushes you both basically into it.
He grabs...
His staircase like leads up, but he's like, no matter what happens, remember, be quiet. And then he pulls it shut behind him as it closes almost all the way, but doesn't click shut. You can just see out of the gap into the room behind you.
Before he does, he rips off a medallion and throws it in behind you, towards you, as he makes his way there. And he's like, well, as the last thing you hear is, well, I was predicting that you'd show up.
Oh no.
You hear footsteps enter the room where he was. You see the guy at footsteps enter the room that you guys just exited from and are hiding out of. So what'd you say, Anaya?
You said he threw a pendant in?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll pick that up.
As you pick it up.
You can't steal women. That's illegal.
As you pick it up, you have a look at it. There's just random arcane glyphs on there.
I'm just gonna put it on and just continue on with Violet, trying to be as quiet as possible.
I'll
So you
try
guys-
to take the lead if I can.
Alright, so you guys are going to leave and just making sure you're not looking back to see who's in the room. You're just gonna leave.
Is there a chance to, like, have a peek?
Yeah, so there's a crack in the door. You guys can look through it if you wanted to.
No, we're gonna leave.
No, we need to leave. We need to keep going.
Okay.
We can't
As
waste
much as
time.
I want to. We can't get caught, is the problem.
Yeah.
As the two of you circle up the stairs, the other three you take a more direct path. Still stealthier than a normal just going up the tower. You find your way to zigzags. There's certain corridors that lead into this tower and out of it, and you can hide from the general populace. And as you do, you begin slowly but carefully making your way up towards where Arky Nicola's office is.
All those years of avoiding classes paid off.
All that physical endurance that I did pays off.
All that sneaking I did at home paid off.
Eventually, after 10 or so minutes, the three of you arrive at the door of the office.
Yep.
So we open
Wait,
the door and
just
the
us three,
caretaker
shit.
pulls out gun and casts gun on Arky, right?
Oh no, never mind.
Is there like a keyhole?
Yeah.
I wish to peek through it first.
As you peek through it, you see You see movement, you can't tell exactly what's there, but you do see movement.
There are people in there.
We expect Arky to be in here.
I suppose you want me to go first, Jonas?
Maybe the
No,
others
I'll go
already-
first, and I open the door.
Maybe the others already went in.
Can I cast guidance on him before he goes in?
Yeah?
How does it? I just wait. How does this one work? Touch one willing creature once before the spell ends. Yep. So
I can add a D4 for the next minute.
Okay,
As
so
you enter the room, you see the frame of the Genasi, Archie Nicola. He seems to have like 3 different books open at the same time, pacing around and studying them all, and notices the 3 of you walked in. So, good, that's some of you. Where is Anaya and Violet?
Yeah, we don't know.
he thought they were already here.
Blast. Well, what did you find out?
Wait.
We don't have it.
I mean,
We were told we got a letter from Anaya's aunt.
How about first things first? To our knowledge, Agnes here has had her memory altered. Are you able to do anything about that?
Yeah. And he walks over, places his hand, almost like a slap, casts Greater Restoration on you,
Priorities.
and
Oh, okay.
you remember everything that you forgot.
he's like, she's like, yeah, I still don't get what you like. I don't get what's that, cause like, why would I? Oh.
Okay. Please don't get too loud. I don't think we should be
No,
too
okay,
loud.
so-
It hurts. That pain that it was, the pain that was like leaving,
She wasn't that loud.
the pain that it was like leaving, reappears as it's reasserting itself, and now you have like 2 different memories of the same, like, time period.
Yeah.
Just specify.
Oh.
Not Greater Resto. He can't cast Greater Resto. It's remove
Oh,
curse.
remove curse.
So, Anaya's auntie told her, gave a letter to Fluffles, who's on Jonas's back still.
Is he like places his hand out to like read it?
Yeah, I handed over. Basically, she said not to come back here, or to tell Anaya to not come back.
Well, if he's going to throw a coup, of course he's got the Ariantes on him. Fuck.
He crosses the room, to like back to the desk, and like tosses the note down aggressively. Like tries to look through these books he has in front of him.
Let's just stand in front of the door.
Jonas?
Oh my god.
The Ariantes.
What, this is the only point of entrance? Don't you want this guarded?
I just need to know, Jonas, that you're not going to...
I did what I did because it was the right thing to do in that situation. That abomination caused everything to go wrong in that place.
As you guys
You
are,
didn't see what that ended up looking like.
Okay,
Me and
fine.
Agnes did.
as you guys are arguing,
Okay,
saying this,
but
Jonas, there's like
Promise you won't do anything straight away. Just let's be civil.
I just want to protect the
We don't-
door.
If we can get out
we
of
don't
here,
need to fight now.
out of the city, if we need to, there may be one place I could take us to that might be safe, but... yeah. We'd have to survive, is what I'm saying.
We'll worry about that when we get to it.
Let's... we should wait a bit and see if the other 2 make it up here.
Alright. Did you find out anything else?
Aside from the modified memory,
I mean,
Caretaker was taking a few men to go to the castle.
Agnes can relay the stuff that she remembers now.
Fuck. Alright, you see, as he turns to his bookshelf, he starts like throwing off books, but like they're not in like any specific order. He's just throwing off one book in one area, another book in another area, and a third book in another, and he keeps like doing this. Go on.
What are you looking for?
Never mind. What else?
I don't know if it's relevant because I've never been in the basement, but they did have a lot of files.
That's fine. That's designed to do what it does. It makes sure there's no smog or any smoke that comes within the care house. It's the one good thing he's done for those people.
Was there anything you seen in that wing, Agnes? If
Jonas mumbles under his breath. Done for me.
Yeah, Agnes like gives Jonas like a kind of like a little look, 'cause, like a almost not like a suspicious side eye, but just like a side eye, be like, what just like acknowledging that he said something, and then focuses to
Agnes?
Farah and is just what am I there?
Yeah. Was there anything in that wing?
Yeah, she just she just talks about the stuff she should have been like. There was like a guy that was like super like spacing out, like not doing anything, and I tried to talk to him and he like flipped out. Well, I tried to talk to him like with message first, and he like freaked out and then started crying, and then I spoke to him in person, and he tried to was trying to attack the door, I guess me, and like trying to grab me.
He pauses.
And that lines up with why the people
and
should
then-
be there.
He pauses and he thinks, he's like,
Like
either they're very sick or he's very sick. And at this point, after climbing through the point in 5 minutes of getting from this secret staircase that you're climbing, you end up in front of the door, Violet and Anaya.
I have my pack weapon pulled when I hear footsteps.
I like to think for us is there's like once we see the finish line, there is no subtlety. Like
Just burst through the door.
yeah, like
Yeah.
once the like finish line ends in our grasp, we reach for it.
As you burst in the
And
door,
rush through.
see Jonas is standing there. Farah's got her weapon out. Agnes is
Blade probably to my neck as I
talking.
rush through.
Agnes is making sure that Violet nor Jonas do anything, just being like, okay, like making sure no one's going to immediately.
I like to
attack.
imagine.
But I want to do something.
I like to imagine as I rush through, the blade's like at my neck.
Blade? Oh no, no blade.
He has
No?
He turns and sees you, and he grabs you by the scruff of the neck and lifts you up from the ground.
Jonas, no.
Pierces into
Please,
your
please,
eyes.
wait.
Why?
We need to get out of there.
Yeah,
Like
Jonas,
the
not
bag
now.
dropping to the bag that dropped to the floor. She like looks at it. Like you need to see what's in there. Really.
As he
I'm not done with you. And he
I'll grab the
sort of
bag
like
and chuck it
shrugs
over
it down.
Fucking.
Goes stands on the opposite side of the room from her.
Miss Ariante,
Agnes will stand next to him.
Jeez, one sec.
Aki,
So immediately the cat jumps off Jonas and straight onto Anaya as well.
as you like walk in, he's like looks up behind you and he says, "Miss Ariante." Oh, again. Whoops. We'll wait a sec for that. As you open the thing, you find out all the things as well. You find the herbal remedy, the letter, the big map that leads to this area.
Can I take one glance at that letter and question why it's in Celestial?
Yeah, you can read it and you're like,
Seems a bit extra.
Why?
That's what kill you.
Fuck writes in this language?
the king.
Right.
King has a brother?
Wait,
But it's addressed by the sister.
do we know
Right,
of
that's
the
the
royal
point.
family at all? Of, like
It was
that kind of stuff?
Nathaniel and that are common knowledge to all of you.
Yes.
Selene is not common knowledge to all of you.
Yes, that's the part which I was going to question.
How many other secrets does this goddamn kingdom have? That's a stupid question.
I feel like right now we probably should focus on the other thing and like pulls out the map and the what was the other one? What was the first one?
The map, the herbal remedy, and the letter.
Yeah, pulls out the other two things basically, like especially the map and like points out like the room that is like unmarked but still crossed off.
Yeah, he looks, he's like, I know of this one. Marcy was down there, he told me this could happen. He'd already
We
seen
ran into Marty down there. Someone's there with him now.
He pulls out. He's like he immediately stops with the books, turns like grabs like a crystal ball and starts casting a spell. And as he looks,
We didn't see who it was. We had to rush you straight away, but he helped us find the way out.
So Marty is still trustworthy?
I don't know as much anymore, but he was.
As he looks,
He told us not to trust anyone, not even the guards.
As he looks into the orb, the room is empty.
We have to get out of Ghislaine, don't we?
What was in the room? Who was that?
Who was what?
It was the stone genasi that we saw, right?
Yeah.
Correct? The stone that... Who?
Yeah, I'm back again.
It's like a very important person that made a very important prophecy.
Fuck, I
What?
knew it. I knew it.
Marty is no longer with us.
What?
What?
Miss Anaya
As in,
is in dead. He picks up the letter from the ground and hands it to Anaya. It's arrived from you from your aunt.
Carrying that.
She takes it. What does it say again?
It says, Anaya, do not return to the school. I'll explain to you why later. Just do not go back there, Maria.
Fluffles was carrying that into the sluice I told you about. We caught up at that point and then tried to find you, but somehow he got up here before you.
Went a different way. We came in contact with Marty. He probably saved our lives. He threw this in, and I will take the pendant off and offer it to Aki.
Oh, no noise. Yeah. As you take it off, he's like, an amulet of silence. Probably a good thing you're wearing that.
Oh.
So,
Fucking what a...
we got back with info.
He looks at the lot of you and is like,
What do we do?
I have a simple question. Do you want to come with me, or do you want to stay?
Oh, where?
where are you
Away
going?
from here.
I don't think we can fight what's here. Truth be told, I might be better off getting out of here and going to train back at the temple if I want
What
to
if-
have a chance of helping here.
What about family?
If you stay here, you will not continue to fight. You will continue to be students. You will listen to everything they say. You will stay safe.
What do I do?
Listen to who?
The caretaker is throwing a coup against this country.
So your offer is basically we leave now, maybe come back later when we feel we can fight, or stay and be husks.
As long as you
Is that
play
what you're
the
saying?
part, you don't have to be husks. No one would say no to surrender. No one would blame you. To stay for family, to stay for people that you care about, it's fine.
Wait, how far away are we going?
If I can make it accurate, I want to go to Ghislaine. To Telnorus.
I don't know if I can leave. Like, my fault. I can't.
I know this is a big task. This is not your war, but you have to make the decision quick, because with or without you, I am leaving now.
Aki, is there some way we can keep in contact if I stay here?
You'll have to make yourself a couple days out of the city before the magical barrier between sendings is gone.
Because if I go to my aunt, since she seems to be involved with this, I could try to find some things out, and I could tell you.
As you're saying this, there's a to the door.
Fuck.
Choose.
I'll return at some point, but I feel leaving now is my choice.
Not going.
You gonna dub us all in?
No, I'm gonna make sure a crazed, manic construct is not let loose in this place. That's what I'm doing.
I think that ship has sailed.
As
Maybe we
the
can find her, Violet.
door starts to rustle,
I'm going.
What's the door made of?
Just wood.
Just wood.
Is there metal on it? Like the handle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, if you guys are... If
I'm gonna-
Jonas is saying you guys can't go.
While they're trying to make their choice, I'm going to try and shocking grasp the handle.
Okay.
I want to make sure that they aren't fucking touching it for a bit longer.
He's shocking across the handle. You're a fuck.
And a laugh from the other side of the door.
Decide now.
I'll make your decision easier for you, Ernest. If I go, she'll probably follow me anyway. So I'll just leave.
From the other side of the door, you just hear, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't think we're going to be letting you have a bit more time to discuss. And
Now.
so far, you're standing against the door, aren't you,
We-
Farah?
I was more touching the handle, but yes.
But yeah, okay. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
I look at Aki and just like, are you sure they're not gonna do anything to us?
Well,
If you play along,
I'm staying next to Aki.
Is Aki giving me anything to keep in contact with him?
there is nothing he can give you to keep in contact with him.
I'm gonna pick up the backpack that I stored everything in. I'm gonna go stand next to Aki.
Alright.
Because I
It's
do everything.
all-
I have to go with him.
So Farah, you are not thrown across the room,
As
but
soon
you
as I
are
get the
knocked back.
chance, I am going to be going.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I
the
am
door
taking it out.
the door is flung open as Farah, you're pushed back, but you're not thrown across the room. You can use opportunity to scrabble back towards Aki as you see entering the room, leading the way, is Aranel, the caretaker, as he walks into the room. Flanking him, Anaya, you immediately recognize Maria Ariante,
Mm.
and then another three individuals follow in after. You recognize them as other affluent figures, Anaya, but you really weren't one to keep up with all the nobles and their names and houses and all that.
And a couple of high-level teachers, probably of the enchantment school.
Yeah, miss, there's nothing we can do about Crystal now. For now, we just need to get away, recoup, work things out, and then we can come back and deal with it.
You're welcome to go, but I cannot leave just for that reason. There are other reasons that I have to stay.
Jonas,
I'm not leaving you here.
Yes.
And I
You
am
may-
gonna grab Eunice's arm and she's just gonna try to tug, like pull him towards Aki and stuff. No
the
worries.
caretaker steps aside and waves towards the door. He's like, "You may leave, Jonas. Our business is settled."
I'm so tempted to lightning lure, but I don't have that hands.
I take Anaya's hand. I look to Agnes. Are you staying or are you going?
If you're going, I'm coming as well.
I take
No.
Agnes's
We're all
hand
going.
and I step out of the room. I turn around, look at Violet directly in her eyes. Nice to know where your priorities lie, and I leave.
I'm not got an opportunity to try and take one of them back over towards us. I don't think it'll work.
So Anaya, you going? Maria is also like, "Anaya, leave."
And I will go with Eunice.
Agnes,
Agnes goes with Jonas. Be like, you guys will be okay.
so Violet and Farah standing with Aki.
I have all the incriminating shit on me. I'm standing next to Aki.
And I need to make sure I keep Violet safe at this point for stupid reasons.
You could just give the incriminating shit to Aki.
But I've also seen everything there as well. It helps.
Farah Cloud. You're an interesting individual. It does not surprise me you've chosen to side with Aki on this matter. Oh, don't mind me, old man.
I'm
we will
not
get to
siding
you in
with
a moment.
Aki.
I understand. I am saying that I owe your church no ill will, and given your current rise in fame, if you wish to take this opportunity to go, I'm sure your aunt would be pleased to see you show back up in the morning. Your position does grant you some leniency with certain actions, and as long as you can keep your mouth shut, we could overlook a few things. This is the one chance I'm going to give you, Miss Cloud. There is a door. You can take it.
I'm just...
While you decide,
I look at Violet is what I'm sort of doing.
Miss Blackenstar,
Save it. No.
your father would miss you dearly, you know. He's already lost his wife, his daughter as well. He has some contracts to fulfill with the Mariantes. It would be unfortunate if those were to fall through. Unfortunate if he could not maintain the already strained relationship we have. If you wish to be there, you can be outside of the room.
Yeah, okay, yeah, like, yeah, we're just like on the other side of the door, right?
If you wish to like full leave, like if the owners want to like just leave entirely, that's
There's
fine.
a window, right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how you're. Yeah, I don't
I
know
moved
how
down a
violent
bit.
it is yet.
But still within enough range to hear.
There is a
Yeah,
very
okay, yeah,
large
like,
window.
like just to make the division. Yeah, okay. Agnes then just says like, Violet, please, let's all of us just stay together. We'll be okay then.
The same deal is offered to you, Miss Blackenstar. Thanks to your family's reputation. So long as you can agree to keep your mouth quiet. Then, nothing will happen. You are but a student thrown into a mess you should not have been made a part of. I don't use children in my matters.
You do.
But what are you going to
stupid
accomplish?
dick.
He looks up at Mars. Really?
How much attention are they paying? Like, I assume they're more focused on Arky speaking at the current second there. The window itself, is it one that opens?
It is a large, basically a large circular, like domish like window behind his, like semi-sphere window behind the desk. It does not open, no.
Why are you doing this?
Violet, we can leave the city. We can deal with things our way.
You were owed no explanation. You were given one chance, Miss Blackenstar. One chance, Miss Cloud. I would highly recommend you take it.
So,
Because while Arky is hoping to teleport you all out of here, there is no guarantee he will succeed. That he will not get a second chance.
I turned to Farah as she did to me, kind of a similar
Fine.
look.
Do me a favor. Break this window, please.
The offer is closing. Closing.
I smashed the window.
Sorry it came to this.
see. Are you going out the window, Farah?
Yeah, that was the plan. I was going to smash the window, push Violet out.
Don't do that. Because right now, Arky's driving onto Violet and is beginning
Arky's
to...
gonna teleport us,
Yeah,
buddy.
he's preparing to glow and teleport.
Yeah, no, it looks like I'm about to try and hit the window, but I'm staying right next to them if they're near it.
Oh, well then it's...
Yeah.
So you're...
Multiple
probably-
attacks are going to be happening simultaneously.
Yeah, I probably look the caretaker like dead in the eyes, like with all the the things that that Agnes saw, what I saw the doctors doing, what I saw the documents, and how there's so much going on here. I'd probably look to him, and just before anything happens, I probably want to say, "What could you even offer me?"
As you
It's one action to do that. It might help Arky. They'll hear me say it, honestly, if I say bless, won't they?
as you say, what could you offer me? He was like, I offered you freedom, and now you get nothing. You will tell no one. And Arky grabs you and begins to teleport. And I need both Farah and Violet to make intelligence saving throws.
No chance to cast bless there.
Oh, damn!
That's fine.
I am.
Arky attempts to counterspell, and he is counterspelled by someone else.
So that's a no on the bless, got it.
That is
You can roll your d4 for the blast.
Oh fuck! That was a. Oh, I didn't even see the die. I think it was a 16. No, it was a 13 plus 7.
13 plus 7 is 20.
1 second, I need to see the DC.
D4, you said?
So that puts me on a 18.
I can't see what a
these?
D4 is.
Fuck it.
Oh, how many targets is bless? It's 3 creatures, which is Arky, Violet, myself.
22 total with the D4.
The d4 wouldn't matter for you
Oh, wouldn't
because
it?
Farah fails her save,
Oh, okay.
which would then make the spell get cancelled. As
Yep.
you feel all of your cunning and guile, and things that make you who you are, Farah, fade away as your Charisma is reduced to 1. Your intelligence is reduced to 1.
Mm-hmm.
I believe wisdom as well, AJ?
No, it's just charisma and
No.
thing.
Charisma and intelligence are both reduced to a score of 1,
And what,
as you would be feeble-minded.
and what did,
Well, I did want to jump out the window, but that wouldn't have had
and what
time.
did you
so-
roll, Violet?
I rolled a total of 22 if I was including the d4, if not unnatural 20.
A natural 20.
Unnatural.
Unnatural 20.
You feel this magic trying to mess with your mind, trying to shrink your charisma and your intelligence, but you push through it. Agnes, like peering between the legs of everyone in front of you, you see Farah have the same expression as that man did in the room.
Right before the three of them blink out.
No. No. Farah. Violet.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that went about what expected. Did you get her? Maria turns and goes, no. The bloody asshole got rid of her. He banished her away. Excuse me? He got rid of her. She did not come back. Of course she didn't come back. Fine. We don't need her. And turns, sees you all. I recommend you all get back to the cafeteria. I believe the drill is almost over.
What drill?
Don't worry about that. Just make your way down to the cafeteria where you'll meet the rest of the student body.
Sorry.
Say
Uh,
yes, headmaster, and I drag the girls down with me.
Oh.
As you all go down, you meet with your class. Everyone appreciates the quickness that you were. All students have made their way to the cafeteria and found them safely after the nefarious things have happened. As a month passes, as we are in the final weeks of the month of Prate, which is ahead of the campaign now,
Oh my god.
those who remain are all in the field of Ghislaine as a young man of very pure blonde hair is speaking with his station. And with that, this man here, and he points to some teacher of the enchantment class that you haven't been given the pleasure of meeting and knowing, will be your new headmaster of this academy. And for all your future graduates, I'd like to thank you as the heir of this kingdom, Nathaniel, for your work of making this country the greatest magical area that it can be. And applause happens amongst the crowd, watching as everyone in the crowd, including the three of you, graduate with honors. As he steps back to the thing, you see as the caretaker gives a very, smile and pats him on the back as he watches the lot of you, sit there with your graduation clothes. In Telnarus, both Violet and Archie are currently in the kingdom, in the castle of
Sovereign Matthias.
and Maurice, as plans have been made to try and free Ghislaine of what's happening, though nothing has happened yet due to the current civil war happening within the Empire. And can something break? Can something break? Feeble Mind?
Greater Restoration.
Greater Restoration. Wish. I'm pretty sure Auntie could technically, but
Auntie's not here.
Aki, your auntie is in Ghislaine.
As you remain here, as they try and contact someone to do so, I would like for you to roll one more intelligence saving throw.
sure.
Basically need nat 20.
Yeah, it's not happening.
No.
As you remain feeble-minded for this time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Violet, you have K sitting on your head. You see your friend still in this almost comatose state.
Oh, it's every 30 days.
Yeah.
Every month.
And then deep in the clefts between the two hills of Ghislaine, where the smoke is thickest and the sky is darkest, you hear a clanging of metal and a scraping on stone as you see, pulling between two buildings, a construct. There's something more hiding in the city still.
Oh no. Oh.
This is the end of Gamma P.
Oh.
Thank you all for playing.
She's still there. That's actually terrifying that she's still there. I'm afraid now.
Now.
Well, she's still there. I mean, I guess she could have flown off to fucking who knows where.
Oh, gatekeepers, please say hi to her and give her lots of love.
No, we will not.
Yeah.
Please.
I highly doubt that.
I'd like to
friendly.
believe, despite the feeble mind, Farah's just constantly talking with Queenie in calls. In, off in some distant mind place.
Mind powerless.
That's my head.
It's not a fun spell to be under.
No.
Yeah.
At least it wasn't Jeremy this time.
But
Oh, if
yeah,
it was me again, I'd have been so
I was
would
not
be down a
expecting.
monitor.
he was
I
not.
was not expecting to be on this side.
So yeah,
Yeah.
and that is how the group is split.
Oh.
Remember, this is all you're doing, Kimmy.
Technically yes and no.
No, yes and yes.
It's
This
just
is your doing too, motherfucker.
Not really.
As
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Everything
for
I
watching.
did.
Thanks for playing.
Thank you.
We'd still have to stay in chat, but it's been a good 5-hour session, I think.
Oh.
So, any streaming people doing anything? I know that Ruins of Rosia is happening this weekend, so you guys can transition to this week.
Yeah, that's happening tomorrow.
So that's happening again. Sorry.
My Spooktober stuff has been on hold because I've just had some personal issues going on. I don't know when that'll be resuming, so.
I feel like down the line I'm gonna have to just find out what happens to Farah in a month's time.
Yeah.
With that, tomorrow I'll be playing more Hollow Knight. I'm gonna be going to the White Palace and the Path of Pain. It's gonna be fucking fun. I know it already. Tuesday so far we're all good for Bringus Farms. Hopefully we'll be able to do it. Wednesday is going to be more Chain of Memories. We'll probably finish that fucking game too this week because
Yeah.
Riku was cracked. Thursday is more Digimon. Didn't have it yesterday just because I was a bit tired. And then next Friday will be Echoes of the Forgotten, session 38, where they deal with the actions of these consequences they didn't even make. Someone else made them for them. But then, in 2 weeks' time, returning onto this channel will be Darian, Rebecca, and Kay for the Isekai campaign, or Guardians Rebirth. That will be starting up in 2 weeks' time. So, hope you'll...
That's more fun.
Hopefully it's more lighthearted and I don't make you
I
all
don't
sad.
want any more of this. I'm happy with once a week, twice a week. My god, my brain hurts.
But for now, we sign off, and I wish you all have a good weekend. Bye-bye!
Bye.
Cheers.